Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Deltona City Commission meeting for Monday, October 3rd, 2022. May we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Bradford?
Here.
Commissioner King? Here. Commissioner McCool?
Here.
Commissioner Ramos?
Present.
Commissioner Sosa?
Here.
Vice Mayor Villasquez?
Present.
Mayor Hertzberg?
Here. Now we're going to go ahead and turn the meeting over to Commissioner Ramos for the invocation and so forth.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. At this time, we're going to have a moment of silence, and then we're going to have Isabel Rios and Robert E. Ortiz from Daytona State with the national anthem. So if we can all rise, please, for a moment of silence. Thank you. Commissioner King, would you lead us in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we're going to have Isabel and Robert from Daytona State.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave, the brave.
Great duo. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Okay, Commissioners, we're going to start the beginning of our business meeting, but before we begin with item 4A, we have a request to move item F to item F in ordinances and public hearings to the first one. So we're going to go ahead and move item F up after we do the approval of the minutes and the presentation and awards. So we have the approval of the minutes for the regular commission meeting of September 19th, 2022 as presented. Do we have a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Properly moved by Commissioner Ramos, seconded by Commissioner Bradford. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign. Motion passes unanimously. Now we go to the most fun part of the evening, presentations, awards, and reports. The first one we have is a proclamation for Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'm going to read it from up here. Whereas the City of Deltona, Florida recognized that it has an important role in identifying and protecting its staff and citizens from responding to cyber threats that could have significant impact to our individuals and collective security and privacy. And whereas cybersecurity education and awareness is crucial for everyone, including large corporations, small businesses, financial institutions, schools, government agencies, the home user, and anyone who connects to the internet with a computer, mobile phone, or other internet-connected services. And whereas the theme of Cybersecurity Awareness Month 2022 is, "It's easy to stay safe online, see yourself in cyber." Hashtag Cyber for Us and hashtag Be Cyber Smart. This theme empowers individuals and organizations to own their role in protecting their part of cyberspace. And whereas in this tech-fueled times, our homes, societal well-being, economic prosperity, and nation security are impacted by the internet, and whereas if everyone does their part, implementing stronger security practices, raising community awareness, educating vulnerable audiences, our interconnected world will be safer and more resilient for everyone. And whereas maintaining the security of cyberspace is shared responsibility in which each of us has a critical role to play in awareness of computer security essentials will improve the security of the city of Deltona, Florida, information, infrastructure, and economy. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city commission of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim the month of October 2022 as Cybersecurity Awareness Month, with the theme is, it's easy to stay safe online, see yourself in cyber, hashtag cyber for us, and hashtag be cyber smart, executed this third day of October 2022. And I definitely know that our city continues to do a great job with this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next proclamation is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I'm very honored to be able to do this again this year, as I am a breast cancer survivor, and we are fighters and we can beat cancer. So I want to find out, first of all, if there is any surviving breast cancer survivors in our audience, any female breast cancer survivors in our audience. I see a hand raised. Perfecto, if you could come forward, please. Is that other mic on, Madam Mayor? What's your name?
Jean Armstrong.
Dana. Nice to meet you. I read this for you, Jean Armstrong, and all other strong women survivors of breast cancer. It occurs in males also. Let's remember that, okay? So this is for you and all other survivors. Whereas breast cancer is one of the most frequently diagnosed cancers and leading causes of cancer death among women worldwide, and whereas the American Cancer Society estimates that there will be an estimated 287,850 new cases of breast cancer in the United States in 2022, and whereas 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their lifetime, and whereas mammograms, regular self-exams, and clinical breast exams are also vital because they can help doctors diagnose cancer before it has a chance to spread. When breast cancer is detected early, treatment is more effective, giving hope to patients and helping save lives. And whereas mammograms are the most effective tool in the fight against breast cancer and have saved hundreds of thousands of lives in the last 30 years. And whereas since 1989, more than 500,000 breast cancer deaths have been prevented in the United States due to regularly scheduled mammograms, according to the American Cancer Society estimates. And whereas we reaffirm our commitment to support breast cancer research and to educate all citizens about its risk factors, detection, and treatment. Now, therefore, we, the Mayor and City Commission of the City of Deltona, Florida, in recognition of the importance of the ongoing fight against breast cancer, do hereby proclaim October to be Breast Cancer Awareness Month, executed this third day of October 2022.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Next up, we have Fire Prevention Week, October 9th through the 15th, 2022. Commissioner Bradford, and I believe we have some of our firefighters here. We'd like to have them come
And I
up.
would love all of them to please step forward.
That's right.
I know, right? I love them. You guys have a handheld mic or no? I just want to say, I'm actually really honored because this has been, I'm going to say the last 7 days has been, if not longer, pretty trying, and I hate to put my back to you guys, but pretty trying on the city. And I know this is for Fire Prevention Week, but what better week? We've got people using generators, candles. So, when we were all home, tucked in our houses, trying to protect our families and our personal belongings, these guys weren't allowed to be home. they were out there protecting us. So this is very fitting. So whereas the city of Deltona, Florida is committed to ensuring the safety and security of all those living in and visiting Deltona, and whereas fire is a serious public safety concern both locally and nationally, and homes are the locations where people are at greatest risk from fire, and whereas home fires caused 2,580 civilian deaths in the United States in 2020, according to the National Fire Protection Association, the NFPA, and fire departments in the United States responded to 356,500 home fires. And whereas smoke alarms sense smoke well before you can, alerting you to danger in the event of fire, in which Deltona residents may have less than 2 minutes to escape to safety. And whereas Deltona residents should be sure everyone in the home understands the sound of the smoke alarms and knows how to respond. And whereas Deltona residents who have planned and practiced a home fire escape plan are more prepared and will therefore be more likely to survive a fire. Residents should practice this escape plan with everyone in the household using different ways out at least twice a year during the day and at night. And whereas Deltona residents should teach children to escape on their own in case adults can't help them. And in a real emergency, residents should get low and go under the smoke to get out quickly, stay out, and never go back inside the home for people, pets, or belongings. And whereas the 2022 Fire Prevention Week theme, Fire Won't Wait, Plan Your Escape, promotes potentially life-saving messages that can mean the difference between life and death in a fire. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and commission of the city of Deltona, Florida, do hereby proclaim the week of October 9th through the 15th, 2022 as Fire Prevention Week. We urge all the people of Deltona to support the many public safety activities and efforts of Deltona's Fire and Emergency Services executed this third day of October 2022. Heidi K. Hirschberg, Mayor. And again, I just want to thank you guys very much for all that you do, not just this week, but every week, and putting your lives on, because as it says, we run out when you guys run in. So I'm sure all of us here want to say thank you.
So just real quick, since it is Fire Prevention Week, I'd just like to take the chance to say that fires in our homes now spread so quickly that you can have less than 5 minutes to get out of your house. And that's why they want you to have this plan to be able to escape from your house as quickly as possible. Two other things that are very important for you to be able to get out of your home, especially at night, especially after you're sleeping, is one, make sure you have a smoke detector in your house. 2/3 of the people that die in house fires do not have working smoke detectors, so that'll tell you what the odds are. And then on top of that, make sure you sleep with your doors closed. Those doors being closed can prevent the smoke and fire from getting into your room and keep you safe until either we can get there and get you out, or until you can get out a window or something like that. So please, please heed these fire prevention tips. So thank you.
Chief, you were looking down. Got it?
Okay, next we have another proclamation, Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day, and Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez will be presenting that.
Thank you, Mayor. Is Ms. Felicia Cohen present? And Mr. Cohen? Want to come next to me? Sure. So this proclamation is for you and your spouse. And it says, whereas on October 25th, 1988, President Ronald Reagan designated October as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month, and the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Awareness Month movement began. And whereas in 2002, the Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day began on October 15th. And Whereas each year, approximately 1 million pregnancies in the United States end in miscarriage, stillborn, or the death of the newborn child. And whereas the National Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day is a day to shatter the culture of silence surrounding infant and pregnancy loss. And whereas many people defy the social and cultural taboos about speaking about the loss of their young ones by sharing their personal experiences and remembering their loss. And whereas if you have a loved one who has experienced this loss, take the time to give them the love and support needed to process the recovery. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and the city commission of the city of Deltona, Florida, recognize October 15 as Pregnancy and Infant Loss Remembrance Day, executed this 3rd day of October 2022. Heidi Hertzberg, Mayor. And this is to you.
Thank you very much. And next, we have presentations of quarterly reports of the city advisory boards and committees. The first one is the Firefighters Pension Plan Board, and the second is Team Volusia. Both of those are written reports. They've been submitted. They're in your packets, commissioners, and they are on the website for those that choose to take a look and read those. So now we have ordinances and public hearings. We've had a request, Mr. Paradise, to move item F up before item A. Would you like to clarify that request, please, sir? And item F is a public hearing resolution. No, I'm sorry. It's a public hearing ordinance number 13-2022, Fernanda Place RPUD, major amendment to include a new plus or minus 43.55 acre phase 3 to the Fernanda Place RPUD at first reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ron Paradise, Community Services. For the record, yes, this is a request for another continuance for ordinance number 13-2022. We had heard that the applicant was planning another neighborhood meeting in the original phases 1 and 2 of Fernanda to kind of, solicit more public input on this. I'm not going to steal the applicant's thunder, but that meeting was canceled. There's also been some talk about potentially remanding this back to the Planning and Zoning Board as well. However, in light of the fact that the applicant, through their own initiative, is willing to go out and talk to the neighborhood again and to solicit, input from the neighborhood, would suggest to continuing this to time certain, October 17th, 2022. I'll be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this request.
Did you push your button? Yes.
Yeah.
Did you push your button?
Yeah.
Sorry, nothing's lighting up again, so I'm sorry, commissioners, if you have just wave. Oh. Go ahead, Commissioner McCool.
Madam Mayor, either before or after, I just want it clarified because it's been asked several times regarding sending this back to P&Z. So if we could hear from Ron on that, or legal, or whoever needs to answer that, because that's been subject matter a few times, so I would like that cleared up, please.
The City Commission does have the option to remand this case back to the Planning and Zoning Board. Again, however, in light of the fact that, they are going to do the public scoping with inside original phases 1 and 2, and that'll kind of help, address the concerns of the neighborhood to come up with, any adjustments to this project that's needed. I would suggest that, we continue along on that track and continue this to time certain on October 17th, 2022.
And that's fine. I just wanted that question cleared up, as it's been brought up multiple times on that, so I'm fine with that if that's staff and legal recommendation. Madam Mayor, thank you.
Commissioner King, did you?
No, it would be a continued time certain to the City Commission, October 17th, 2022.
All right. Well, personally, I think it should go back to P&Z. They're making significant changes in this project. And I think that it should go back to P&Z, let them look at it again, and then send it to us.
Commissioners, there's two different views here, so if someone would like to either weigh in, and I apologize if somebody did and it's not showing up, but if not, we need, yes, ma'am, or else we'll need a motion one way or the other for either a continuance or to remand back to P&Z. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I agree with Commissioner King. There's been a lot of changes. They're going back to the community to speak to them again. And I think it's only fair that P&Z gets an opportunity to see all these changes that are going to be taking place. So I agree with Commissioner King that it should go back to the P&Z board.
Okay, do we have, yes? Somebody make a motion?
I make a motion that we send this back to P&Z board for their review.
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, seconded by Commissioner Bradford to move this back to P&Z. So any other comments from the commission? Okay, Ron, next P&Z meeting, date certain? We're going to put that on the next one.
Yeah, that would be October 19th.
Is that correct, Joyce?
And before we commit to that, do we have the time for advertising? Because we're getting tight on that.
That's 2 weeks and 2 days.
It was supposed to be last Friday? Okay. So that means we'd,
But-
yeah, that means we'd have to punt to the November PZ meeting.
All right, commissioners, it would have to be then the meeting of what, November 16th then, I would imagine? Right, November 16th? Okay. Do we want to go ahead and do that then? Commissioners, to move it to the November 16th meeting, and there's no way to do it at this P&Z? Why?
We cannot make the advertising requirements for due public notice.
And that's 10 days?
10 days, and I think there's an advertising threshold of 15 days.
Yeah, I may be able to get it in on Sunday, but I can't guarantee that. And if you do a date, we'll have to go by that date. If I can't do it, there's no meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Sosa?
Yeah, I've been out and about since this Hurricane Ian's come through, and right now, I personally think we should be focusing on what the current state of the city is. You know, currently we have a lot of people without power. The latest stat I saw was 36,000 in Volusia County as of today. We've got so many roads underwater. We got people trapped in their houses. We got people without electricity. I would like an update before we do anything else on this agenda tonight of what is the state of the city. How many roads are flooded? How many people still have no power? How many people are still trapped in their house? I've been driving around. I can't even get through half the roads. So I think before we do any other business tonight, I would love an update on that.
And that's next on the agenda, sir, but there was a request to move this up.
Well, the next on the agenda is about
No, we're not going to do that. The next on the agenda, the interim manager has asked that we do a storm update.
okay, because I don't see that on the agenda I was given
No,
online.
it was an add-on. The interim manager asked to do, she has staff here, was able to gather all the staff to do an update for the commission and the public. And this was requested to first, and then she has requested, because she has everyone here, to do that next.
All right.
So
I
there's a
didn't have that in my
motion,
agenda
there's a
that was
motion
online.
and a second.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I just had a brief discussion with the clerk. If you all just make a motion generically to remand it or send it back to Planning and Zoning Board, we will try and make that October 19th meeting. If not, if we can't make it based on, you know, the advertising requirements, it would be November 16th. So we're kind of looking for a more generic motion from the
Well,
city
the
commission.
motion was generic, it didn't have a date. Did it, Joyce? It was generic, so
Yeah.
then let's leave that motion.
Okay.
Can you please reread the motion then?
The motion was to send ordinance number 13, 2022 back to the Planning and Zoning Board.
Okay, motion and a second on the floor. Commissioners, let's vote on that motion, unless there's somebody else on the board that clicked in that's not showing up. No? Okay. Motion passes 7-0. There you go, Mr. Paradise. You have your instruction.
Thank you.
So this will go back to the P&Z meeting, depending on when you can advertise.
Correct.
Okay? Thank you.
Bye.
And thank you, Mr. Watts and team. Marcia. Now we're going to...
Yes, ma'am, I have, sorry, did you?
go ahead.
The chief is here, and I have Mr. Paradise, who has the information, and then I have Glenn Whitcomb and Phyllis here to kind of give you guys an overview of what we have.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to do an update on the state of the city regarding post-Hurricane Ian. Hello, Chief.
Good evening. So I'm just going to go over what happened during the storm and that kind of stuff. And I do have an update on a number of power customers that are out. So basically, Hurricane Ian was one of an unprecedented storm. As you all probably already know, it took pretty much the same path as Charlie, but it was just as intense, but it was a much bigger storm and produced much heavier rainfall. So on Wednesday, we opened our Emergency Operations Center at 5 p.m. on Wednesday. Personnel that were included in the EOC included the Sheriff's Department, the Fire Department, Public Works, Utilities, Finance, Parks, Enforcement Services, PIO, the IT Department, and then personnel from City Hall and Utilities staffed the phone bank. City crews were deployed across the city to respond to things as they occurred during the storm. Pretty much rained all day Wednesday, but we started feeling the effects of wind from the storm around 8 p.m. As calls came in, crews responded throughout the storm, only stopping for approximately 30 minutes when conditions were just too dangerous. Maximum winds we recorded here in the city were about 41 mile an hour sustained and gusts of up to 51 miles an hour. Crew was operated around the clock and handled issues as we received them. We responded to things like water main breaks, stormwater issues, clearing roads, and just to give you an idea of how busy it was, from the start of the EOC at 5 p.m. on Wednesday throughout the weekend through Sunday, Fire Department received over 700 calls for power lines down, for people trapped in houses, people trapped in their vehicles, as well as all the other calls that we run, medical, fires, and things like that as well. In the EOC, we sent out briefings as I received them from the county and the National Weather Services to the directors and the commissioners. We also did Facebook Live briefings, one before the storm and one after. And we sent out many posts throughout the storm on Facebook and Instagram, basically with information about what was going on, roads being closed, things such as that. Also reposting things from the county that they put out as well. Conditions started to improve late Thursday and early Friday morning, and we ended up closing the EOC at approximately 5 p.m. on Friday. As of about 1 p.m. today, as far as people that are still out of power countywide, I don't have Deltona specific numbers, but countywide for FP&L, they still had 23,450 people still without power, and Duke had 6,159 people without power as of 1 o'clock, so that should be a little better by now, but those are numbers that are as close to what I have. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Paradise to talk about some other stuff, disaster assistance and such.
Thank you, Chief. Ron Paradise, Community Services. Just an update on solid waste collection. As of today, Waste Pro has resumed normal operations. However, Waste Pro will not be traversing flooded streets to pick up trash. Solid waste pickup will resume on those flooded streets after the water recedes and it's safe to pass. The city is executing a continuing contract with debris hauler Cirrus, which will, involve the removal of hurricane debris, both vegetation matter and household demolition, furniture, all the accoutrements of a household that could be impacted as part of flood. We anticipate Cirrus will establish a presence in the city later on this week. However, the goal is to minimize pickup cycles throughout the city to make it as efficient and as effective as we possibly can. Just some general notes on trash pickup. Please do not commingle normal Waste Pro household yard waste with hurricane debris. Please separate hurricane debris, a pile for vegetation, and one pile for household debris. As a result of hurricane damage, this will make debris management more economical and efficient. We can take the vegetation matter to our staging area off of State Road 415, and with proper permitting, dispose of it through burning or something along that line. All that other demolition material, old fences, interior parts that are a result of the hurricane damage, that all needs to go to the landfill. So that's just a different disposal matter for that. Please do not pile debris, trash, etc. in any manner that would impede a travelway, vehicular or pedestrian. And please don't place trash in the way that obstructs vision at intersections and driveways. And code compliance has been out, and they will continue to be out, survey and debris deposition, and we'll be handing out informational placards. This is education, not enforcement, with the above separation and location standard for debris. Okay, solid waste. There's been some questions about FEMA assistance. We did get a disaster declaration for Volusia County. We understand that FEMA is going to get teams to go door to door in the hardest hit areas of the county. There's no estimate on timing for this, but if you want to get ahead of the curve, go ahead and register for assistance at disasterassistance.gov. You can download and use the FEMA smartphone application. And if you don't have power or internet, kind of like being at home for me, is that you can go to the library and the librarians will help somebody log on to FEMA disasterassistance.gov and sign up for that assistance. Finally, Friday morning, crack of dawn, we had a large team of people, code compliance, building inspectors, construction services staff, and planning and development services staff to go out and do damage assessment. Pretty much took the entire day, but they did a great job on damage assessment. We recorded 161 incidents of flooding. This includes individual developed dwellings at various levels of inundation, including waters and buildings, yards flooded, etc. Some streets that were not passable were indicated as flooded. These streets include both street flooding and probably also involve structure flooding as well that would, result in incidences above the 161 reported. Damage. Non-flooding oriented damage, we had 768 incidents reported. Damages to property and structures and infrastructure. Property structure damage, a lot of fences. Ancillary structures, sheds, awnings, etc. roofs, and we had a few instances of trees on roofs. Infrastructure damage involves roadsides down, power lines down, and trees blocking roadways. Ms. Wallace has a better handle on the flooding mitigation and activities the city is undertaking. I'm not going to, take any away from her, but her and Glenn have been working very hard along these lines. I understand that you all were provided with a write-up here earlier in the day. With that, I'll turn the floor over to Ms. Wallace.
Thank you, Mr. Paradise. Phyllis Wallace, Public Works. Let me begin. The city of Deltona received from the hurricane 11 to 15 inches of rain. That equates to the city of Deltona anywhere from a 100-year storm to a 200-year storm. And unfortunately, it overtook many properties, and for that, we have done everything that we can from Public Works Stormwater to deploy pumps. We have secured additional pumps that we have deployed in various locations that are underwater. Our pump station at Lake Windsor is running. We have an emergency pump on Cortland to relieve the flooding on Lake Windsor. We are setting up a pump over on Hoover tomorrow. We've sent up another pump on Jewel, all in an attempt to try to move water, and we are competing with every other place that has water. We're competing, fighting a battle that we're receiving water upstream from us coming downstream. All 14 pump stations are operational. There was a concern about a pump station at Dwight Hawkins. That was a high water alarm. We checked into that last night. Fort Smith, Rhonda, Sunday, and Sandler is inundated and impassable with the flooding over there. We set up a pump both at our Fort Smith pump station to continue pumping, and we're also pumping water out to 415 over to Lake Thompson in an attempt to alleviate that. We have seen some receding in the area of flooding. Mother Nature needs to be a little bit kind to us. If we get any rain, we may lose that momentum. Right now, we have road closures on Abbey Terrace, Sunday and Sandler, Lackland, Elkham to Cortland, Kimberly, Rhonda at Fort Smith, Pomona, Tulsa and Dorchester, Riverhead, Laredo, Catalina at Sixma, Covington, Surf, Captain, Elkham Drive at Oneida Court, Vila Drive, Beale and Cortland, Cortland and Windsor Heights, Riverhead, Cortland to Hoover, and Cortland Boulevard, Cabot Court to Riverhead. We have signs out there. We have been battling that as well. Some of our signs have moved throughout the city over the last few days. We've tried to advise our residents that are driving in these areas that are impacted to be mindful when you drive through a road that is flooded and you race through that, you are sending water up into people's properties. Some of that is getting into property to the homes. So we're trying to remind our residents to be mindful of others that are impacted when maybe they are not. We have taken care of 151 calls for flood issues. Field crews are clearing all the trees. We have cleared every tree in the roadway that is not impacted right now by downed wires. And as we get the all clear from our power companies, whether it's Duke or FP&L, we are out taking care of that as well. Our traffic crews are currently assessing every street in the city of Deltona. Over the weekend, they started doing inventory of the signs that just need to be straightened, some that have disappeared from wind, and as soon as we can get that count, we will be manufacturing our new signs and getting those replaced. All of our traffic signals are back on commercial power, with the exception of the intersection of Howland and the Walmart Shopping Center and Howland and Cortland. I believe Howland and Cortland may be back on commercial power. I did see our colleagues from Volusia County out there on my way here this afternoon. As Mr. Paradise mentioned, we had 161 incidents of reported flooding, and we have assimilated a very large list of properties, streets that were impacted, and we are striving every day, every moment that we're at work to try to bring down the water. Once again, we are battling. Where do we pump? We're fighting everybody else for a place to send the water.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners, Vice Mayor. It was a wild weekend, to say the least. We experienced some heavy rains here in Deltona, some unprecedented flooding, power outages throughout the city. A lot of residents were without power, including some of our facilities. We had 16 lift stations that we were jockeying portable generators around to. Some of it was during heavy rains, winds, et cetera. We had 4 water plants that was on, they have fixed generators. They were on generator power. They're all back in service now. We have 55 lift stations throughout the city. Out of that, 5 have permanent generators installed, and those 5 were pretty much running throughout this time. The water plants themselves, we have fixed generators in our water plants, and as I stated, they were running anywhere from an hour on one of them on Plant 8 in Cortland. Sagamore just got back in service yesterday afternoon, so it was on from wee hours of the night, or wee hours of the morning, Thursday morning, all the way through Sunday afternoon. We had crews diligently checking, through our SCADA, and also going out and visually checking to make sure that we were getting the power restored and keeping our residents in the water service. During that time, during the storm time, our field crew was out attending to water main breaks. We had approximately 8 water main breaks throughout the city. We had some road issues, stormwater flooding that caused us it took a little while to get to some of the water breaks. We had a lot of trees, as Phyllis described and the fire chief described. We had a lot of trees in the way. It got dangerous at several points. We had to back off. As much as our crews, Jeff Elder and his crew, wanted to get out and do this, we couldn't do it because of safety reasons. We had Public Works was assisting us with the bucket truck, trying to cut some trees out of the way, and it was a lot. And we really concentrated on trying to keep everybody in service, and we were working as hard as we could. We really appreciate the support from the commission, the mayor, the vice mayor. They came into the EOC, I don't know how many people know that, but they came in and they lended their assistance and their advice, and they tried to help us. And we do appreciate that. From a city employee to the elected officials, I appreciate that. Our city manager was in touch with us. She was helping us. We were going through a lot of stuff. Ron Paradise was instrumental. Chief Snyder, the fire department. We had every department here and working diligently and working as a cohesive group to get through this storm. And again, in my opinion, this is an unprecedented event in the city of Deltona. I've been living here 22 years. I've been in this utility business for 42 years. That almost tells you how old I am. But we're really passionate about this place, in all honesty. So we were trying to do everything we can. Again, there were some water main breaks that some residents were out of water for a while until we could get to it, and it was just kind of overwhelming. So I just want to say that I appreciate the patience of the citizens and of our elected officials and our charter officers and everybody involved. Our city clerk's office, everybody was involved, working hard, purchasing. I can't thank everybody enough from my standpoint of what we were dealing with. So let me look at my notes real quick. I'm sorry. I was just talking off the hip. This morning, we opened Deltona Water's offices back up. We went over and did an assessment yesterday. It lost power there also. Both of our wastewater plants lost power, which we have the fixed generators in place at Deltona Water at 255 Enterprise, along with both of our wastewater plants. One is at 401 Fisher Drive, and the other one is 301 11th Avenue in Osteen. So, we had that issue, so we had to go to the office and get everything up, IT assisted. Sometimes they get unnoticed also. They went over and helped us get back up, get the servers going and everything so that we could get service back to our customers as quickly as possible. To give you an example of flows, the Eastern Wastewater Plant is rated at 1 million gallons a day of flow. We ended up on the 28th, we had 2.148 million gallons of flow through that plant. That's double the design capacity. On the 29th, we had 1,430,000 gallons through the plant. On the 30th, we had 2,282,000 gallons or 1,000 gallons through the plant. On 10/1, we had 2 million, and then on 10/2, right at 1.98 million. So as you can see, we were getting double the flows in that we normally would have. Normally, that plant would run somewhere around 500,000 to 600,000 a day. So you can see it was close to a 1.5 million gallons more than what it's normally flowing. Fisher, same thing with Fisher. We had a lot of high flows there. That plant's rated at about 1.4 million gallons. It has 2 trains, contact stabilization and ox ditch. We had unprecedented flows there. The staff there, again, was very awesome in keeping everything going and keeping the treatment process going, getting rid of the effluent that is created. That's the product leaving the plant. We were sending flow over to our rib site as we were going through all this stuff. And we also strategized yesterday. Ms. Wallace, myself, Mr. Paradise, and a few others came into Public Works yesterday morning and worked all through the day, assessing the needs for both departments. We're one department, by the way. Public Works, Deltona Water is a division of Public Works. So we're all there as one team. We went through and did some strategizing yesterday and trying to help mitigate. We got a load of pumps. I believe it was 5 pumps on a tractor trailer yesterday afternoon. I don't know, it was about 3 o'clock. And so the crew was out there unloading everything and getting them and starting to deploy them yesterday afternoon. We had on the utility side, I don't mean to speak for Public Works side, but on the utility side, we had bypass pumps out. One of the lift stations, Whitewood, for example, we had a bypass pump on it, plus a fixed generator, plus all kinds of stuff to try to mitigate. We just were inundated with so much water, I in the system would rain and that. It was really, it was an experience in my 42 years, I can tell you. I've been through a lot of them, but it was quite an experience. With that, pretty much I will sit down and be quiet. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, sir. I have a few questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Kuhl, Commissioner Sosa, and Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And first and foremost, I want to tell our residents that help is on the way, and it is coming as fast as possible, and we are hearing and addressing the issues. We are out there, the commissioners are out in the field, your Public Works, water, stormwater, code, everyone is out in the field right now, and ask for us during this time that we remember that, national on down, we talk about this being an unprecedented event, and unprecedented it means not known or never before seen. And our city was, as everybody was caught off guard with this event. It was a 100 to 200 year event, as you heard. Not only our city say, the county say, the state say. This was a tragic time, and this has been a very hard time. I know that I have pretty much seen everyone up here was at EOC during this time, trying to help our residents here. I have a couple of questions. If they cannot be answered right now, I would just like them addressed so that we can report back to the public. I am pretty sure that we all are capable of being Monday morning quarterbacks and talking about, coulda, woulda, should've. But I will assure my residents that some of the questions just regarding maintenance or operating procedures or future actions will be addressed during the moratorium. That's one of the reasons we're having the moratorium, to talk about how we move forward as a city. So just keep that in mind when you have questions in mind. Your staff is always here, meaning you, the residents. Your staff is here to answer these questions. They're very responsive to email. I try to be responsive to mine. So a couple of questions. I don't know who can answer these, but I want to make sure if we have, I don't know who can answer this, if we have the help right now from St. John's Water Management, do we have help with them in handling or mitigating some of this water? Who can answer that? Are we getting the help that we need? I guess I'm going to reframe it that way.
Phyllis Wallace, Public Works. We did immediately start reaching out Friday to our continuing services vendors in all the houses that we have relative to engineering. David Hamstrom is with Pegasus Engineering, and so we reached out to David to just try to start strategizing what we had to deal with, and David has been working with the St. John's River Water Management District on our behalf, so I'll let him fill you in.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commission. So there's two forms of assistance.
I'm sorry, could you identify yourself for the record?
Sure, David Hamstra, Pegasus Engineering.
Thank you.
There are two forms of assistance that will become forthcoming. One will be the St. John's Water Management District on whatever emergency authorization we can secure from them to continue pumping or opening floodgates. And the other is financial assistance, which will be coming eventually from FEMA. I've told all my city clients the best you can do at this point is to document every cost you're incurring in the city and report that to the state. When that generates the total public works expenditure statewide, 20% of that then is earmarked for hazard mitigation grants given back to the state for cities and counties to then mitigate or fix their deficiencies in their drainage facilities or drainage systems. The district's point of view is, as you may be aware, the Lake Doyle to Bethel has been challenged numerous times over the years with the other parties prevailing. But when the governor issues a state of emergency, the cities and counties then have the right or the privilege to protect their residents as they deem fit within reason. For this particular reason, we have conversed with Phyllis and Ron and Glenn and others regarding what can be done in the advent of the storm and what can be done afterwards. For the Teresa Basin, which is your largest basin, as you know, it's a landlocked system, which means it has no natural connection to Lake Monroe. There was a plug put in place many years ago or bricked up. The city went in there on Friday afternoon and removed the brick plug, but did not open the gates yet. We then start discussing what we need to have documented in order to support the city's position, because we probably will be challenged by opening the gate from some of the homeowners who feel it should remain closed.
Dave, and I'm sorry, a lot of people don't have that historical data, right? And if you can just give the 30-second speech regarding what that will do for the city, because the residents need to be armed with that and understand what, as far as, what the restrictions are, so that we can move together as a community, right?
Understand.
So I just would like that clarified, please.
I'll go back a little bit. So in 2005, the city and their consultant had permitted a pipe and control structure from Lake Doyle to Lake Bethel to drain the entire Lake Teresa watershed, which is roughly 30 square miles of land and numerous interconnected lakes. Before 2005, if you had a large storm like El Nino in '97 or the 3 hurricanes of '04, the water would stop at the Butler and Lake Doyle and would have nowhere to go. That system was permitted, was constructed, but was challenged by at least 2 homeowners that remained closed. And there was various arguments regarding scientific reasons and modeling issues and water quality. So the city agreed, I guess for settling in the case, is to basically brick up or close the 60-inch diameter pipe that would release water from Lake Doyle into Lake Bethel through the park, the Audubon Park. And that has remained closed, and the city has, on numerous occasions, requested to be open for other events we had. Faye of '08, we had a wet May of 2009, and of course Irma in 2017. Based on the amount of rainfall that we got, and I want to beat a dead horse, but I've been in Seminole, Volusia, Orange, Lake, and Osceola the last 5 days, and it knows no political boundaries. This is the worst I've seen in my 37 years of practicing. Bridges blown out, highways closed, hundreds of people underwater. It's a horrific time. So we made a decision. We talked to the city, and the city talked to upper management. For the benefit of the residents, we need to open up the gate in advance of the emergency authorization submittal to St. John's. That gate was open Saturday night, Saturday afternoon, not fully, partially, to begin releasing the floodwaters downstream. At the time, staff has been working feverishly to gather all the damages, the flooding homes, the road closures that we have to compile and submit on behalf of the city to secure an official emergency authorization to keep operating it the way you're doing now, which is the gates open, to try to slowly release the floodwaters. And I equate it to putting a straw in a pool. It's not going to fix the flooding. It would not have fixed the flooding. It only releases the water in a slow process, but it does give you some relief over the period of time. I can stop there and answer any questions or.
And I just wanted that out, right, because I think that there was not complete awareness of that situation, that it's a step in getting us some relief, right, with, and I just want to make sure that St. John's in that permitting, we were getting the help that we needed to give us some relief back there, because it's bad. You know, where I've traveled over the last 3 or 4 days is pretty bad. So I'm sure if there are any other questions from any elected official or from residents, you can clarify that, right, with an email, and we have your contact information, or go through Phyllis regarding that. So I wanted that out. I'm sad. I have, if anybody has on that particular question, a question that you might be called back up, but I'm satisfied with that. We have, when we talked about, because I know initially at EOC, Phyllis, we talked about the equipment that we had requested, right? As far as the pumps and generators, I want to make sure that your wish list has been filled.
Yes.
It has been filled. Okay.
Purchasing was worked wonders. We got delivery yesterday. We got some delivery of some more equipment today, so it's coming in as quickly as they can secure it for us.
Okay, thank you on that. Also, I know that at the library, can someone please clarify as far as FEMA representation? Because I want to make sure we have the place, right? We have the facility, the library, right, to start processing. Can we clear that up? The FEMA reps will be there. Can you explain to our community how that will be working also, please, and how quickly we can start getting this out into the public? I mean, I have the flyers here, right? I know that some, but we have communities where we need to actually go hand carry these. Can you speak to that as far as getting FEMA started?
Yeah, the assistance.gov webpage, basically what the library does is it gives somebody that may not have an internet connection or may not be, technically savvy enough to register online. The librarians, we're told, are there to help out, with that registration.
They actually have information. We were on, Ron and the chief and I were on a call with Volusia County this afternoon, and the librarians are trained to assist people in filling out their forms.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. And are they, and we need to address volunteers helping with that also, and making sure that we have the language, because we have a very diverse community, to make sure that we have that met also.
Yeah. But there's a problem because of this, because we're dealing with FEMA dollars. There is a particular process we have to go through to register volunteers.
Yep, I got you.
Okay.
Just putting that out there. Also, I want to make sure, because some of the areas that I was in, that we are we had any reports or addressing any of the failed septic systems? Can someone answer that for me? Phyllis? No, that's okay. David, whomever, I just want to understand that.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
I'm trying to understand if we've had reports of any failed septic systems because of the high water table. We do have a large community of septic systems here in Deltona, and we need to address that. So can you assuage any of our residents' fears about that and tell me where we're at with that?
Yes, ma'am. Because of the high water that we have in the city of Deltona, we have heard from many residents. I don't have the exact number. I'd have to go back and categorize that, that their septic tanks have been impacted and they are having difficulties staying in their home because of that.
Okay. I know that we have that documented, right, data. Is there, what assistance other than Mother Nature can we have with that? I need to understand that process, if it's just a waiting game as far as water table going down, if we have documented areas, because I know that we talked about at EOC having and not that everybody is not important, everybody has problems going on, but clearly we do have some areas that are way more affected with groundwater right now than others. And how are we prioritizing? Because I want to speak to that septic issue also. So how are we triaging and prioritizing these properties or areas as far as concentrating the help that we're getting for them right now?
Well, because we just got the data compiled today, we haven't had a chance to sit down and basically focus in and try to basically sort everything. Obviously, the areas that are the most impacted until the water recedes, because there's 2, 3, 4, maybe 7 feet of water. There's not much that we can do there. It's the other areas that we're starting to draw down as we get those areas clear of any stormwater in the roads and on the properties. As they dry out, their tanks will come back, hopefully, and function correctly. I can't make that promise. You know, tanks are various ages and, you know, types of installations.
Okay. Also, can you clarify, is anybody, I don't know who would clarify regarding private haulers, and we've had that before in other storm events, so are we having private haulers come in that can start mitigating some of this yard debris?
Yes, ma'am. As Mr. Paradise mentioned, we have one of our contractors, Cirrus, is one of our debris haulers, and they have been contracted as of this morning, and as well as our monitoring team that will come in so that we document everything correctly, so that as we submit to FEMA, we will be assured that we get all the reimbursement. And they will, as soon as they get on the ground here, which I would expect by the end of this week, then they will be a partner with our Waste Pro hauler and start picking up other things.
Okay, and that's great, and I want to just make sure that residents know and understand that if it's going, you know, how is that laid out? Because people are starved for information right now, right, in absence of having some of the comforts, and so that we can all answer this, meaning us up here, elected officials, and the community as well, on the private haulers. How are they going to prioritize that also, like through districts? I mean, you know, where do you start, is what I'm saying.
In the past, no, I was not in charge of that, but in the past, we look at our districts, and they assign an equal number of haulers to each of those districts. Now, obviously, the debris monitoring team may get out ahead of them and try to affix a quantity. As we drive through Deltona, at least me personally, some areas don't seem to have a whole lot of debris. Others have significant amounts, so obviously that they will prioritize that, and if we find that that does not work for the city and for our residents, then we will then redirect them accordingly.
Okay, and I'm just like lastly making sure that we have the help that we need. I know that it is, again, an overwhelming event for staff, and I encourage anyone that we still have the Citizens Advisory line, right, is live, Marcia? There's
I don't believe so.
There's only the county line at this point.
Okay, yeah.
Only the county is the only line, and I believe they were cutting back on that line too during the day. county line. But they wouldn't necessarily have I don't know if they would have our information.
I can tell you that the city is receiving calls, both here at City Hall, and a tremendous number of calls are coming to Public Works. Residents know where to call. My staff assistant has fielded, I would say today, probably 200 calls by herself.
Yeah.
And those can range from flooding. We are their mediator, if you will, with power companies. We have abilities that they may not have to get that information quickly to the power companies that they're out of power still. So we're fielding every question and every request that we possibly can.
And I don't know how this can be answered, but it might just even be rhetorical. Do you have the help that you need to get us through this? Because you guys are handling an amazing volume of calls and requests, and the reason in asking that is you guys are excellent at your job. I've seen this through the stressful time right here, the amount of responsiveness. So I just want to make sure that you're able to have the staff, the support that you need as far as taking in the information from the residents and being able to process it while you're doing the day-to-day stuff and storm mitigation as well. So that's my last thing that I want to address, and thank you for answering all these. I appreciate it. Your microphone, Marcia, your microphone.
I always forget. By the middle of the week, the county is going to have their disaster emergency facility operational with some phone lines, but I think we're all handling, my office probably had 300 calls today, so, and I think we're treading water, but we're good at this point.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sosa?
First, the not so pleasant. Marcia, I tried to call you like 6 times and finally gave up during this disaster. I've sent you an email, got 0 response. Okay? I do want to thank Phyllis and Glenn and Chief Snyder. When I called, they were very responsive. I do have some questions. We'll start with the easy one first. Somebody said water bills. They have no power. They want to know if their water bills, if they're going to have their water shut off or they're going to have to pay late fees. Or are we waiving late fees, and if so, for how long?
I'll let Mr. Wickham address that from Deltona Water.
Okay.
We discontinued disconnects for this week. They were discontinued last week. We didn't do any. We're not doing any this week. We're trying to get caught up on meter reading. We lost 3 days last week during the storm. And we're looking at the late fees, and I'll have something to present to Marcia tomorrow on that. But yes, sir.
Okay, so we're looking at waiving late fees for folks that, if they were due last week and weren't able to pay it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. My next question, did we have anybody from the city reach out to the county prior to this storm and say we need potentially X amount of generators and X amount of pumps? Who did we have in touch with the city? Or who from the city was in touch with the county?
Public Works was not in touch with them directly. I do not know if anybody else at the city was. Normally, you don't start reaching out, in my experience. We have all of our contacts there. We are a team player. I will tell you that the city of DeBary reached out to us in the middle of the storm, needing some pipe, and I authorized that they could come and pick up pipe that they needed. So we do have that collective working relationship.
Okay, so nobody from the city reached out to the county.
I can only speak for myself.
I would think that would fall on our interim city manager. Did you reach out to the county? Because we've had lights out at 3 major intersections that once people started traveling, the lights were out. I reached out to the county to try and get generators here. And I asked, they're like, well, nobody from the city has ever reached out to us before the storm, during the storm.
Well, Commissioner, I can tell you that I was in contact with the county nonstop while they were out working in the field, talking about every intersection that the traffic lights were out or we were having problems.
Yes.
We deployed our own portable generators to many of those intersections. And
But those were the ones within the city, not so much the ones on the main county roads.
no, we set them out as well on the main counties as well.
Okay.
Once we got commercial power back established there, then we set ours out there for those other ones.
Okay, so as a city, we didn't go to the county knowing that we were going to be in a mess and say, hey, can you set aside some extra generators or extra pumps that we may need?
The county is the answer is no, sir. I did not, from Public Works, reach out to the county.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard almost every city was there except us.
Commissioner, I did reach out to Volusia County on the utility side, and I did talk to Mike Ehrlich, the Volusia County Utility Director, and he offered anything that we might need. I had his personal cell phone number. He said he would try to give us assistance if we needed it, but we didn't really ask for anything because we were taking care of what we had, with the generators we had. We did get with, purchasing did get with Sunbelt Rentals to bring some rental pumps in, which that was more for stormwater, but just letting you know that. Yes, sir, I did reach out to the city, or to the county, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you. Now, I'm Fort Smith over by between 415 and Monument. There was a lot of water on the road. It's resided a lot off of Fort Smith, but all the side streets, Rhonda, Pomona, Sunday, Sandlore, are still pretty much covered all the way up to their houses with water. I know, Phyllis, we talked earlier. I just want the residents to know that you said you would try to get another pump to get that water off the streets or relocate the existing pumps we have.
Yes, sir. This afternoon, as I was leaving to come to the meeting, I was speaking with Joseph Walker, my stormwater manager. He's going to be looking at that. We have 2 or 3 additional pumps at the depot that we can deploy. We're going to look and see where we can do that without adversely impacting somebody downstream. Monitor that. We'll have to control that flow outside of that area, but we are doing everything that we can.
Okay, that water from that area is going over to Lake Thompson right now?
Yes, sir. Mhm.
Okay.
And we've met with the residents that are over there, and they have generously allowed us to also pump to their property.
Thank you. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford?
I want to start off by saying thank you, guys. You guys, as I had mentioned this morning, when a lot of us were home hunkering down, you guys were hunkering here. And a lot of people don't realize until you come in here and you see the cots, you see the freezer for their meals. They weren't home with their families protecting it. And I want to tell you personally from my family, thank you. Thank you for being here for all of us and not being home with your family so that you could do this. And I understand the frustration. A lot of us, we were without power. We've got the devastation too. And I know it's hard to hear this. However, this staff did an amazing job for what this whole, I'm going to say more than half of our state went through. This was a devastation. And, I've been in Seminole County, I've been in Volusia County, I've been in Orange County. And to go to these other areas and to come back here and to see where everybody is, it's almost like, wow, this wasn't just hey, we're just going to attack this one little location. Ian attacked us all. And this is a time we come together, just like this city did. And I was very proud when I was here over the weekend to see how awesome the staff was. And everybody was helping everybody. There wasn't a, this is my job, don't ask me. It was, what can I do to help? How can I help you? Let's do this, let's do that. And I personally really I can't stress enough how much I want to thank you guys. So, a couple things that have been thrown at me from some residents, which they're all, to me kind of positive. There are some areas, and I don't think when you're talking, hey, we're going to take water that's flooding this area, a lot of people don't realize that now we're going to cause a flooding over here. We throw water into St. John's, guess what we're causing? We're causing more flooding down those roads or down the riverbank, and those people are still seeing high water's rising. And that's because everybody is throwing that water back into the St. John's. So it is a very tough situation because when we're redirecting out, we're redirecting in somewhere else. And With that said, a lot of people, I guess, are still requesting some sandbags. So I don't know if we can do like a reverse sandbag return, where maybe people who have picked up a sandbags, is there a way for people who have sandbags to return those sandbags, and maybe people that are, still having rising waters be able to have a place to pick up maybe the sandbags? Because I think we ran out.
We ran out of the pre-filled ones. We
The
tried to
pre-filled,
save
okay.
those for our handicap residents.
Right. But the other ones we still have. Well, is there a place for people to say, like, okay, I'm done with these sandbags now? Is there a place they can return them back?
I'm sorry, sir, please.
So,
Sir,
is there
I'm going
a
to ask you
place-
again, please don't disrupt the meeting.
you can speak during public comment. Is there a place that maybe individuals who have these sandbags and no longer use them can return them to?
We will certainly set up a place, preferably at Festival Park or in that general area, and that way the residents know that that's where they had come before, that they could come back and pick up bags. Yes, ma'am. We'll take care of that.
Okay, another question I had was the suspension of, any disconnects. It's also been brought up, and I'm 99.9% sure Marcia's answered this question. Code enforcement is going around to inform residents to not commingle tree debris, construction debris, and that. And that is because of the FEMA requirements. And like Mr. Paradise said, we can burn this part, but this construction debris we cannot. Can you please reiterate that we are not doing code enforcement citations?
Yes, Commissioner, this is an educational effort. This is not an enforcement effort. This is going to, to ensure that those piles are not commingled, is going to also greatly assist in the speed of cleanup as well.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just want people to know these are not being put out. Code enforcement is not out there to attack. Another item of question is we do still have some areas. I don't know if Winn-Dixie's back up on food. I know there was the other day they were even down with no food. I would like to see if we can. Some food trucks do run on generators. I don't know if we're willing to maybe ease up on our food truck ordinance at this point to allow food trucks to go to some of these areas that are not able to maybe have that electricity. So I don't know if that's something we can say, hey, let's ease up on that and allow these food trucks during this time to, be able to go to the open locations where they can. So I don't know what I need to do to.
I'll talk with Ron about and see what we can do.
10-4. Big thing for residents. When it comes to a disaster, and it's sad to say it happened to land, it happened every year. When you have a major incident like we've happened, you've got damage to homes, damage to businesses. I get what we call vultures coming out of the woodwork. These vultures are going to start preying on the homeowners. I ask you guys to please do your due diligence. Make sure whoever you're using is licensed and insured. Some people do not have to be licensed. Certain trades do not have to have a specific license. But any person you allow to work on your home, please, I implore you to make sure that they have a certificate of insurance for you. That's going to cover you, the homeowner, because if that contractor or wannabe contractor, whoever it is, goes into your home and does further damage, you are responsible. Your insurance company is not going to cover it. Make sure that person is insured. If they are coming to do anything, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, roofing, please make sure they are a licensed contractor. If you have any questions about a company being a licensed contractor, you can go to the state's website, which is the DBPR website. You can put the company name or the individual's name in, and you can verify that that person is a licensed contractor. But this is the time a lot of out-of-state vultures come into the state, and they start preying on homeowners. I know it's desperate times, guys, but I promise you it's going to cost you more in the long run. Search local, search licensed, make sure that they're insured. Pretty sure that was it. But again, staff, thank you. Thank you all for being here selfishly.
Commissioner King?
First of all, I do want to thank the staff for what they're doing. You know, we've tasked you all with a lot of stuff to do, and now we got the storm on top of that. So I know you all are doing everything you can, and we appreciate what you are doing. I'm sorry we're not 100 times more people that we could get more done, but I believe we're doing all we can. I believe that there are some things that I'm concerned about. As most of you know, I really believe that District 1 has probably been hit harder than most of the districts with flooding, not only in homes, but the roads. You know, what took 8 minutes to go somewhere before now takes about 40 minutes to try to find your way out, because every road is blocked off. If you're up at the north end of Cortland, every road practically is blocked off. It's like driving a maze. But it seems to me that in a lot of the areas, water's still coming up. That's either because we're pumping from one place to another, or just the way the circumstances are. I mean, we see water pouring out of the ground up here on Howland and going across the sidewalk into the drain. I mean, that's a lot of water. Come on. So I really feel like the water is still rising. Having said that, we've got residents in District 1 up there off of Cortland. Their cars are underwater. They can't even get to their cars. And they still need to save what they have left. Is there some way that we can have a staging area somewhere around Elkham and Cortland where we can dump sand for people to come pick up and bag it up? Do we have bags left, empty bags? Is there some way we can put bags out, maybe have somebody with a truck with sand or bags, and let's advertise that so they can come out there and get it?
We have plenty, we still have a good supply of bags left because we had purchased 100,000 last year, so we have enough to do that, and we can try to find a place over there near Elkham or Cortland to bring a load of sand and try to help out where we can.
Okay, that would be wonderful, because these people can't even transport the bags. You know, they're going to have somebody help them, because their cars, they have no vehicles. They can't get in their vehicles. They're underwater. So that would be wonderful if we can find some places where we can stage sand and bags for people. That would be great. I appreciate that. Another thing that concerns me, or I have residents that have talked about it. They're driving down Lake Helen Osteen Road around Austin and Sable, and they're seeing water bubbling up out of the sewer lids. They're concerned about that. That could be gas just pushing water out. I don't know, but I think that's something we should take a look at. Everybody's so concerned about your septic tanks contaminating everything, but let me tell you something. Sewers do it too. And if you don't believe that, just look at Sanford when we have rains like this, and all the sewage is dumped into the river from Sanford's plant right there. But I think that's something we should look at and make sure that it's okay. And if there's anything we can do to fix that, get that stopped. And then I just want to make a comment. This doesn't have anything to do really with you guys, but I just want to make a comment. Tonight, I think we're going to talk about extending our moratorium. And I just want to say, when these developers come in here and they tell us, oh, everything's going to be fine we're going to do it just right, and we're going to have all kinds of drainage, and we're going to have all kinds of ways that, everything's going to be good. And we just say, there you go build it. And I can tell you that that development that they're putting in on Lake Helen Osteen Road now, 61 homes, they've got it all just clear cut. They've got some pipe in the ground and they're ready to go. And the way they've graded that out, they've totally blocked off all of the drainage from Lake Tiny on the north side. And as I said, when we were talking about that stuff, that water is now in the road on Lake Helen Osteen Road. There's one lane to get through right now, and I believe it's going to get higher before it gets lower. A little bit further down the road on Lake Helen Osteen Road, it's underwater from Parma down to Regent now is going underwater. And what do we want to do? We want to build another 60 homes just off to the east of that. There's a little lake back there. Now that little lake is as high as this building, as high as this room, and the water's across the road. We need to be very careful about what we're doing here, because we are ruining a great city by allowing these things to happen. And we need to change what we're doing. I live over that way. Obviously, I'm a District 1 person, so, it's hard to get around. That's 2 spots on that road, and it's just crazy. Like I said, it took me 40 minutes to go a distance of an 8-minute ride, just trying to get out of there. I've been all back up in there. A week ago, I was up there and places were flooded. And now I can't even get to those same people to see how they're doing. Not without getting a John boat. We need to do something very positive here as a commission and a city and our staff to fix these issues that we've got going on right now. I know we can say, well, it's only it's a 100-year plan, 200-year plan. Well, you know what? We didn't ever think we'd see a 100-year plan. We never thought we'd see a 200-year plan. And here we are today wondering what we're going to do next. So I hope that we have some forethought before we make a lot of the decisions that are going to have to be made. So that's it. I'm off my high horse for right now.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Sosa, and then Commissioner Sosa, and then Vice Mayor, and then we'll wrap this up.
Okay. This one's for Mr. Hamstra. You said we opened up basically the piping to drain the water out of Lake Teresa Basin, and that's heading down towards the St. John. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. My question is, I've been all over Deltona, Geneva, and Osteen, and if you go down Lemon Bluff Road, there's about a mile of road which is almost impossible to pass now. The river's actually running across the road. It's like a rapid going across there heading to the St. John's. If we open this up and add more water into that, when it actually hits its capacity, is it going to backflow back into Deltona?
The water elevations of Lake Doyle, which is basically the receiving end of Teresa, is 20 feet plus above Lake Monroe, St. Johns River. It will not back up into your system and into the lakes that are upstream.
Okay. Now, is it going to have any impact on residents going down towards the St. John's?
Yeah, I can't speak in behalf of those who live in Astor, Stone Island, other areas in Geneva, and because everybody's releasing floodwaters, hopefully within reason, to try to protect their residents. If you look at the quantity of water we're discussing versus what the river's delivering, you can say we're a very, very small percentage. I don't know what the impacts are cumulatively when everybody along the river is doing what they can to protect their residents.
Okay.
And that's the St. John's struggle, is to try to respect what we are doing, you are doing to protect your residents without compromising those who live downstream and have enjoyed that quality of life. And that's their struggle. And when you have a declaration like the governor gets, it does give the cities the right to try to protect their residents, but you got to be mindful of what it can cause downstream. So.
Okay. I guess my next question is for the interim city manager. The road washout, if you go down Cortland and you make a right on Tallwood and you go to the stop sign, you make a right, there's probably 3/4 of that road that's been completely washed out. When do we anticipate getting somebody there to look at it? And, you know, my biggest concern is we don't have an engineer on staff anymore. We had 2 engineers up to 2 weeks ago, and one resigned, and this commission let the other one go. He's sitting home with pay. So my concern is, what are we doing as far as having somebody who's an engineer looking at these issues, these washouts of the roads, you know, and basically the land? I mean, how many roads do we have that are broken up? That this road I saw was probably about a 10-foot section by probably 8 foot that's totally missing.
Commissioner, I don't know. But we do have consulting engineers that we're using, both from Tetra Tech and from Mr. Hamster's firm. So we do have these continuing contracts with them, and we're using them wherever we need them. But all I can do is report on what we have dealt with as far as some of the emergency things we had to deal with. And some of these questions just seem targeted.
No, they're not targeted.
Yes, they are.
They're realistic questions.
Okay,
that
fine.
people want answers to.
Okay, well, I don't have an answer to that one.
And I'll tell you about the sandbags. Since last week, I've had a team of 4 to 8 people delivering sandbags anywhere from Osteen Enterprise, Deltona, all the way out to Geneva. So if anybody needs sandbags delivered because you don't have transportation to get them, just give me a call. My number's 386-327-1403, and I'll make sure you get them.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that during the EOC here for the past 3 or 4 days, I think I was here 3 of those days. And I have to tell you that staff, I've never seen staff work so hard, because they were very concerned of our residents. And I also want to say that the same staff that ran our city and took care of our city when our former acting city manager was here, it's the same staff that's doing the same work today. So it hasn't changed. We still have the same expertise, the same experienced staff doing the work. Unfortunately, we were hit with a situation that we were not ready for, we were not expecting. Not only us. I mean, Orlando, Sanford, everyone around us. We were not expecting this. I can tell you that our staff is very concerned of our residents. They slept here, they ate here. And I can also tell you, Commissioner Sosa, that those times that I was here, Marsha was here. Eventually, she had to go home because she had no one else to send in for her. So it's kind of sad to see people attacking our staff. The same staff that was here.
Excuse me. One more time, and I'll have you removed, sir. This is a commission discussion. I have been respectful of every commissioner up here that's talked, and everyone gets their chance to speak up here. Public comment will be at that point in the meeting when we have public comment. And I apologize that this is taking so long, that we're having this discussion up here, but commissioners need to vent their feelings. They need to address the questions that have been asked to them of staff and of the public, and that is where we are. Please offer the commission the same courtesy that they will offer everybody else to speak from the public when it's that time. Vice Mayor, continue, please, and then we'll wrap this up.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, they get paid, but they also volunteer their time. They didn't have to be here. They were asked if they wanted to work that day. So they could have been home, taking care of their home and their family as well. Again, you know, it was a rough weekend. It was hard for all of us. Some of us still didn't have lights until today. So, I mean, you know, let's all come together. Let's all help each other. And I think we will get further away, further out, if we all come together instead of attacking each other. And just let's help each other out. Let's try to resolve the problems that the city of Deltona currently has. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sosa, Commissioner King, and then we're going to move on to our business meeting.
Maritza, first of all, you're not one to talk about berating and attacking anybody in this room after what you did to the deputy city manager 2 weeks ago. You knew that was coming. Okay? So don't you ever talk to me like that about addressing anybody on staff after you belittled her at that podium. You purposely called
Commissioner
her up.
Sosa.
You belittled her. You belittled her. Yes, you
Stop.
Madam Mayor, can we have
I'm calling a recess, 10-minute recess.
No, we don't need a break.
10-minute We're going to go to our business meeting. Ordinances and public hearings. 6A is a public hearing. Ordinance number 18-2022, amendment to the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 109.71 acres of land from business planned unit development BPUD and agricultural A to mixed use planned unit development MPUD. At first reading, Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. Ordinance number 18-2022 is a request to rezone 109.71 acres of land from business plan unit development and agriculture to mixed plan unit development. The project was and still is known as Halifax Crossings. This is a quasi-judicial hearing. We're going to talk about matters related to those that have standing. The minimum standard for those that have standing are those that were directly noticed located within a 300-foot radius of this property. We're going to have a swearing in of witnesses, and then we're going to move to ex parte disclosure. With regard to swearing in, we'd like to swear in the witnesses, anybody that has standing, member of the public that would wish to speak. I'm going to ask an attorney here, Mr. Ed Barfield or Mr. Tom Feeney, to do the swearing in. I think Mr. Feeney has stepped to the plate on that.
I can do the swearing in, and by the way, somebody with a license plate of KI Asia may have left their lights on, so just sorry to derail the agenda. So with respect to any witness that is that has standing in the case needs to be sworn in if you intend to testify. Any member of the public that does not have standing may be sworn in, but is not required under the state statutes to be sworn in. But if you don't mind being sworn in, it will help us, keep track of everybody that testifies. So please raise your right hand if you intend to testify. Stand up, please. I hereby swear that I will tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Feeney. Before you all take a vote on this request, please state the reasons for the vote and that are predicated on substantial and competent evidence. With that procedure out of the way, we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this 109-acre Halifax Crossings.
Mr. Paradise, we'd like to go through ex parte for the commission first, please.
Thank you.
Liz, will you please call in alphabetical order the request for ex parte communications from the commission?
Commissioner Bradford.
Obviously, this is in District 2. I have been by the site, visited the site, am very familiar with the site. Also did take a field trip with the applicant to another location where they have something similar, and that is it.
Commissioner King.
I've driven by the property and that's it, no other ex parte.
Commissioner McCool.
I have been on property. I have met with the applicants over this project, and that is it.
Commissioner Ramos.
I've driven with the police, but have no ex parte.
Commissioner Sosa.
I've met with the applicant and I've been by the site.
Vice Mayor Bill Vasquez.
Just driven by the property.
Mayor Hertzberg.
Met with the applicants and driven by the site.
Thank you.
Okay, that concludes the ex parte communication. Mr. Paradise?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The 109-acre Halifax Crossings project is located along Halifax Crossings Boulevard corridor, generally east of the UF Halifax Hospital Complex and west of generally the Arbor Ridge neighborhood. The majority of the property is zoned currently now business plan unit development, which allows a range of commercial options. About 3/4 of an acre of this site is currently zoned agriculture. And the 0.75 acres or 3/4 of an acre was constituted an in-holding within the Halifax Crossings business plan unit development. This property has since been acquired by the majority landowner in the area, and part of this request is to bring in that 3/4 of an acre into the Halifax Crossings mixed-use plan unit development. And the goal of that, obviously, would to facilitate a more unified development pattern. The general goal of the MPUD is to earmark land along Halifax Crossing Boulevard for commercial and multifamily development, and then land located east of the hospital to create a synergistic medical village. The MPUD will be broken down into 6 use districts. 4 of the 6 districts will comprise what is being referred to as the medical village. The 2 traditional districts outside of the medical village are reserved for multifamily and commercial uses. The commercial district is 21 acres in size and is proposed to be used for retail and service type of commercial uses, and a mid-level hotel. There's also multifamily area of 13.5 acres that would be developed or up to 275 units. The medical village is located on about 75 acres of land. And the medical village is an age-restricted community featuring independent to active care living arrangements. All right, the districts are as follows. There's a wellness district that is on 6.3 acres of land, and the wellness center basically anchors the medical village and provides a wide range for active, healthy lifestyles for seniors, and also some medical support options within the building as well. A medical support facilities district is on 15 acres of land and supports or is proposed to support 4 buildings. This district will feature assisted living, memory care, and nursing care services. There is an age-restricted multifamily district. This will be developed with 9 buildings and featuring mid-range, age-restricted multifamily living arrangements. The maximum density would be 420 units. And finally, there's a cluster residential node planned as part of the medical village that would feature more age-restricted housing, but it would include townhome clusters with 4 townhomes centered around a courtyard. The goal here is to encourage active senior living and also to promote kind of a neighborhood feeling where neighbors can look out for other neighbors. Okay, traffic is predicated and on otherwise underintended, to control and manage trip generation based on the 2014 Halifax Crossing Business Plan Unit Development. Basically, the goal here is that this proposed mixed-use plan unit development will not exceed the trip ends outside of what is already entitled by a 2014 action of the City Commission. The trip cap for the existing Halifax Crossings BPUD is 17,415 trips. To date, about 10,256 trips have been used by the hospital, McDonald's, and Wawa. Staff has looked at the transportation element of this project. While it seemed logical to apply the trip cap and associated fair share and improvements of the 2014 Halifax BPUD, there's been some subsequent information from traffic engineering peer review, BCC, which indicated the transportation element of the project needs a little bit further evaluation. To address this, the business plan unit development agreement has ensured that if there's any exceeding of that trip cap or any proposal to increased uses, the property or the project will need to be reevaluated for traffic and then be sent back through a major amendment to the to the MPUD, which would require public hearings in front of the Planning and Zoning Board and the City Commission. And with regard to the BCC comments, the applicant has agreed to reconcile all of the trip generation rates based on the latest and greatest edition of the ITE manual, which is kind of the Bible for traffic planning. And land not within this districts that may be developed in the future, again, will be subject to that major amendment. With that being said, I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this proposal.
None of the buttons are working. Does anyone have questions for Ron? Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Ron, I know that we just had just Ron, Madam Mayor, or Ron and applicant?
No, Ron first, then
Okay,
if you have
you got
questions
it.
of Ron,
Okay.
then the applicant, and then you'll have questions for the applicant.
You got it. Ron, in respect to my greatest concern, much as the development that we talked about before, is just the school traffic there, for the high school, and we talked about it with the other development also. I just want to make sure that's taken into account. We talk about the traffic, but I want to make sure that that is taken into account when we talk about the traffic situation being predicated on that growth. School traffic there is a living, breathing thing, so I just want to make sure that we're really addressing those mainly pedestrian high school concerns there, because that will now be, if the vision comes through, it's going to be a high pedestrian area, and that is my biggest concern there. So
yeah, and that is duly noted, and the intent is that there would be multimodal options, especially within this medical village. So yes, pedestrian access is very important.
okay. Second question is, I know that I'm making you aware that I know that I'm putting the cart before the horse, but I have to have this answered from you and legal also. Will the pass-through be applicable here? Because I tried to read through the development agreement and stuff. Will the pass-through be applicable with this applicant?
It could be made applicable, assuming that the City Commission adopts this. Based on the track this is on, this will probably be adopted. It may fall under things like the site plan review process later on as the development matures out there.
And I want to make sure that that's known up front in the order, because if I'm not mistaken, these two, the pass-through and this, will be hitting us back both at the same time, given if both of these are passed. So I just want to make sure that there is that opportunity there for that to be taken care of, and with this particular, because this is at the same time frame. You get where I'm going with that?
Yeah, I do, but I can see that pass-through, not to, try and advance the discussion there, but I can see that, as the development program matures out there, being more applicable than what we're dealing with now.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, commissioners, anyone else? If not, then we'll move to the applicant.
I don't know. Who's the presentation? I don't want to touch anything.
Okay.
I'm not your tech guy.
Rental registration, hurricane presentation, lakeside landing, panel excavation for the phase 3.
There it is, it's up there.
I think we got it. If we can just project that
There we
on the
go.
screen, I think we've got it.
There we are.
Bingo.
We're living right today.
Wow. Does that go up full screen? Can that click up full screen? It's good enough.
Hi, my name is Pete Spittler. I'm a principal with JBEC. My partner Joe Byrne and Steve Calabar. I am an architect and planner, and I'm pleased to present to you tonight the Halifax Village concept. We've been working very diligently over the last several months with the planning and zoning and having discussions with throughout the community, as well as meeting with the hospital and the University of Florida board that runs that hospital. With that, I'll just start the presentation. This is the general area for the MPUD. The small elongated one is the area for commercial development, and the large one that's just east of the hospital is where we're proposing Halifax Village. The consolidated master plan looks like this. As Ron had indicated, the commercial area will have some typical commercial out parcels, as well as a apartment complex and a hotel. Ours will have several different components, which will be in the next slide. What we're proposing here is what we're calling a wellness community. Typically, people consider that what we call a continuum of care, where seniors can come in as active adults in a very comfortable setting, still having their transportation and everything else and their independence, and migrate into independent living, into assisted living, memory care, and skilled nursing. So it's a progression that people can come and stay. I think probably one of the telling comments that were made during the discussions was someone made a comment that every community needs a Halifax Village. And it truly does, because what it does is provides a location for a senior within your community to stay within their community, near their family, near their families, near their comfort zone and their comforts. So what we've tried to propose was a consolidated community that offers every one of those levels of care. There's the location. This is the master plan, and I guess I got to use this now. I didn't bring my pointer today. There's several different components. One is the wellness center, which would be located right up in here, right at the front. Here's the hospital. That is the assisted living, memory care, skilled nursing. And what we tried to do was frame kind of, I guess, the more institutional buildings around the hospital itself to kind of finish off the medical campus itself. And it was kind of interesting, in a presentation to the board, they asked if we could make our buildings look like theirs, which I saw as a compliment, and they also said they would like to take credit for the investment itself. So with that, what we did was we came up with a scheme that is going to be kind of a Spanish Mediterranean kind of style, both traditional as well as transitional. Directly adjacent to this, these areas are the multiple buildings. This is the independent living area. There will be an amenity building right here, as well as the amenity areas. This is what Ron had indicated. It's kind of, we call them the courtyards. And they're basically 4 individual units surrounding a courtyard, a central courtyard. Each of those units would have entries off of the courtyards, and each one of those units would have either a 2- or 1-car garage. These are the 5 different components, and this is the wellness center. We had taken a trip, and we really kind of modeled this after a wellness center that's located at Lake Nona. We approached the people that did that project. They are located in Akron, Ohio, and they do these wellness centers. And what they do is they come into the community, and they really kind of look at what are the type of medical services that are provided that community, what are the needs to that community. It's not your typical swim and gym. They are actively involved in neuropathy, which is basically Alzheimer's, memory care, just a variety of things, well-being, positive thinking. It's an amazing program they have over at Lake Nona. To what extent we have those various programs here will be dependent on their interaction that they have with the hospital, because as I indicated, they will look at the services that the hospital provides, and they will provide complementary services in the way of in the means of rehab and things of that nature. They will also reach out to the community and look at the various demographic in the community and look at the needs. This is not a wellness center just for Halifax Village. This is a wellness center for the city of Deltona and the surrounding area. These are just some of the images, and what we did, rather than get into all the architectural detailing and designing and stuff, what we tried to do was take the best examples that we could find to kind of illustrate what this building would be, as well as the others. And these are actual photographs from the Lake Nona Wellness Center. This is the independent living area. That will have approximately 9 buildings. A lot of that is going to be market-driven, and the phasing of those things will be relative to what that market says. This is the central area, which has an amenity building, which will have a lounge, a restaurant, a cafe, meeting space, and the social areas. It will have pool. There'll be pickleball and a variety of other amenities external to that will support Halifax Village. And these are just, again, images. Those would be 4 stories in height, and this would be what we're calling kind of the transitional Mediterranean. It will be stucco with tile roofs and just Spanish Mediterranean accents. And then you can see some of the pictures of the boulevard that we're proposing at Halifax Village. These are called the courtyards. These are 1-story buildings. They're set back about 40 feet off of the property line right here. Over in this side, that's 50 feet, and we set it back 100 feet over here. And that would be a preserved area that was a result of the environmental assessment that we had on the property. The courtyards, as I indicated, will be very intimate. They're 1 stories. You can just kind of get a sense of the feel of what that entry courtyard would be like. And as Ron indicated, it really kind of promotes social interaction by virtue of that common courtyard, and really does foster kind of neighbors looking after neighbors. And these are just some more pictures associated with that. This is what we're calling the medical services, and this is, as I indicated, would be an assisted living facility. We're identifying about 150 rooms of that. Directly adjacent to that would be a memory care, and then skilled nursing. Again, images just kind of representative of the type of architecture that we'd be proposing there. I'm going to go back real quick. The project as a whole, as you can indicated, this was part of a development that was proposed several years back. I think it was built in 2000. The road was built, I think, about 2015. And as part of that, there was a consolidated stormwater management system that was put in for the whole development itself. What we've done is we've gone back and we've expanded that. And basically, the roads across the street, they'll take care of their own. And this would be all consolidated on site. So we are very cognizant of what the city of Deltona is going through right now. I think everybody is a little bit surprised over the 200-year storms that you have to deal with. But the best thing you can do is try to accommodate things as much as possible. And we've gone through great lengths in looking at exactly that issue. And we'll continue to do that as we get into all the detailed engineering. And that's Halifax Village.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions?
Commissioner McCool.
Absolutely. First of all, I admittedly am very hard on development in the area because I love Deltona. I want to make sure that we're getting the best practices, period, and I'm just notoriously hard on it. But after meeting with you all, I want to tell you how genuinely happy I am with the plan that you presented, and sitting down with you, that you took the time, as I'm sure that you will also take with the community with this here. And can you just clarify one thing? The age group, when we say seniors, I know that there are different ages mentioned. So can you tell me what those ages are?
Are you talking to people like me that are in denial as well?
I'm just asking.
I mean, the definition is like 55 and older.
Is it 55 plus?
It is, but we fully expect that probably to be closer to early, mid-60s and stuff. I mean, it varies. We're looking at the various demographic studies that we have to do relative to just even justify this in the market studies, and that's pretty much what they're indicating.
Yeah, and I want to congratulate you also on the things that we talked about. I mean, we talked about being environmentally conscientious there and that development, what we were trying to get as we move forward with our community. As far as wellness, I know that we talked about wellness and wholeness a lot, and I think that that part being open to the public is very inviting. I think that you're doing a lot for that medical corridor there, as well as setting a standard for what you've presented. So can you build now? I just wanted to congratulate you for bringing this project to Deltona. I believe in what you're doing out there after sitting down with you all, because you know that I raised some concerns, a lot of concerns with you that I had, and they've been answered through the agreement and through the things that we're talking about. So I just want to tell you guys congratulations. Thank you for coming to Deltona. I think that this will be a very successful concept here after, hearing everything. So I just wanted to make mention of that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradford?
That was my question too. Not that I'm anywhere near 55, but let's keep it at 55 and above, okay? Deltona has been a senior dominant community, and a lot of our seniors over the years have been migrating to nearby cities that have areas similar to this. So just like you said, to be able to keep our residents here, it's heartwarming. We have a lot of families in Deltona that have taken their moms, their dads, their grandmas and grandpas and moved them to the nearby cities. So to be able to keep them nearby is a blessing. During the field trip to Lake Nona, I have to say that wellness center, when he's talking wellness center, I was kind of like, okay, I'm going to see a lot of grandmas and grandpas in here doing some workouts. Let me tell you, every age group was there. Mm-hmm. It was amazing. If you have a chance to go visit this, go visit it. This is going to keep, again, our residents in Deltona. I'm excited to have you guys even considering Deltona. I think that's a great location for you to be there. I think the residents are looking forward to not only having the village, but you're bringing services that's not just a retirement community. You're bringing services that are going to benefit the whole city. So it's great to see you put your plans on paper like that and to see it all together. And I want to thank you for choosing Deltona.
Thank you.
Commissioner King?
One of Commissioner McCool's pet peeves is clear cutting and tearing down all the trees that are there already. I like that idea of not clear cutting. It looks like from the pictures, and by the way, I've been to Lake Nona several times. Are you intending on kind of walking through there, however you get through all of that land, and marking certain trees that may or may not be, or I would say may not be in an area where they're not going to be in the middle of the road and they're not going to be in the middle of a building? Because there's typically some really nice, oaks and natural vegetation in there. I was wondering, because it looks like it's, looks like Miami, palm trees and I'm waiting for the waves to start rolling in. So that would be one question. And then the other question is, this is on the east side. It's always hard in Deltona, you know what I'm saying? On the east side, you got the community there. What are we doing about the buffer or the division between this residential community and this development?
I guess I'll answer the first question.
Okay.
It's interesting. I mean, I'd be sitting here and telling you a non-truth if I said we weren't going to clear cut. What we did do was we went in there and did a tree survey, and you'd basically take an average acre of land, and you basically count the species of trees and stuff that you have. One of the difficulties with this site, and it really isn't apparent when you look at it or even when you kind of start walking it, is there's literally a grade change of about 38 feet from here to here.
Yeah.
This humps up quite a bit, almost like 25 feet. So, I mean, when you start looking at what you have to do to start making building pads and roads, it will be pretty much a clear cut. What we have done is, in the environmental survey and the scrub jays and stuff, they were located back in this area. What I originally thought was going to be just a 100-foot kind of setback, and we were going to have recreation areas, that will be preserved right there. It has to be part of our permit for that. So we actually slid the whole complex over and tightened it up a little bit. There's a 50-foot setback right there, and then a 40-foot setback right here, and those are single family. What we tried to do here, where we have a 50-foot setback, is rather than put the buildings perpendicular or parallel to the property line, is just put them perpendicular, so it's just about a 60-foot width of the building that would be kind of, I guess, exposed to there. Those buildings would be 4 stories, so they are about a little over 50 feet. And those were kind of the accommodations that we made. What we're doing also is and it won't all be palm trees.
Good.
But, you know, we are going to do a heavy landscaping and vegetation back on the property. But from a practical standpoint of construction, it would be most likely clear cut.
Right. And just an observation that you can clear up. The first thing that comes to my mind is John Knox Village. Is this along the lines of that, or is it bigger, better? What's the difference between this and, say, a John Knox Village?
I'd like to start off by saying better. But I think it's more, it's a holistic master plan. And we'll be building this in phases, although we're having quite a bit of interest from various operators and stuff right now. But the idea is to have this thing work not just from a migration from active adult to independent and assisted living, but really to connect it with, you know, connectors and pathways, so it really becomes a village. It's a neighborhood is what we're trying to build. And I guess you can only do that with a holistic master plan that you are disciplined to build it that way. A lot of times what you'll see in these other type of developments, they'll build a phase and then the market says build another one, they'll build it, and there isn't a bigger picture to it. What we're trying to do is really kind of stick to it and be disciplined relative to what we're trying to achieve over the long haul.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Sosa?
I was going to ask about the buffers too, for the residential, but I did want to say, you know, when I met with you, I really liked the concept. A lot of the folks I talked to in our area do want something like this. They want somewhere where they can still live within the community, even though they don't want to be in a house. So I like the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, no more questions from the commission. We'll go to public comment now for those people withstanding, and then general public comment, and then we'll bring Ron and the applicant back up for any other final questions and comments.
Mayor, no one withstanding.
Okay,
Filled
then
out a
we'll go to
form.
public comment.
Kathy Bryan, please.
Good evening, everyone. I'm going to think a little bit outside the box on this because we've got, I don't have the map anymore. This is the development that I was talking about when we talked about the development on the BPUD there, the small triangle of land where they want to cut into Forest Edge Drive and make that drive into the thing. So if they're going to be building all back in here along Halifax Crossing, maybe it can be brought around to Persimmon and have that entranceway there. So you are not taking that traffic onto Forest Edge Drive. You don't have people from Forest Edge Drive cutting through there to get, and back and forth over to Forest Edge Drive. So that's just a thought. I'm glad to hear the talking about the plants and stuff like that. I really hate it when you have to clear cut because when it rains, that sand and everything has to go somewhere, and it usually will, even with the best of silt fences and whatnot. So my hope is that you will replace a lot of that with native plantings. We've got a lot of beautiful plants in Florida, xeriscaping things, and keep in mind that grass doesn't hold a lot of water, but trees, leaf litter, things like that, there's a lot of bigger, bushier plants that will. My hope is that you will limit the nightlight impact, have it go down, not up. We've been losing a lot. I've been here for 30 years and used to love to see the stars, and you can't see near as many now. You can see a lot more than New York, but hey. I also have my concerns about the pedestrian issues, just like the other one, and so I hope the commission and whoever else takes a good hard look, because whether it costs a lot or not, the cost of a life, you can't replace that shit. Excuse me. And then, lastly, in light of our unprecedented event, you always have to be prepared for that. That's the reason why they have 100-year, 500-year floodplains. So my question to the developers is where is that water going to be directed? Because the last thing I want to see is that water for us to have another storm after already super saturated summer and having that water fall on the neighbors that live in the neighboring area. So that's my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That closes public comments.
I thought Mr. Bellick wanted to speak. You got sworn in.
Pay attention. Pay attention, you'll all learn something. Do you honestly think this is the right time to be discussing this when you got people stuck in their homes? Huh? Children going without food? Huh? Alligators crawling all over the town? Come on, are you really for real? What do you think of your people? You did it. Ramos, you were quiet tonight. You're a good boy.
Mr. Bellick, no personal attacks, please.
You're all talking about this. You're not talking about your residents. Look at the fiasco you had here before.
Mr. Bellick, do you have any comments on this?
Yes, I do. Don't do it. Don't do it. But you know what? I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to call a vote for you. It's going to be 5-2 in favor. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Think about your residents.
Thank you, Mr. Bellick.
Thank you, Mrs. Herzberg.
That closes public comments, ma'am.
Okay, public comment is closed. Now, Ron, did you want to address any of the comments or questions, and the applicant as well?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, just some housekeeping matters. We had a short discussion, the applicant and staff, about some minor adjustments to the BPUD development agreement, which we will catalog those adjustments or housekeeping measures for the commission in light of the October 17th final hearing on this. Also like to explore the native planting idea, for native plants to use for landscaping, and, have, some information in there about pedestrian access, especially off-site.
Thank you, sir.
I'd like to just reiterate the whole concept of the landscaping. Wherever I do projects, I always try to look at the native species, and in Florida, it's called Florida-friendly landscaping. It minimizes, obviously, water consumption and a lot of other things. So, we would address that, as well as the respect for dark skies. Lighting is key to developments. You can have the greatest project in the world, and you can destroy it with the bad lighting. So we'll be very cognizant of that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, my name is William Barfield. I'm an attorney. I represent the owners of the property. I'm sure you already know this, but I wanted just to make a statement on the record for some of the questions that came up from the audience tonight. This is a rezoning. We're actually asking for less than what we would otherwise be entitled to do. This project is currently zoned
as a business plan unit development, and while it did contemplate some not residential, but while it did contemplate some restaurants and some retail, a large part of it was office park. And what we're proposing to do right now, which, let me back up just a second, in an office park would create many more questions and concerns. I was here when the original BPUD was approved, and the number of people that showed up was probably 30 or 40 that spoke that night. What we're doing now is actually less intense, creating more green space, and is actually better for the community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Bradford?
I just want to verify, I'm looking at the map, because it was brought up, I do not see an entrance from Forest Edge. This does not have an entrance from Forest Edge, right? So this is going to be coming up the Halifax Crossing.
There is no permanent vehicular access to the east. There is a pedestrian and emergency access that was recycled from the Halifax Crossings BPUD. I think it aligns with the Tealwood stub out further south.
Okay, that's more emergency access. Okay, great. Yeah, because I wasn't seeing a drop, so I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, and
since it was
that would
brought
also
up.
serve as a pedestrian access too.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, we've gone through all the process, and now, Commissioners, we need a motion, a second, and then we will vote on this, and we'd like to have a voice vote, please, with reasons for your vote. So, Commissioner Bradford.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to hereby move to approve ordinance number 18-2022, amending the official zoning map to rezone question 1.09.71 acres of land from business plan unit development, BPUD, and agricultural A to mixed-use plan unit development, MPUD, at first reading, and schedule a second and final reading for October 17, 2022. The following reason facts are hereby stated to support approval. A, the MPUD is consistent with the city comprehensive plan. B, the MPUD will provide a range of needed commercial uses, including a hotel in an area designated within the city's comprehensive plan for retail service development. C, the medical village will complement the existing UF Halifax Hospital complex. D, the medical village will create relatively high-paying medical and medical administrative sector jobs. E, the property will continue to be subject to a development agreement. F, the transportation improvements will be made within the immediate areas to support the development, as well as 2 proportionate fair share payments in the amount of $1,398,612.14, which will be used to improve the transportation facilities in the area. G, urban commercial development will improve the city tax base. H, the multifamily elements, both non-restricted and age-restricted, will result in a diversification of city housing choices. And I, extensive buffers will be afforded to provide a high level of separation between existing neighborhoods and provide habitat improvement opportunities for the Florida scrub jay. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner McCool. Joyce, would you like to go ahead and reread, or do you have everything? Yeah. It was a book. The only thing,
Yep.
yes.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
An ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, amending the official zoning map to rezone plus or minus 109.71 acres of land located along the Halifax Crossing Boulevard corridor south and east of the Halifax Hospital Complex within the Activity Center from Business Plan Unit Development, BPUD, and Agriculture A to Mixed Use Plan Unit Development, MPUD, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Whereas the City of Deltona, would you like the ordinance ready?
You're good with that. Thank you. Okay, Joyce.
The motion reads, I move to approve ordinance number 18-2022, amending the official zoning map to rezone, give or take 109.71 acres of land from Business Planned Unit Development, BPUD, and Agricultural A, to mixed-use planned unit development, MPUD, at first reading, and to schedule a second and final reading for October 17th, 2022. The following reasons/facts are hereby stated to support approval. A, the MPUD is consistent with the city comprehensive plan. B, the MPUD will provide a range of needed commercial uses, including a hotel in an area designated within the city's comprehensive plan for retail service development. C, the medical village will complement the existing UF/Halifax Hospital complex. D, the medical village will create relatively high-paying medical and medical administrative sector jobs. E, the property will continue to be subject to a development agreement. F, transportation improvements will be made within the immediate area to support the development, as well. 2, proportionate fair share payments in the amount of $1,398,612.14, which will be used to improve transportation facilities in the area. G, urban commercial development will improve the city tax base. H, the multifamily elements, both non-age restricted and age restricted, will result in a diversification of city housing choices. I, extensive buffers will be afforded to provide a high level of separation between existing neighbors and provide habitat improvement opportunities for the Florida scrub jay. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, thank you. May we vote, please, by voice vote, and commissioners state the reasons for your vote, please, for the record.
Commissioner Bradford.
Yes, it's within the comprehensive plan.
Commissioner King.
Yes. It meets requirements of comprehensive plan.
Commissioner McCool.
Yes, this meets all requirements of comprehensive plan.
Commissioner Ramos.
Yes, it meets our comprehensive plan.
Commissioner Sosa.
Yes, it's consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Vice Mayor Villa-Vasquez.
Yes, it meets all the plans.
And Mayor Harrisburg.
Yes, it meets all the requirements of our comprehensive plan. Motion passes 7-0, second reading on the 17th of October. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, we'll move on to item B, public hearing, ordinance 19-2022, amending Chapter 74 of the Land Development Code to provide for pass-through legal fees for legal services at first reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. Ordinance number 19-2022 is an ordinance updating Chapter 74 of the city's Land Development Code, which basically allows the city to recapture legal fees that are involved in a myriad of activities, mostly land development oriented. It provides for a rate which is linked to the rate that is charged for contract legal services. It facilitates the city ability to collect these rates, and also establishes a way for somebody to appeal the decision of, to appeal the bill to the City Commission. I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard to this proposal.
Commissioners, do you have any questions for Mr. Paradise? We all pretty much know what this one is. Commissioner Bradford.
I am very well. I think the scope that we did here, I totally understand what we're doing. I think the scope that we put in here was very broad and basic. I want to make sure this doesn't go to the standard everyday projects that contractors may be putting in, or, you know, companies are putting in, and then all of a sudden they're getting, you know, on the smaller scale projects, you know, a bill saying, oh, we had more staff review, we had this, we had that. So, you know, with that said, I'd like us to do a review of this in 6 months to see where we stand with this. My understanding, this is more for the larger projects that would be going and having to pass through legal, such as the one that was just before us, not so much one where maybe we have, you know, other projects being done. I think that will nickel and dime our contractors out of the market at this point. So I just want to make sure that, to clarify, since this is pretty broad, that that does not include that. Yay, nay?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yeah, it is very broadly written. It could, create a burden for certain applicants that are trying to go through an approval process depending on the scope and nature of their project. The intent would be to be judicious about how this was applied, but yes, it could impact smaller applicants, and what I mean by smaller, but smaller projects.
Well, and that's a concern, because on the smaller projects, they're more budget conscious.
That's correct.
You're not dealing with big developers with big pockets.
Right.
We're dealing with, you start passing on fees like this to your general contractors and your smaller contractors, then what you're doing is you're throwing a burden back onto the local residents for that. So I want to make sure that this isn't a impact on the smaller development and the builders.
I don't anticipate this impacting day-to-day building permit issuance. I really see this being applied for just the project that we had, and for those applicants wishing to increase their entitlements. I think that's really where the rubber is going to hit the road. A fair amount. We may see this also in the code compliance arena as well. A good example is going to be, I'm not trying to advance the agenda, but coming up on the agenda, there was a foreclosure event, which is very legal intensive type of activity. So it could impact those actions as well. But I don't see this coming into application for, there's a contractor wishing to build a house on a platted lot.
Okay. Mr. Feeney, as attorney, as a general contractor, am I required to abstain from voting on this item?
I don't believe you are required to abstain unless you have a direct relationship with the applicant or one of the standing parties, which if you have any specifics beyond that, I don't think there's, not only are you not required to abstain, but if you're here, you're required to vote.
I just want to verify, since in all honesty here. Okay, so I do not need to abstain from voting on this.
Not unless you have a particular relationship with one of the parties with standing, like the developer, for example. I mean, a financial relationship, business relationship.
Okay, that's not, but this is in relation to contractors. This is in relation to the building department.
Oh, no, it's a policy of general application, and so there's no conflict.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Ron, that was my question also, in looking out for the smaller contractor or business owner, right, what becomes routine as opposed to what becomes rewritten here. And that's why I asked the question earlier about the pass-through for such a large project that's going to take a lot like that, and as well as any code issues that we have. It's not just written for, but we're very limited on what we can get as impact fees, right? And the overall feel is to mitigate as much expense as we can, right, within the realm of our home rule as far as what we can recover from the process. We've put out a lot of money in looking at, legal fees as far as what we've run into overtime. So when residents ask why, that $1 million is what it is for legal fees, a lot has to do with the work spent on developments and on new ordinances. So that's what I wanted to make sure, is that the everyday contractor is not being impacted by this. And if we can work, as Commissioner Bradford's talked about, is just tightening that up over the next 6 months, if we can revisit that, right? Put it on in the mirror for visiting in 6 months, you know what I mean, regarding where we're at with that.
Yeah, and just, while we're talking here, this certainly is not going to absolve the city of the responsibility to pay legal fees moving forward in the future.
Yep. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have any members of the public that signed up for this item?
No, Mayor.
Anyone from the public wanted to speak? No one signed up for that? Okay, we'll close the public comment on this. We need a motion and a second, and then we'll read the ordinance. Somebody was on the board and is gone, so I apologize.
You want me to make a motion?
Okay.
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 19-2022, amending Chapter 74 City Code Ordinance, creating pass-through fees to recapture legal costs at first reading and schedule a second and final reading for October 17, 2022. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener errors and the like.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford. Was that Commissioner King?
May I amend that real quick? I'm so sorry. I want to add that I would like this to be revisited in 6 months.
Okay. Commissioner King, were you the one that seconded that? Were you okay with her amendment? Okay,
Thank you, sir.
perfect.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
could I just clarify that the city commission would be seeking an evaluation report, kind of an accounting of what fees have been charged or recaptured under this, and for what projects? Is that what you're thinking, Commissioner?
Yeah, and I want to make sure that it's fitting the way that it's worded, that it is feeding the needs of exactly what we have anticipated it to.
Right.
A lot of times we put these programs in motion and then we never kind of go back and do a follow-up, and then 2-3 years later we come back and go, oh, we should have. So instead of saying shoulda, woulda, could have, let's get it right away and make sure that it's addressing what we wanted it to address.
Yes, the law of unintended consequences.
Thank you.
You're good with that, Commissioner King, correct? As a seconder? Okay, may we please read the ordinance, and then we'll vote, please.
Ordinance number 19-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, pertaining to revisions to the City of Deltona Land Development Code by amending Chapter 70, adding new language to Section 74-6, zoning and land development fees, Section 74-6, providing greater specificity as to the requirements of Chapter 70-28F, to require reasonable fees to offset the costs of administrating the Deltona Land Development Code, Chapter 70-110 inclusive, including other chapters of the Deltona City Code that relate to the development costs/fees, including but not limited to Chapter 2 Code Enforcement and Real Property Acquisition, Chapter 14 Animals, Chapter 18 Buildings and Buildings Regulations, Chapter 22 Businesses, Chapter 37, Deltona Anti-Blight, Chapter 42, Fire Prevention and Protection, Chapter 50, Solid Waste, Chapter 55, Squatters, Chapter 55, Streets, Sidewalks, and Other Public Places, Chapter 66, Traffic and Vehicles, Chapter 68, Water, Wastewater, and Utilities, emphasizing Section 86-37, Fees and Fee Resolution, and Appendix A Fee Schedule, providing for purpose and intent, providing for definitions, providing for application, providing for enforcement, providing for penalties, providing for dispute, providing for codification, providing for conflict, severability, and effective date, reading by title only.
Madam Mayor, before we vote, just want to inform the City Commission that when this comes for second reading, assuming it passes this evening, there will be a resolution amending the city's fee schedule to include this. That'll be accompanying with the final reading.
Okay, and again, should this pass, please schedule this as the first item under old business, so that we can encompass anything that comes after that. Correct, Commissioner McCool? That's what you were attempting to do this time. So if we can do that, if it passes for second reading, then we'll schedule it as the first item under new business. Because it's an ordinance, under ordinances, I'm sorry, under ordinances. Don't listen to me. You know what you're doing. Okay, please reread the motion, and then we'll vote.
Motion reads, I move to approve ordinance number 19-2022, amending Chapter 74, City Code of Ordinances, creating pass-through fees to recapture legal costs at first reading and schedule a second and final reading for October 17, 2022, and to revisit the ordinance in 6 months. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Perfect, thank you. May we vote, please? Okay, the motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Sosa dissenting. Item C, public hearing ordinance number 20-22, creating new Chapter 36 City Code of Ordinances to regulate rental dwellings within the city, also repealing ordinance number 11-2007, repealing resolution number 2014-31, and repealing ordinance number 01-2013 at first reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. This ordinance is also known as the 2022 Deltona Rental Registry Ordinance. Just to kind of revisit some of the themes in the workshop we had in August. The purpose and intent of this initiative is to ensure safe living conditions within the city, improve general housing stock condition within the city, establish an accurate database of rental properties, ensure local contacts are available to address matters including potential emergency with absentee-owned properties, be proactive with code compliance by addressing matters before a violation notice is necessary. Just to kind of hit the highlights of this ordinance, absentee owners will be required to register annually each dwelling unit. If an absentee owner does not live within 30 miles or less from the property, a local contact/manager must be hired and identified. Every 4 years, each absentee owner must provide the city with an independent inspection from a Florida licensed home inspector for each dwelling unit. The inspection parameters include functional, safe, code-appropriate structural, roofing, electrical, mechanical, plumbing, septic, and means of egress. The exemptions under the proposed ordinance are limited. One exemption is an apartment complex containing 10 or more units which has on-site management, which has obtained a business tax receipt for that management from the city. Bona fide second homes as authenticated by utility usage, and dependent family members. With regard to utility usage, this is intended to capture the snowbird dwelling units within the city where the ownership and the utility would be in the same name. And dependent family members are those that are recognized as being bona fide dependents as per the Internal Revenue Tax Code. There's a yearly, we talked about a yearly registration, which is proposed to be $250. The inspection, including a septic tank, completed and submitted every 4 years. The city will be split into 4 geographic sections, generally equal in size, for initial implementation and program maintenance. And the inspection review fee would be $50. The inspection list generation is included in the agenda item. There some record keeping and archiving the city needs to undertake. Inspection reviews will probably involve desktop analysis. Compliance is going to be an integral part of implementation of this ordinance, and the city has reached out to a consultant to help administer and manage this program. The consultant is a real estate and database-oriented outfit known as Net Assets, and they're able to assist in record keeping, notification, and registration. They will also indicate that we'll create a dashboard type of spreadsheet so rental properties can be easily reviewed and otherwise analyzed. And the costs are pretty manageable. Based on our conversation with Net Assets, they would be seeking $10 per registration and $1 per unit. With that being said, I'd be happy to field any questions y'all may have with regard to this ordinance.
Commissioner Bradford and then Commissioner McCool.
I love the concept, I really do, but the pricing, there's a few things on here that's absolutely out of line and ridiculous. Number one, and I get where this came from, $250 per rental per year. That's $1.3 million. What is the cost of us to do this program? And I really, once that database is done, don't understand why we have an ongoing consultant every year. Okay, so I don't want to throw these at you too many at a time, so I'll let you answer that one, and then I'm going to ask another question.
We anticipate that administration is going to require the hiring of 2 extra staff people. Also, what Net Access brings to the table is a way to archive this information and also to help us with the notice and whatnot as well.
And the fees, and what are we anticipating cost on that, this whole program, including consultant fees to cost?
We anticipate that right now the way it's structured is it's $250 per year.
No. What's the city's cost? What's our cost on this program?
We anticipate that we'll probably have to spend probably $400,000 per year plus minus for the 2 persons, and then $11 per unit for Net Assets times 5,500 is about
600.
I want to say $50,000 or so, if my arithmetic's right.
60,500. So we're under $500,000. But yet we're going to be charging $1.375 million.
And that does not include the $50 per inspection every year.
Okay. When a regular business, which is basically what a rental is, goes and gets a business tax receipt, they're definitely not paying $250 for that BTR. And then they do have requirements that they're required to have, and the fire department goes, they do their inspection, okay? Charging $250 per property, and let's throw that out, that's $1.375 million. So even if we figure $600,000 is needed, which I'm being over generous, that's just over $109 a year, okay? Don't think these fees won't get passed through to your residents, okay? I also brought up when this was here last time, and it was, I understand, under another city manager, why in the world are we requiring to have a licensed home inspector? That is another additional cost that's going to be again passed on. Why are we requiring that? Especially since the state's opinion stated, in fact, that even a residential or a general contractor could also do this. And my response from him was, well, just go get your home inspector's license like I told all my friends to do when we passed this. You can make money on it. Now, I have a serious problem with that because I think that we can achieve getting the homes inspected, getting the homes looked at without giving profit to people's friends. So what is the reasoning to have a requirement to have a licensed home inspector do these inspections, and what other cities are requiring this?
Right now, the rationale for the home inspector was to allow these absentee owners to facilitate inspections of their property using a standardized method. I don't think it's a bad idea to expand that for general contractors to be able to do stuff like that as well, since there's a lot of commonality in the disciplines there, and probably for a general contractor, it's the requirements are much more intense. than it would be for a home inspector to, secure that licensing. So I don't have a problem, looking back to the general contractor. Part of the rationale back to the 250 was also the mindset that these absentee-owned properties were placing burdens on the city's public safety and code compliance apparatus out there through everything from, first response for 911 calls and some of the code compliance challenges the city's had.
Okay, so the absentee property owners are your biggest concern. How many absentee property owners do we have versus regular rental property owners?
Do we have them?
Yeah, we do. We have about, what we identified and how we came up with this number is this was based on non-homesteaded properties, okay? And that was about 10,000 of the properties within the city were non-homesteaded.
But we don't know how many of those are rentals.
Well, we do based on cross-referencing that number with utilities, so we're about 5,000 or 5,500.
So you're saying about, out of the 5,500 rental properties, 5,000 are absentee?
Yes, they would be absentee-owned.
That seems awful high. So we're saying only 500 rental properties are owned by people in Deltona. Everybody else lives out.
No.
Okay, that's that question.
Yeah, when we say absentee-owned, they are not owned by the people residing in those homes.
Well, that's why they're called rentals.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. So how many, what you're saying is, I get it. So rental properties, we want to be able to obviously regulate them a lot better to keep the blight down. Okay, I totally understand why we're doing that. What I'm confused on is the $250 fee versus having something more realistic like $110. That's something that's going to cover the cost of it. I mean, I don't think this program was made to be a for-profit. I think it was to control blight.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. There were things in this ordinance that were directed by the previous city manager. So I guess what we can do is make some changes when you have the second hearing. We didn't set those fees. And we also, some of these issues, we were told to bring these things forward. If I'm going to get smacked, I might as well tell the truth on something else.
Please.
And so we can make some changes for when it comes in front of you the next time, perhaps with regards to modifying some fees particularly, and some of the other issues that you've raised. We're more than happy to make those changes.
Yeah, because I believe the state's opinion is also a residential contractor, which we have a lot of those in the city, are also allowed to do home inspections as long as they don't.
And we can make that change.
Present those, and that is part of,
we can make
the
that
state's
change,
opinion.
and we can also look at
I'd like
doing
to
a
see what other-
severe modification on fees. We'll bring it back to you for your second hearing. Okay?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I personally would like to see the cost of this being more in line with what's going to be needed, not like a moneymaker, because that's not what this was intended for. I don't know if anybody else has like any support on that, but I would love to see this brought down to a reasonable amount.
Commissioner, are you good?
Yeah.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Some things I wanted to, I had gone over communication with residents regarding this also. There was something submitted online that I want to address that I had not thought about, so I would like to thank this person for writing in about this, Mr. Charles Johnson. I believe that all the commission received. And in the ordinance, reading the ordinance itself, I agree with them. The second line or the second sentence of the ordinance to be removed, as I find it prejudicial also, where it says that the presence of units can lead to a general decrease in neighborhood and community aesthetics. This rental ordinance was never meant to be it was never meant to be derogatory. What it has meant to do is to bring in line and mitigate some of the costs that we've incurred over the years. Things like unpaid water bills, people skipping out on, unpaid water bills. The city has picked up the tab on that. The amount of abatement that we have to do. And I am fine with having something that is revenue neutral, okay? I don't want to profit on this either, but I also want it to be, enough that people think about this. I do not want a property manager being able to go and inspect the home and call that a home inspection. I want a third removed party because I don't want the fox guarding the hen house on this. So I want to make that very clear. Also, the sliding scale is something that we don't want to make it so punitive that that someone is having a hard time justifying that, right, as far as rental being, as far as the fee being absorbed by the property renter, is what I'm saying. So I would like also for the city to, or staff to think about a sliding scale as when it comes to how many rental properties someone owns, right, and adjusting the fee to that. I don't know what that number is. That's for staff to figure out. However, I checked my emails and I double-checked my emails, and I have not received any complaints from any of the corporations that own rental property on a large scale as far as this fee goes. And I understand the thought that, they're going to pass it on to the tenant. At some time, you have to find the middle ground here as what is going to be protective of the city's interest. And when I say the city's interest, taxpayers that don't own the property are paying for these abatements that we're having to do. So you're all, if you are not even, if you're not a renter, you're still paying for these abatements to be done. So I'm trying to find middle ground here as far as who is paying for what has to be done. So when I talk about the city's interest, I'm talking about the residents also that are responsible for paying for us to either abate these properties, redo the properties, and to keep that from happening. As far as the numbers that were presented, when we talk about this, the dollar amount, we also talked, and then the numbers that were provided by the county and also by their CompStat numbers when they did an overlay of rental property and the first responders calls that we had and the law enforcement call that we had. So that wasn't a city staff thing. That was a law enforcement, where we got those numbers from law enforcement and first responders. So I want to clear that up also. So whatever we can do that is almost, and I'm not even opposed to making it not just revenue neutral, but I'm not opposed to having a little bit overage. We need an operating expense out of that, but I certainly don't want to be, known as profiteering off of this. So if we can address those issues, I'm pretty good with the ordinance as far as the who owns the 1 and 2 houses as opposed to owning 50 properties here. I just want it fair for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bradford, are you back on the board?
Yes, I am. I also, thank you for bringing that up, Honorable. I also want to bring up that according to the letter we received from Charles Johnson, it references in section number 4, section 36-6B, forcing a landlord to be on the water account with a tenant is unreasonable and unrealistic. Florida statute 180.135 states that no municipality may refuse service or discontinue utility, water, or sewer services to the owner of any rental, and it goes on. Have we looked into this at all? And yes, okay, can I get a response on that?
Your mic, Marcia.
Based on Florida statute.
I'm sorry, I missed part of that, Marcia.
We rewrote that section in the ordinance based on Florida statute.
Okay, so you rewrote it
Yes.
based on that, so we are within the
Yes.
ordinance and this the
Yes,
Florida
we are.
statute. I have personally received phone calls on this. I've received a couple phone calls from some flippers that actually have purchased properties, Deltona, Orange City, Ormond, and all around Volusia County. And just like we have a couple items coming up here real quick tonight that basically talk how these investors are basically coming in and they're putting the new roof on, they're replacing the house, and we're actually getting back fees from them. So investors have a big stake in a lot of communities around the whole state. They come in, they clean up the houses. I can think of many homes here that have been blight, that have been purchased by investors. They put $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 into these homes, and they may resell them for a profit, but guess what they did? They just cleaned up that. They use them as rentals. So what you're going to do by keeping a fee too high is you're going to discourage them from coming to Deltona. They've already told me, if you guys pass this ordinance, I will not purchase any more properties within your city. I will stay in Orange City, I will go to DeLand, and I will give them my cleanup. And I will tell you that the couple that called me, I can think of a few properties that they literally went in, purchased, and they're using them as rentals, and the work they've done has just been phenomenal. You know, so they're not all bad. We have a lot of them, and it's not just investors. You know, we have people who just don't take care of them, and that's why we have to come up with the programs like we're dealing with in the upcoming meeting tonight that we're going to get resolved. Going after every landlord is not the solution. So I think that we need to have this. I definitely agree with it, but this impacts more than landlord. This impacts residents. This impacts tenants. So I just ask you guys to please, let's come up with an amount that's reasonable, and let's make this reasonable for both the landlords and the tenants.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. Ron, do you find that some of these rentals that have a lot of rentals around, do they have some kind of management office that runs them?
Yeah, sometimes they do have local contacts that do engage in management of these properties. It's pretty difficult, especially, you know, it can be difficult managing from afar, especially when you're dealing with multiple units. So it's not unusual for them to hire local managers to do some of this, you know, work.
Have we dealt with these management offices when we find some rentals breaking rules and codes?
What we do under the umbrella of code compliance is deal with the landowners. It's not unusual for them to engage their local managers to come and speak on their behalf.
So we have dealt with them. They have.
Oh, yeah, yes, we have.
Okay. So, and the, again, the first time I read this, I also commented that I thought, you know, the 250 was a little bit high for them. I don't agree with, you know, having all the problems being blamed on the owner. You know, sometimes the owners are not around, so they have no idea, you know, how these renters are treating their property. But then again, I understand the city's part, you know, that we fix stuff and, you know, we need to get the money reimbursed. I like the idea of coming back with changes and new figures on here. Again, I speak for my district. I've seen a lot of rentals, homes that were really in bad shape, and I've seen how these new businesses have taken them over and made them really nice. And some of them are not even for rentals anymore. Some of them are get fixed and they're for sale. So again, I just don't want to close doors for these people. So I look forward to seeing that on the second reading, to see these numbers a little bit lower than this and less responsibility on the homeowners. Thank you.
Commissioner Sosa?
Okay. When you say a burden on code enforcement and first responders, do you have a breakdown for us as far as the expense for rental properties versus homesteaded properties?
We do not, no, sir.
Okay. Now, these rental properties, they pay ad valorem taxes, correct?
They do.
And they pay generally more than homesteaded properties?
That is correct, yes,
Quite
sir.
a bit more than homesteaded properties.
In some cases, you are correct.
So, so they do pay a fair share towards first responders, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. When it comes to code enforcement, when we go and if there's an issue with a property and we put a code enforcement violation on it, or should there be a move out and we have to pay Waste Pro to come and pick it up, generally we recoup those funds from the property owner, correct?
Yeah, or you know, the order of events is there'll be a lien established against the property. And ultimately, you know, the city does have the ability, easier said than done, to foreclose on these properties.
So we do have a way to get back our money?
Yeah, we do. It's not as simple and straightforward, but, you know, we do have some leverage there. There's no doubt about it.
Okay. Now, why are we breaking it up into 4 areas when we have 6 districts? Would that not lead to some confusion between people who live in District 1, District 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 as to 4 areas?
We just thought it was easier to administer that way instead of looking at it through districts, just to kind of split the city up equally as possible in just 4 areas. We never looked at it from a standpoint of you know, aligning it along the district boundaries.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, when we do those inspections every 5 years, well, we don't. We have the property owner go out and do them. What is the general cost of a home inspection and the septic tank inspection?
I would say anywhere from $300 to $500.
About $300 to $500. So, you know, when we're doing this, basically what we're going to do with this ordinance is we've already got rising rents now. By pushing this ordinance forward, we're going to increase the monthly rent on every person that is a renter. With the numbers you just gave me, I'm going to say over the 4-year period, 48 months, it's $32. I know if I'm a home, if I own one of these rental properties, I'm not going to do it for free. I'm going to have to add my time to it. So I would say any renter would probably be looking at a $50 to $75 increase per month on their rent.
I think it would be logical to expect that there would be some of those costs passed on to the consumer. Yes, sir.
As a business owner, I know all of those costs get passed on to the consumer. So, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to also bring up a point here is that this also protects the renters. In my district, I will tell you that I've gone in no less than 10 houses, okay, that were owned by landlords. Renters moved into these properties in less than, more than abject situations, and were allowed to live in these homes and didn't want to say anything about getting them fixed because they thought that it would be retaliatory by the landlord. And so they accept living in conditions because there's no requirement for inspection, okay? And they're allowed to live in conditions that no one wants to live in properties. This isn't about being punitive to renters. This is about protecting people that rent property that is not kept up. It's about keeping liability low. And this is about the other. We have talked about 5,000 rental homes here in Deltona. We have at least 35,000 households here in Deltona. And the people that own homes in Deltona have spoken about blight when there's no investment in the home that someone is living in. And that is not to say that renters This is not to say that all renters keep crap property. This is about accountability here. And the other 30,000 homeowners have talked to me about keeping our neighborhoods, picking them up. People hate blight. We talk about blight. How do you enforce that? Who do you hold accountable when someone doesn't own the property? And that's what we're trying to do here, is protect everyone's investment and to take care of people that cannot speak for themselves and living in substandard housing. So as far as the fee goes, that's what we're asking, is to stay revenue neutral here so that we recover the cost, because 30,000 homeowners are paying the cost for these properties that we have to take care of and never get reimbursed for, even if we're talking about liens, because some people live in these homes for a long time. Sorry, it's not a popular thing, but I'm just being real here. You know, so I am all about revenue neutral, but we need to protect people that live in homes where landlords do not take care of them, and this needs to be an adjustable thing, I believe, as we move along, and so that we can protect all homeowners in Deltona. Thank you.
Commissioner Bradford, and then we'll go to public comment.
I went into a home this year where the trash can sat on top of the house, filled with water, with the hose running from it. That was his bath because it was so deplorable. That wasn't a rental. That was a regular homeowner. Okay? So it's not just rental properties. And I know code enforcement has done the same thing they've done. We've coded, we've coded, we've coded, we've coded. Now, I'm pretty sure 99.9% on that house, it was actually bought by one of these same investors that's probably going to turn that home into a, oh my God, I've got rats coming from my neighbor's house over, to a beautiful parcel. Now, with that said, when a motion is made tonight, I hope the motion is made to reduce the fees on a specific fee amount. We can't, or we wait to put this through until we get this back with a revised amount. Because if we just to put this through and somebody just says, hey, I move to approve, this is going to be approved on exactly the way it reads. So whoever makes the motion on this, I beg you to please make the motion with the revised amount. And I'm saying that because, unfortunately, I am abstaining from voting tonight. I've been advised that because I have, my spouse owns rental properties and that I am a contractor, that I am abstaining from voting. So I do ask that whoever makes this motion to be very diligent when they make it and make it accurately to what you want it to read and not what we're hoping it's going to come up in next reading.
Commissioner McCool.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And with that from Commissioner Bradford, I would even ask that we, I believe that with the, with intellect and thinking about our constituency as a whole, right, the renters, the homeowners, that, Ron, what do we need to do to look at making this a more revenue neutral proposal, you know, so that it is not punitive, but so that the city and all taxpayers are not picking up the burden? What is the process by which we ask that to be done?
What I had planned to do, you know, listening to the feedback from the commission on this, is to go back and look at the actual cost in salaries and benefits for the employees that would be needed to administer this. Take a look at the net assets fees, which are pretty minor, and just do some arithmetic along those lines, and to bring this fee back into alignment. And I like your term revenue neutrality, where it's based solely on the city's cost of administering this program.
Yep.
That's how I'd, would handle it. And I think, just if I may take the time, Madam Mayor, just to kind of go through some of the takeaway points, to look at the general contractor and to expand the pool of professionals that, could submit a cogent home inspection. Also take a look at massaging the language of the second whereas. We talked about revenue neutrality. Talk about establishing some sort of sliding scale based on the number of units. If you have more units, should you pay more per unit, or if it's or less? That's exactly. Also, we touched briefly on water accounts with the tenant and landlord joint account. We did do the legal research on that. We feel that the joint account idea is consistent or does not conflict with Chapter 180, and also ensures that the city has greater leverage of which to recapture perhaps back utility costs that are owed to its utility.
So, Madam Mayor or legal, may I ask if is this consensus or a motion needs to be made to send this back to Planning and Development and legal, and to present us, I don't know, at time certain or whatever, a new ordinance with these tweaks? May I make that motion, or do you need consensus?
No, you just go ahead and make the motion.
Okay.
And just see if there's a second. But I would suggest that that when you include the motion, when you make this motion, that you include any more items that may come up for discussion before this hearing is closed, because I think there are people in the audience that have several comments that they'd like to make for public comment in addressing some of the items here. So as long as you make your motion, that we would provide a list, that Mr. Paradise would provide a list before we vote on this, a temporary list that can be adjusted of what this commission wants. And sir, you already have a list of some of the things. And if anything more is added to that, this will be discussed before we vote, but you're welcome to make that motion to bring this back before the next reading.
Okay, and with understanding that that's going to be based on after public comment also, that might be an ever-growing list.
If the commission agrees with, listen to public comment, and then the commission can agree, put those items forth, because I don't think that there's anyone here that disagrees with some of the comments that the commission has made so far about reducing the cost, about looking at having a general contractor or as a licensed property manager be, for someone that has multiples, a licensed property manager to be part of the inspection process. I don't think any of us are against those tweaks to make this more palatable, shall we say.
Okay, Madam Mayor, so then we go ahead with public comments and then make the motion after public comments to continue this.
Let me see if anyone else is on the board here. Hold on, let me get out of my thing here. Vice Mayor, do you want to hold your comments till after public comment? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, public comment, will you please go ahead and read at least 3 at a time so people are aware that they're up next?
Okay, Terry Ellis, Richard Bellick, Charles Johnson, Jean Armstrong. Terry Ellis, please. Go ahead.
She's going to just read 3 at a time, and then she'll read the next 3, or 3 or 4, and then she'll read the next ones.
Okay, so some of the things, hi everybody. So some of the things that I'm just thinking about here, you mentioned for an absentee landlord hiring a property manager or a local contact. So that word is in there as hiring. So we're requiring them to pay somebody to be their local contact. When I heard that, excuse me, it just made me like, okay, are we requiring them or not? I have dry throat. Then the other issue is water. And obviously I haven't read the statute, but having a landlord responsible, so you're going to make a landlord responsible for somebody else living in the house, making them responsible for their behaviors and usage. I know that we, looked into this before, and again, I haven't read it. I'm not completely familiar with it. But I know that when we had an initial conversation in the past, there was some question about, you can't hold somebody else accountable for, in that manner. So I would just really like to learn more information about how that's possible. As far as inspecting goes, I'm really concerned about that. I hope that we have a very clear list for inspection and how that's to be done, because depending on who you talk to, inspections can be really spotty. For the people who have bought houses, I'm sure that they understand, that the ones that get a great inspection, you're really lucky, but that's not always the case. So I hope that we really put some parameters around what the expectation is and what the process is. The other thing is, lastly, is, this is a good, I get it. I get that we need to, protect people. But I just question how much, we might have talked to other cities and learned from their lessons. Because one of the things, the other thing is how when we have renters who are trying to be diligent, they're living in a property, the landlord is not taking care of it, say they report it to the city, the landlord turns around and retaliates against the renter and evicts them. That's what's happening in a lot of cities. I hear it all the time. You talk to anybody in the courts, and that's what, you talk to people in the courts, and they know what's going on. So, again, I get it, but have you thought about that there's going to be some backlash on this and how that's going to be handled? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Richard Bellick, please.
Marcia, you're done as city manager tonight at 12 o'clock, right?
Mr. Bellick, please, what's your comment on the rental ordinance?
Is she done as city manager?
Mr. Bellick, we're talking about the rental ordinance.
Oh, the rental ordinance, okay. Well, Heidi, I don't have to explain to you. I showed you in Bradford's district some real nice rentals, didn't I?
You did.
McCool, do you agree? Huh? I showed you some real nice places. Everybody was up in arms when they seen it, but it went on for so long. So if you want to raise rents, I don't care what you do with rentals. I don't care. I hope you get back to helping the people that are flood victims.
Thank you, sir.
Let us speak. Charles Johnson, then Jean Armstrong, then Donald Hutchins, and then Cliff Foster. Charles Johnson, please.
I'm the said Charles Johnson, so I'm just going to read my thoughts so I can keep them in order. Property managers in the ordinance use the phrase responsible for inspecting. However, if a landlord pays a licensed property manager, you're still asking for an outside inspection done every 4 years as an additional expense. This is unless that landlord has 10 units or more with a property manager on site. They are exempt from this section. I would suggest that if a landlord is willing to pay a licensed property manager to manage the property and inspect it, no matter how many units they have, you include them in this exemption. Our units, for example, I have a licensed property manager through Exit Realty. They inspect the properties every 6 months and is held by the same CAM standards as a property manager on site. We pay him 10% of our rent per unit to make sure that we have well-vetted tenants and all of our properties are always in a tip-top shape. By including this in the exemption, this would still achieve the inspection, yet reduce the overhead to the landlord and ultimately the tenant. In our case, this would exceed the city's requirement by having 6-month inspections. Forcing a landlord to be on the water sewer account, yes, it is unrealistic because the state statute, if you read further, you've already read part of it. It says, in addition, the provision in the statutes may not be waived through any contractual agreement between a municipality and a landlord, whereby the landlord agrees to be responsible for a tenant's or future tenant's payment of service. You're also you're paying a company, I think, roughly $60,000 a year to keep a database, but you're going to require a tenant to provide their certificate when they go get their water turned on. You're going to delay their water because they might have forgot their certificate. Why are you paying a company $60,000 a year when they should be keeping track of that information? I would suggest if there's a true problem with collecting from renters, the city look to increase the security deposit on rental accounts. This is actually in the statute and makes it a recommendation for remedy on non-payment issues. The next thing is the septic inspections. It's not really clear in the septic section, even though Mr. Paradise said it was, the frequency of the inspections. It makes it clear for the first inspection, but fails to mention a cadence, and fails to address if a septic tank needs mid-rotation inspections, pumping, or replacement, and if that time period restarts. Next is the inspection form. It's very vague and kind of generic. Leaves a lot of details up to interpretation. There are items that are on the inspection list that are not code violations, such as having your AC and garbage can screened from street view. If it's an item that's not a code violation, they should not be the cause to fail inspection. There are also items on the list that are the tenant's responsibility, such as light bulbs and cleanliness, not the landlord's responsibility. I suggested this form is to be used, you refine it to add clarity. As for the fees, $250, it's not going to hurt me, it's going to hurt the tenant. I hate to say that. I'm actually a good landlord. I didn't raise my rents like the boom did with everybody else. I think that's wrong. You're taking advantage of people. We bought our rental properties literally as investments for down the road when me and my wife retire. It's a residual income, and who knows if Social Security is going to be there when I retire. So I want to take care of my family. You're going to have bad landlords that are going to take advantage of this, and they're going to hike the rent, just like they did before. So I think you need to reevaluate this, take this back to the board, and get more detailed. With all due respect, there's no detail put into this ordinance, and I think you guys need to get back to the board and redo it. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Jean Armstrong?
I'm sorry, I'll probably sound rambling because I've been writing and thinking and adding and subtracting and everything else. I am a property manager, okay? And I have 2 other property managers that work for me. We have to stay on top of these properties, and because we are responsible to our owners. And looking at this ordinance, okay, an inspection every 4 years. Okay, if they get an inspection every 4 years, they're paying $350 to $550 for that. They're paying for a septic inspection also every 4 years. That's $350 to $450. And then the $250 per year, so you can add $1,000 to that. So you'd say roughly $2,000 every 4 years that the owner has to put out for these inspections. You know where that's going to go? It's going to go straight to the tenant. Guaranteed. Okay? Because they feel that if they're going to do this, they're going to set a price that they want, and then they're going to add that onto it. So it's not pretty. Okay? And that's not all of it. Then when they get their home inspections and they submit them to be reviewed, that's $50. If there's anything in it that needs to be fixed, and then they have to go back and resubmit it, that's another $50. If they don't comply, okay, and they don't get it complied within the period of time, that's $250 plus another $50 per day. Feed to death, I'm telling you, okay? So these kind of things, you know, and this stuff was never mentioned, okay, in any of this presentation. Those others, those little fees, the $50 ones, they weren't mentioned, but they're there, okay? There's a lot there's a lot of properties that are up for rent, okay? There's rented, okay? There's not too many that are vacant anymore. And when people are, and the reason they're not for sale, not rent for rent anymore, it's because they've been sold. People are getting out of the rental business. This is going to drive more out, and it's going to put you in a situation of where we don't have as many rentals. So your 5,500 or 5,000 rentals in the city of Deltona, going down, definitely. So, you know, all of these revenues and everything else. There's a lot of this stuff that is covered by city ordinance. There was something that was some of these inspection, line item inspection things, like cracks. Well, excuse me, that's already covered. And it's you know, it's in code enforcement, I believe it is. And also, if you are requiring a tenant or an owner of a rental property to make sure that settling cracks are covered up, and right next door to them, there's a homeowner that has settling cracks too, and you're not requiring them to, what the heck? You know, this is like an unfair burden that is being put on somebody. I would recommend that this entire ordinance be sent back to quote-unquote committee for review and rewrite, and reach out to realtors that are property managers. We'll be glad.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Donald Hutchins, please. Donald Hutchins.
Good evening. Donald Hutchins. I've been a resident for 45 years, property manager for 40. I agree with what Jean just said. This needs to go back and be rewritten. Several of us, well, a few of us were at a meeting in 2014, went over the ordinance at that point. They moved it forward, but then they appealed it. This needs work, plain and simple. And back then, I told them I'd meet anytime, and I think others would do the same thing. I will say that as far as unpaid bills on the water, I've had a little problem trying to get information, and they claim privacy, to find out what balance is due when a tenant skips. So that's got to get worked out. If you want to try to blame the landlord, then you better get the water department to give more information to property managers. Because we don't own it, they won't give us the information. The 250 is not even worth talking about because it's ridiculous. The other concern is if the inspections and certifications and whatever else you want to call it delay getting a property rented, you're hurting a business. I don't know if that's, I hate to use the word legal or not, but it doesn't seem fair for sure. I do like the idea, and I did way back then, of having an additional contact. Okay, if, and I'm not picking on individual owners who handle the property themselves, but if you don't have a property manager, then I feel everybody should have a contact. You don't have to pay them, just a contact in case you if you take a vacation, they can't reach you. I remember several times there were violations on one of the rental properties, and they sent a letter to one of the owners who's in Canada, and by the time he got it, the 7 days were up. And so he was fined $250. If there's a local contact, that can all be avoided, and the problem get resolved faster. I really hope you will push this back to review. And if you want, like Jean says, if you want some of us property managers or whoever to attend the meetings, we'll be there. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Liz, how many more? Okay, we're going to need a motion, Commission, to extend the meeting for, I would say, until 11 o'clock.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Commissioner Sosa, yes. Also, Commissioner King? I know, it's a struggle. We're good. We have a majority. Okay. Okay, go on.
Cliff Foster, then Stephen Goldhurst, then J.S., then Tara DeErico. Cliff Foster, please. Aye.
Hi. So I too, like the gentleman before me, said that I bought my rental properties for a resident, for an income for later in life. I feel that you guys are giving us a double standard by picking on the landlords. Your charter talks about affordable housing, and yet you're going to push all these fees onto the landlords who are just going to pass them on to the tenants. Also, you make it sound like only the tenants are the ones that skip out on the water bill. If the water company is considered a business, then they should figure out their problem. I'm a small business owner. If I have a problem, I don't get to go call somebody else. I have to figure out why people aren't paying their bills. And I think you guys need to do the same thing. And let me just tell you a small story. You know, I have a rental property. Next door was a house that was run down. My tenant called me and said, there's rats coming from the house. So I went over there and looked at the house. I called code enforcement. I followed up with code enforcement, and what code enforcement said was, I can't go on that property. I'm not allowed. So I have a house, I have my house being affected by an owner not taking care of their house, and you guys are making it sound like just the landlords and the rental properties are all run down. I can tell you, you need to look again. We should go on a field trip and look at some of these houses and say, just like she said before, the house next door may have settling cracks, but I'm going to be penalized because I have settling cracks. That's a double standard, okay? And I think Deltona needs to go back and look at this. I mean, because if you're going to hold me accountable for somebody's water, you already get a deposit. Well, I'm going to add a lot more deposit to my renter to make sure that if they do skip, that I've got the money to pay it. Okay, so I don't know why. I mean, I agree, like Mr. Hutchins said, a registry is a great idea, and we've tried that in 2014, and for some reason it fell apart. I think that's a good idea because I do know there are landlords out of the country, but you have plenty of tools in your toolbox in code enforcement to do what you need to do. All right? If a tenant if the house is in shambles inside, they shouldn't stay, or they should call code enforcement, and it gets handled that way. Why pick on the landlords? So it's just something to think about. I think you need to send this back, scrap it all together, and start again. I think the registry is a good idea, but I don't think all these fees and the inspections and all this other stuff is going to help. I think you're barking up the wrong tree.
Thank you, sir.
Stephen Goldhurst, please.
I'm going to be really brief because thankfully a lot of you guys have addressed some of the concerns we all had tonight. I've been a landlord here in Deltona for almost 21 years coming up. And first I would encourage you to use the laws you have. Use code enforcement. Let them take care of the properties. I would love to have the opportunity to show you the before pictures to properties that I now own that were owned by residents. So it's not just the landlord issue. We're the ones actually cleaning them up. It would be bad business to run a house, to try to rent a house in the condition that we bought them in. I was here in 2014, and I had the opportunity to speak to the commission here and the commissioners, and they actually overturned their fee at that time. I called in 2007 when they put in the $20 fee with a concern that that fee would continue to go up. And sure enough, in 2014, it was going to $50. My concern was if you have no problem more than doubling a fee, At that point, we were headed towards $100. Well, you guys didn't let me down. You went right to $250, or you're trying to anyway. So the other thing I want to bring up is we're a big part of this community in terms of job creation and a part of the economy here. The people that Don Hutchins is actually my property manager, and we've had people in this town that we employ, painters, title companies, and on and on and on. And I think that you need to keep that in mind. Also, just remember that we already do pay a higher tax rate. So we are paying for that, and I hope you'll consider that when you do come up with a fee. Just to confirm, one other thing I heard tonight that nobody else has said is that when those fees were implemented, number one, I stopped donating money to organizations in town that I was donating to. I stopped spending some money in town that I was spending money here for, and I did move a big part of my business out of town, and I now have a bigger portfolio outside of Deltona than I do in Deltona. So we do pay attention, and we do vote with our dollars. And you know, we've had a great opportunity here. I also want to say one other thing before I go, and that is that last time I was here, I was bragging to everybody after the fact that whether I got what I wanted or not, I really got to be part of the democratic process, and I want to thank you for that. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
JS?
Unfortunately, I'm going to have to start off a little different than I had planned, because your current interim city manager, while she was standing up here with Ron Paradise, turned around, looked at me and said, "Kiss my ass," in front of witnesses. I think you'll hear from them. The other thing the next thing I want to bring up is something that you guys, this city has a huge problem with that you can't seem to wrap your heads around: discrimination. You can't figure out this discrimination of the disabled. You can't figure, who's the Title II coordinator? You don't know.
Sir, are you speaking on the rental?
Discrimination. You're trying to create another class of citizen. Now, is Halifax Village, are they going to be involved in this? Are they going to be, are they going to fall under this ordinance? Those people are going to be renting. You said the apartments weren't, so now we're talking about third-class citizens. You're talking about bringing that down third class. And the other thing is, you haven't thought about the Fourth Amendment violation, the 14th Amendment violation, Article 1, Section 23 of the Florida Constitution, and apparently none of you have ever read contract law, because you're trying to insert yourselves into a private contract, okay? Leasee, leaseor, that is a contract between two entities. Please tell me where in our Florida Constitution or laws allows for government to insert itself. As a matter of fact, I can tell you Article 1, Section 23 actually forbids that. But none of you people would know that because you don't read our Constitution. You cannot insert yourselves into a private contract. Then on top of it, now you want to force people to enter into a separate contract by having them, the leasee and the leaseor, engage together in the water bill. Have any of you ever read the Uniform Commercial Code? Are you familiar with Title 13, Title 18, Title 21 of the Uniform Commercial Code? Any of you? Show of hands? No. Because none of you know what the you're doing. You never have. You know, Anita tonight brings up the fact that, hey, we got these people out here that could really benefit from the food trucks. Oh, shit, we f***ed that up already. So we might have to, let's take a step back on that to screw up on the food trucks, because we have people out here. And by the way, it's just disgraceful that you're even trying to slide this in when half your city is underwater. Your residents are suffering with no power, underwater, and what are you trying to do? Pick their pockets. That's what you're trying to do. Reach in and take a little bit more. Violate private contracts so that you can take a little bit more. And then we have this one over here. Well, you know, we have to take from everybody else so we can take care of a few. We are a constitutional republic. We are not a socialist country. Thank you very much. So we do have private contracts in this country. We have a constitution that, that guarantees our rights. And all you people want to do is violate them. You did the same thing with the food trucks. Why did you have to have your fingers in the pie? Why? It was already run by the state, but you just had to touch it, didn't you? And now you can't feed people that are under fucking water.
Thank you, sir.
Tara D'Erico, Santiago Avila Jr., Brandy White, Roy Eisler. Tara?
Hey, good evening, everyone. Tara D'Erico, District 3. So first, as a homeowner myself, no one wants to live next to the house with cars parked on the lawn, piles of debris in the yard, or on the curb. No one wants to keep their property maintained and live next to the house who doesn't mow their lawn all season. However, we already have ordinances in place for all of these health and safety and blight issues. At the workshop, we heard that the intent of this is to provide safe living conditions for our renters, not to generate revenue. So I was very happy to hear many of you talk about making this revenue neutral, because with the current numbers, this is generating a significant amount of revenue. Imposing a $250 assessment per residential unit annually for the roughly 5,500 rental properties in Deltona creates an income stream of $1,375,000 per year. There's also an inspection review fee of $50, which generates an additional $275,000 a year. Additionally, and this is stated in the agenda, how can our 5-year city budget already account for the registration fees anticipated to be collected, which is roughly a total of $7,150,000 in 5 years, when this has not even been approved yet? And we've heard over and over that this is not intended to be a revenue stream. The bottom line is all of these additional expenses you are putting on property owners will, not might, not possibly, not some, but they will be defrayed to the renter, making it even more difficult, if not impossible, for folks to comfortably rent a home in Deltona. I don't disagree with holding owners of residential dwelling units accountable and responsible, but there are other ways to do this which does not put a financial burden on these property owners and their renters. Just also a couple of concerns with the ordinance itself that I would like you all to consider, hopefully, as you are rewriting this, is how many times have we suffered from lack of transparent and clearly defined documents and all facts? How many times have we heard being mindful about not putting the city in a blank check position? Section 36-7, the rental registration inspection section, there's item 10, which states, such other information as may be prescribed by the city. This is asking the residents and the property owners for a blank check. If there are requirements, state them. Don't make it subjective. Don't make it, we could just put something in there once we decide that it's pertinent. Also included is tenant listing shall be made available to the city upon request. Just curious why that is. How is it the city's business who is living in my home? I can understand, wanting to make sure that if a home is built safely to accommodate 5 people, 6 people, you don't have 15 people living in there, but then just ask for the number of occupants. There's no need to do that overreach. And then lastly, this definitely needs to be revised. And I am happy to collaborate and act as a thought partner. We heard a lot of folks that are much more expert in this area than we are, that have volunteered their services, that are willing to collaborate and be thought partners. And I would really like to see our city get better about leveraging the resources that are available to us. Thank you all very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
Santiago Avila Jr., please.
Good evening, Santiago Avila, Deltona, Florida. So we're now looking into not only making a second tier of residents in the city, we are continuing to convince potential business people that want to have a venture in our city to not come. So instead of continuing to be a city on a move, we're continue to be like super a city that's not friendly to businesses. I read our constitutions, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. There is absolutely no asterisks after any of that. I am a renter myself, okay? I choose to be a renter, as a matter of fact. And I can tell you, I've lived in Deltona for just a little bit over 15 years, and I'd lived in 3 different houses. Not a single one of those property owners have been slumlords. I would caution you guys to also know that the state of Florida has protections for renters when they are dealing with slumlords. I know this because I also go to Tallahassee and I lobby our legislators so we can continue to have these protections. Let's call this what it is. This is just another tax, honestly. In the middle of a moment where our country is facing high inflation, high gas prices, a lot of other stuff, in the midst of a crisis that we are actually in. I know some of you have been on boats to get to residents, handing out sandbags, but to sit here and play this garbage, while I know renters are literally with water up to close to their roofs, it's disgusting. They can't come here to give their opinion because some of them don't even have light. They can't take a decent shower. Why are we doing this? You know how embarrassing it was? The little fiasco we saw earlier when we have potential people that want to make our city better. And we saw that. Great job, Heidi. Let's continue to create our image. And I'm singling you out because if I say anybody else, you're going to say, sir. What's going to happen next? I used to not have a child, but our property still was charged a fee by the school board to pay for kids. Are we now going to start singling out people that do have kids and charge them a little bit extra because they have kids to pay for our schools? I hate to come here to give you guys a lecture. I'm not your parent. You guys are all adults. You guys have. Sometimes I wonder if you have common sense, but I'm sure that you guys do. Try to use it. We could have stopped this meeting after the hurricane update and say, you know what, guys, let's continue this in a week or two. Right now, what's important is making sure we fix what's happening right now with our residents who can't be right here. I am extremely ashamed right now because instead of coming together as a community, we have to sit here and play this BS. I'm not going to even say have a good night.
Thank you, sir.
Our next mayor.
Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona. You guys already know how I feel about the fact we're even having any of these conversations tonight after what we've been through this week. But I do want to touch base on a few things. I noticed up here you have 3 ordinances listed, but in your information to the public, you failed to mention 2013. Small minor, but I just want to bring that point up because what I also don't see is after the sentence, the 2014 ordinance was quickly repealed after 4 months of adoption. I failed to see the sentence that explains why. If you've already tried something a few times and it's failed, what I want to hear as a resident is what failed and what you're doing to prevent it from failing again so you're not just throwing away our money again. In addition, though that state statute, what I'm going to request is before you go any further, after all the public has spoken, I would like legal to explain what section of that contract they're referring to that states that it is indeed okay to do. And I ask that for a specific reason. Maybe the water department fails to remember who I am from back then, but this happened to me. I wasn't a renter. I'm a homeowner. My dad rented somewhere here in this city. When he left, he used my address as a forwarding address so that he could get the water bill. My next water bill had his bill attached to mine. Of course, I went down there because I'm not responsible for his bills. He's never lived in my home. I never lived in his rental property. Yet this city attached his bill to mine. I can tell you it didn't happen and I didn't pay it, and they quickly fixed that because it's not legal. Second thing that came to mind is I see here it says this consultant. Oh, Consultants, yes. So I'm reading what they're going to be responsible for, and come on, people, Excel spreadsheet. 5,500 homes. I've managed Excel spreadsheets with 55,000 entries. It's still not difficult. And we're talking 5,500? You're telling me y'all need to spend $465,000 a year to manage something like that? Between 2 staff members and a consulting agency? I swear to you, I will do it for free. I will make a registry. I will do the work. And y'all can save the $465,000 waste of space, because seriously, it's an Excel spreadsheet. It can be filtered by any type of category you want. If you need to narrow it down by the left field, the right side of the city, the left side, you filter it. It's super easy. In addition, the cost that we were given was based on if all 5,500 homes participated. History shows that's never happened, ever. So in fact, we probably won't make a profit. We'll eat some more again. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Roy Eisler, and then Michael Beckman, then Yarlis Navis, and Elbert Bryant. Roy Eisler, please.
Hello, everyone. I live right over here off Joliet. And my question to Ron is, I don't know your last name, sorry, just I hear everybody call you Ron. It's Ron, right?
That's correct, yes, sir.
In your study, how many of the abatements were homeowners? Not rentals, but homeowners. How many abatements have the city done on homeowners?
Excuse me, sir. Can you just hang on? I'm sorry. We're going to just stop this
Okay.
timer. Can we please have a side discussion there? We can't understand what this gentleman is saying.
My time's still running.
Sir.
Can we reset
That's
the
fine.
clock?
I'll let you go over 10 seconds. Keep going. I'm timing it.
Okay, so that's my
I'm
question, Mayor, is how many are homeowners? And why is it that we're instituting fees for, obviously, there's homeowners out there that are causing this problem, abatements. Why are we making landlords pay for 100% of the problem? It's discriminatory, and you can't figure it out. Why? In my opinion, based on everything that I've heard, this whole thing needs to be abolished and just stop and not do it. You have ordinances on the books that allow you to enforce it. Landlords are already paying more in taxes if they are an issue. And you have a Florida statute that protects your tenants. So when you got a commissioner saying, oh, we need to protect these people, they have protection under Florida Statute 83, tenant landlord statute. If they don't like what's going on, if they need a repair, they put in a notice to cure. It's a 7-day notice to the landlord. You do that cure, the landlord doesn't fix it, you fix it, take it off the rent, and then you take it and you pay the landlord the balance. That's legal. That's what you do. You don't need to insert yourself in the landlord's contract and the tenant's contract and make the landlord do this stuff. It's unfair and it's discriminatory. Septic usage. You talk about adding these inspections. Well, it's really related to usage. You call any septic company, if you only got one person living in a 3-bedroom house with a 400 square foot drain field and they're using 1,000 gallons a month, you don't have to have it inspected every 4 years. You don't have to have it pumped. I haven't had mine pumped for 13 years I've been there. It doesn't need to be inspected. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous to even think about it. Water. Okay, I just sold a piece of property. The owner of the property is not responsible for the water bill. Call the title company. They know the statute. You can't make them pay it. Your own water company gave the title company the verbiage for it. So there was a water bill there that was existing from a former tenant. I didn't have to pay it. Why are you trying to make landlords pay it? It's illegal. I'd like a definition of what an absentee landlord is. Because I live here. I'm a landlord. I live here. I manage my properties. I'm not absentee. You going to make me pay all these fees? I'm right here. I do all my management. I do my own stuff with all my properties. And they're nicer properties than some of the people who live next door that are homeowners. Much nicer. So again, I think this whole thing just needs to go away.
Thank you, sir.
Michael Beckman.
Good evening, everybody. Michael Beckman. I've lived here in Deltona and the West Volusia area since 1970. Seen the city go through a lot of different things. I have to applaud the people from the public works and stuff because they're doing yeoman's work. They truly are. So I just wanted to give a shout out to them. I've bought well over 1,000 residential properties here in the Deltona area over my 30-year career as a broker. Everything from foreclosures to tax deeds to private sales. We're the ones that clean up Deltona. We're the ones that put major investments, as one of the commissioners noted. I still have rental units in here. You know, some of the comments that were made that when foreclosures go through the process, it's a legal process. All the liens that are noticed and recorded in the public records get thrown onto the foreclosure or onto the tax deed, and they get recouped by the city. The city, when you sell a property through a title company, there's lien searches done now through municipal lien searches, and the title company won't, you know, commence with the sale of that property until those liens are recorded, because the mortgage companies don't want to eat them either. So the lobby for the mortgage companies have bigger, you know, influence over people like you that put these fees on people. Charge bigger deposits for the water. Have the water companies collect larger deposits. If they have bad credit, run a credit check on them. That's what I do. If a tenant has bad credit, I'm going to charge them more for it. Fees are another form of tax, and I'm not going to pay them. I'm going to pass them directly on to the tenant, and I don't work for free, and I'm expensive. I charge those costs that I have to administer this stuff. You know, so there's a lot of things going on with this ordinance. I don't necessarily support it. I don't necessarily, you know, dislike it either. You know, the registry thing, yeah, okay, make it reasonable in a cost issue. You know, but tenants sometimes. I've had to go after tenants for non-compliance of rents. Tenants also have a choice also. They can move out of bad units and leave the landlord that's in that bad unit high and dry. They don't have to stay in the slumlord places. They choose to because either they have bad credit, they don't take care of the place, or the landlord can't necessarily get them out. So think of this disaster of an ordinance. Redo it, come back to it, and something that's more reasonable to us, all the other real estate people that invest millions, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. I've lived here since 1970 when there were 1,800 people here. I've seen it grow up. I still live in West Volusia. I have rental properties here that are better than most homeowners. Don't penalize us because we will leave. We truly will leave. I don't want to come to a place that's anti-realtor, anti-flipper, whatever you want to call us. We're not the bad guys. Please remember that. We are not the bad guys. We're here to help. A lot of people have offered a lot of help. I'm willing to help, but don't make us the scapegoats. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Relish Novice, please.
Hello. I just want to read this really quick. It says personal attacks on commissioner, members, city staff, or members of the public are not allowed and will be ruled out of order by the mayor. So that lady over there turning around and saying, kiss my ass, should not be allowed. And she should be ruled out of order. We're paying her $1 million to be here to turn around and call a resident, kiss my ass. What about if I call you bitch? Will you like that? Right? No, right? Okay, so we need to be respectful.
Point of order. Do you have a comment on the rental ordinance?
I have a comment on the rental order.
Thank you.
But I needed to point that out because that is really, really, really ridiculous. It's absolutely insane. I am a renter. All of you guys know that. When I was having issues with my parking, my landlord got all the emails, got all the messages, got everything. So why are we doing this? We already have a way of the renters and the landlords to communicate with the city. So I don't understand. Like everybody says, the house right across the street from me, it was a homeowner. That house was terrible, absolutely terrible. And 90% of the houses that are terrible are part of the TNR. We can go around hide if you want to, because we have brought that before. I have brought that before. So if we're gonna penalize people, because all of this is gonna come down to us. I have an amazing relationship with my landlord, but he's an 86-year-old person that half of the people here are saying they have these houses for their retirement. They don't have these houses to like live in the Bahamas or going every year to like, I don't know, Dubai and spend millions of dollars. They don't make millions of dollars. They make enough for their retirement. And we're gonna penalize these people when we already have all this ordinance. So I really don't understand. I think all of this should be thrown away. And being here, it's crazy. I spent 3 days with no light, nobody, absolutely nobody call me. The fire department didn't even do a check, and I'm registered with the special needs shelter. Nobody went and checked on my son. But we are here trying to pinpoint and penalize and single out and saying that people that rent are the bad guys and the big bad wolf, and the city is awful because of all of us. When there's people out there in their houses flooded. Thanks to you guys that keep voting on more and more development. So continue to do what you're doing, and I hope you go to sleep very good tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
Albert Bryan, please.
Wow. And y'all say I'm loud. Wow. Okay. Let me see here. I'm on the fee page here. $250 a year. Nah, that's maybe a little excessive. I mean, that's borderline insanity, but, you know, it's okay. When we get down here, you know, it says $50 just to inspect a piece of freaking paper. Somebody's going to the house doing an inspection. They bring a piece of paper to y'all, and you want $50 to look at that piece of paper. That's interesting to me. Can I have that job, by the way? I mean, hell, I think that's wonderful. Now, a 4-year cycle for an inspection, that's kind of debatable as well. I could go 6. But 4 year, that's a little iffy. That's a little close, you know, to what I call insanity again. And then I notice we have, fines for all this insanity. What are we saying fines? If we don't have an NOV being issued? What the flock? That's my November, so every November, if it's not issued, you're going to fine these people $250? That's interesting. But now, in a little bit more serious note, if you take these people to special magistrate, you're going to charge them $100. What do you charge citizens to take them to special magistrate? Do you charge, if you I violate your code and you take me to special magistrate, are you charging me $100? I don't remember that. And I've been 3 times in front of him. Oh, that's right, because the guy that used to sit in your seat retaliated against me. That's interesting. Now, at the end of the day, when you look at this, I think it's not outlandish to do, because we want to make sure that our renters are being properly given a decent place to live. We want landlords to be, overseeing their property proper-like. So, in all reality, a mission like this shouldn't be this overburdensome, though. Because what you're doing at the end of the day, if somebody's paying $2,000 rent a month, you're adding possibly another $150 to that per month. Because you heard the guy earlier, he said he don't work for free. And I hate to tell you, I won't work for free either. So I can understand that. I really can. But when y'all look at this stuff and you want $50 just to look at a freaking inspection, really? I think that's considered gouging. That's kind of like Publix charging $8 for a big old bottle of water the other day. I mean, water, comes out of our springs in Florida. I mean, yeah, okay. But anyhow, you're going to have landlords looking at you cross-eyed at the end of the day when you do this. I say, send it back to this man and whoever the new manager is going to be, and have them really look at this thing with a microscope, because if you don't, I think Mr. Fowler's wish is going to come true. Remember, he always says, sue me.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, that closes public comments.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Ramos?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The more I sit here and I listen, we talk about accountability, and I think the intention of all this was about accountability and a rental registration. And it just seems that somehow in that process, we've complicated it. So I totally agree. It needs to go back. Let's keep it simple. Let's keep it simple, because I think with all these fees here and there, we're just complicating the issue and make it, and again, I remember the original thought for this was we weren't able to get to the landlords, and we needed a way to be able to communicate. And how we thought about was having these landlords register, pay a fee, and then that way, if something happens, we can reach out to the landlords. So I think we've overcomplicated this. Let's keep it simple. It's a rental registry that we're trying to look for. And I make a motion that we just send this back.
Second. But wait, there's a...
Oh, perfect. Sorry.
Okay.
I take away my motion.
No, I don't rescind.
You're good? Okay, we're going to go down the list of those people that want to speak. Vice Mayor, Commissioner Bradford, Commissioner McCool, and then I'd like to say a few words before we wrap this up.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question for Ron. Something that was mentioned, one of the comments from a property manager. So if I have 10 homes and it's being managed by property manager, don't they have the power of attorney to take over whatever problems and issues the city has against one of my properties? Or do you still have to go through the property owner?
We still would go through that after the property owner.
Is there a way to go around that the property managers have?
For code compliance, the city's going to always, deal with the property owner. Now, the property manager may have a power of attorney to represent that landowner with regard to that code compliance case.
Okay.
Commissioner Bradford?
And that was another thing I was going to comment on. So do we have a standard form where a property owner can come in and give the property management the authority to act on that behalf, or in the means of giving, both property manager and property owner notifications? Because the concern is out of state, and, Commissioner Ramos is right. This was brought up, I believe, even 4 years ago. We discussed the need for having a registry, and the need for the registry was more so if you leave a notice on, if code enforcement leaves a notice on a rental property, the chance of the landlord seeing that CE that in violation, I'm going to say is pretty slim to none until it gets out of hand. So I think for us, the means of putting the registry together was so we knew that was a rental property. So if code enforcement went there, yes, a notice was left on there, but that property owner or property manager was as well notified that there was a notice left. That was the main intent when I had originally brought it up 4 years ago, why we needed to have this registry. Just like they're saying, the list of the items that are on that checklist is absolutely, I'm going to say, overboard. I don't think we meant it to be a, 250-point checklist. I think we meant it more as a keeping blight out of the neighborhood. I wouldn't mind seeing even a landlord or the property manager, who's ever in charge of that, being done, being charged for a business tax receipt. And then could we not utilize our existing BTR database to keep track of these business tax receipts for the residential properties? What did we use the last time we did a BTR for landlords? Because I believe it was 3 or 4 years ago, there was actually landlords were given BTRs.
I don't think it was a BTR, that it was just a registration fee that came in, but I do not know for sure.
Okay, because I remember we specifically had to go and on 2 properties and get a BTR. I believe it was a business tax receipt, but it was specifically just for rental property, and I want to say it was like $25. And I'll be honest, at the time, I was like, what is this? Well, when I find out that I had somebody hiding notices for me, that's when I was like, whoa, 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 when do I get a notice? Well, we don't have you on file, so therefore we don't know. So that was the main goal that I had. And then I believe we had, the area blight coming up, where we had some tenants living in absolute feces-bound places, which, like you said, they are protected under Article 83. I am in favor of sending this back. I know I don't have a vote, but I have an obligation to protect the residents and the businesses. And in my own opinion, this needs to go back, and it needs to be, I guess the best word, dummied down and simplified.
You good?
I am good.
Okay, before Commissioner McCool makes her motion, I'd like to say a few words. In 2014, I remember that discussion. It was a $25 fee, and it was done because in the past, when there was a code violation on a rental home, the city did not notify the landlord. The city gave the code violation to the renter. And 9 times out of 10, it's exactly what happened in the circular file. It never got passed on. And it's one thing when it's a parking issue. It's another thing when it becomes an animal control issue, when you have dogs at large and you have a public safety issue. It becomes, the only thing the city notified the actual property owner on is when it was a structural issue. It was an actual physical issue. If the garage door was off, if there was a crack, if there were broken windows, and the city at that point notified the property owner. But anything else was just given to the tenant. And that was very, very problematic because in the end, the property owner can't be liable if they never are aware of the problems that are created by someone living in their house. For example, and correct me if I'm wrong from a legal standpoint, if you say no dogs in your rental and somebody decides to move in with 3 dogs and breed them or whatever, and the dog gets out, and the dog's at large, and the dog owner just gets the notification, the property owner never does, happens again. One day the dog bites somebody, and the person that gets bitten wants to sue, and the renter leaves and wants to sue the property owner. The property owner was never notified of a problem. The property owner was never notified that there was a citation given to a renter. So every citation that's given to a property should be given to the property owner. At least an attempt should be. And at that point, that's why there was an attempt to have a registry. We had a rental registry. And then at one point, it was said it's too cost prohibitive in the city. There was not enough revenue generated at $25 a house, Commissioner Bradford, like you had, that was going to bring in enough money to support the staff member or 2 that had to manage that. And so it was said it was not a financially feasible thing, let's eliminate it. That was what happened, I believe, in 2014. And so when I look at this item was brought forth months and months and months ago, and it was labeled as a revenue stream. It was placed in the budget, not this year and not next year, but starting in 2023, that we would have $1.2 million or whatever everyone's calculations are in revenue. And it was calculated like that, and it was put in the budget. Part of our budget in 2023 was based on the fact that we would have this income. For me, it's very speculative when you base a budget on something where you don't even have an ordinance passed yet. I can't support any type of tie to the water company from a property owner requiring to be on anything, a rental, a renter's bill. I just can't support that at all, and I won't. Talking about property managers and everything else that we've talked about today, the intent, as Commissioner Ramos said, for this ordinance, for me, was to have a registry of rentals so that if there is a problem, we have a point of contact. Because a lot of the time, if you will look on the property appraiser and you want to see who is a property owner of 123 Oak Street, and how to get in contact with that person, they're registered right at that house. You don't have a contact. Some of the landlords have their own or their company and so forth listed on the property appraiser. But there was one time that there were 6 different properties, and the property owner of all those properties had a different address. If this was Oak Street, it was listed as, another Maple Street. And you went around to try to find out how to actually contact the property owner where there was a problem. And the house was being sublet at that time to multiple different people, which was causing all sorts of parking issues and everything else, not to mention septic tank issues. So the point of that originally was to have a point of contact for the city should there be problems, no matter what those problems are. If they were problems that a tenant was causing or that a landlord was not taking care of. Because I agree with the commissioners. I've seen houses, and I've been in them, where it's a really, really bad situation. And who's at fault there is a toss-up. So I can't support this at all as it stands. The fee, the ties to the water company, and the layers and layers of fees on top of that. I understand the intent, but I cannot support what is presented here. I won't support it, and I apologize for Ron and Marcia and Richard and everyone that worked hard on this, but this cannot be a revenue generator as a sole source item and have layers upon layers of fees that cause more and more. You're just building upon inspection and a fee and this and that. We have a lot of these things already in the code. We have a lot of these problems already that we can address through code violations if they're really that bad. And the main thing is to have a registry and to give those tenants that have problems in their rental homes a chance to have those addressed. So Commissioner McCool, you wanted to go then?
Yes, ma'am. I'm ready to make a motion here, and then we can move forward from that. The motion that I propose states, I hereby make a motion to send Ordinance 2022 back to staff for amendment and to include striking landlord requirements to join tenant with water deposit, to consult with area property management companies regarding compliance requirements, to matching homeowner standards, to explore revenue neutral solutions, and to bring back a fee schedule not punitive but revenue neutral to offset any cost associated with abatement of rental property and of maintaining a rental registry.
Okay, motion has been made by Commissioner McCool. Is there a second for that motion? No one has a desire to second that motion? Please. Okay, the motion dies for a lack of a second.
Madam Mayor, may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I'm looking at a wonderful group in the audience of property managers and landlords. And I think they would be an awesome group if we could get a few of those to work with staff on putting a committee together to write something that would work.
That's what the motion said. That's what the motion asked, that it be sent back to staff to include striking landlord requirements to join water deposit, to consult with the area property management companies. It specifically said that.
I can't second it, Dana. I'm abstaining.
Okay, I want clarity there that that's what that said.
Okay. But
Thank
I
you.
think we've got a group right there, maybe less than a.
That's what I said.
Madam Mayor, I would like to just withdraw the ordinance. And then we've seen people that have appeared this evening that if anybody ever wants us to do this again, which I really don't have any wish to do it again, but anyway, that, we have some people in the community that we can consult on these matters. But at this point, I think I would like to withdraw and save this for when you have an interim manager and if you want to put it back on your list with a number of other issues.
Okay, thank you, Marcia. I have Commissioner Sosa and then Vice Mayor, and then we'll make a decision on the withdrawal.
Marcia,
Commissioner Sosa?
how many hours do you have in this?
Too many. Way too many. But if this was not my idea, I was directed to write this, so.
I understand, but we had a workshop, and all this came up in the workshop, and we just kept going.
I know, because.
I mean, we didn't, just say, hey, we want a registry. I mean, now we've wasted more time, right? I mean, I'm not blaming you.
No,
I'm just saying we did have a workshop.
I agree, but there was a desire, a revenue component to this that, I wasn't a part of it. And I agree with all the comments that have been made. I mean, we worked really hard on it. We did look at others. We didn't just dream this up, one late night. But all I'm saying is I don't think there's any purpose in sending it back to us at this point, because I think it needs to be reevaluated from the standpoint, do you really want it? Do you really need it? I mean, I think there's a number of issues.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to just send it back for revision and go over with the input, just going back and looking over these figures again. Okay, I withdraw my motion. So
I think, Vice Mayor, the motion probably would have died for lack of a second as well. I think there's a need for a registry. I think there's a need for just a registry for contact, points of contact, because I think that's going to benefit everyone. Because as a landlord, if you don't know if something starts going on at your property wouldn't you want to be notified if you don't have a property manager, if you're not in the area? That definitely, there's a need, in my opinion. That's me. But I don't know that there's a need for this layer upon layer of investment. So would you like another motion to withdraw? Or do we need to do a
I think
motion?
I can just withdraw it.
You can withdraw it?
Yes, and that's what I would prefer to do. We have so much on our plate right now with everything that's happened that I would say this will maybe pretty far down the line with regard to priority for the future.
Okay. No. Are we good? She doesn't need a motion, so we'll withdraw. Commissioners, are we in agreement with having it withdrawn at this point? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone, for your input, and now we will make item.
Marcia, does this still need to be turned in?
You want to go to D, or do you want to address Ms.
Okay,
Cooper?
I would like to make a quick pause. It's 5 after 11. I'd like to extend for another 30 minutes, please, commissioners. Oh, we will. Don't worry. We'll go through. We'll get to you. You've been very patient, sir. Yes? Commissioner McCool? Yes, yes. Commissioner Bradford, Vice Mayor? Okay. Okay, we will extend for another 30 minutes. Marcia and commissioners, I don't know if you're amenable to this, but item F, no, item...
It's the Haney case.
Yes, this is item 8A, new business. Are you opposed at all that we move forward with this item? She has been here for hours and hours and hours on this item. You okay? Commissioners? Yes, okay. Mr. Paradise, we'll go to right now item 8A, request for consideration of request from attorney Kim Booker representing landowner and contract purchaser for a reduction of fine and release from foreclosure for property located at 1365 Indian Rock Court. Mr. Paradise.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the commission, Ron Paradise, Community Services for the record. The property at 1365 Indian Rock Court has been, how shall I say, a perennial code compliance challenge for over 10 years. The ownership has been, unresponsive to attempts to contact them and to rectify the situation, otherwise take care of the property. Through the years, it's amassed over $70,000 in fines and abatements. The city did undertake a foreclosure action.
Our first one.
Yeah, we did undertake a foreclosure action that did generate some interest on the part of the underlying landowner. The underlying landowner has agreed to sell the property to another party, and what those parties did was come and approach the city about managing the fine on the property, and with the intent of having this property fixed up, otherwise rectified, put back on the market, and knowing that there was going to be a change to, how should I say, maybe a more responsive ownership. The recommendation is that there be a reduction of fines to $40,000. That $40,000 figure covers all the abatement costs the city's invested in this property and the legal fees that were invested in the foreclosure. And I'd be happy to field any questions you all may have with regard
Commissioner
to this.
McCool.
Absolutely. I just want to get this straight here. See if I've checked out mentally or what. Abatements total to date, $4,518.51. The property has been addressed by the special magistrate 8 times and has amassed $67,800 in special magistrate fines. So may I ask you, when you say in special magistrate fines, are those fines that the special magistrate has handed out, or is that expenses incurred by the special magistrate?
All the above.
All the above, okay? So the actual contractor cost of the abatements are $1,136.75. Yes?
Say that again, I'm sorry, I was.
The actual contractor cost of the abatement, the contractor cost that's to have the property abated.
Yes, it's just $4,500. And again, this $40,000 recaptures the city investment in staff time, special magistrate time, and legal fees.
So if $40,000 captures that, there's a $72,000 in fines and abatements.
Yeah, the balance includes the amount of fines, and it also includes the interest on those fines as well, and everything else, and the abatements, which I think accrue at 18%. So it's a pretty healthy rate of return there.
And we also had a bad roof and a number of things that the buyer wanted to fix. And we were worried that we were in hurricane season. We were trying to get this done as quickly as possible because those folks in that neighborhood have had to live with this house for a very long period of time.
Years and years.
So this property sits on the golf course?
It does, yes.
Yeah, okay. And I noticed that over over the years, 10 years, 8 years, we're trying to contact the owner, yeah?
Yeah.
Can you tell me why the owner, or can whoever is here on behalf of, why was the owner never contacted? I'm just asking.
I don't know.
Yeah.
When I was doing the foreclosure, we had to chase her down. I mean, Debbie actually served her in a casino.
So does she still own the property, or does the bank own the property?
She's got a contract for sale.
So she still owns the property?
Technically, she still owns the property, but there's a contract for sale. If this is approved by the city commission, they will close, and that owner will be history, as far as ownership of this property.
And so I'm going to assume that when the owner sells this property, okay, after the fines are paid, right, out of this, they will get the proceeds of the sale of the property after this, right?
Yeah, I do not know what the details of that real estate
Well, I'm
contract
going to assume that the owner of the home is selling this, and will be receiving proceeds after the sale of this and after the fines, right?
I'm going to defer that to the applicant.
Okay, can I understand that, please? I'm asking, is the owner receiving proceeds after the...
I can't tell you exactly how much the owner is receiving.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if they're
primarily the
receiving
investor.
proceeds. Okay.
And the investors agreed to pay a portion of this fee, hence why I was hired to try to negotiate the fee amount. This is, as you indicated, there's a substantial amount of interest and fines in this. All of the costs, which are indicated of the $4,518, the $1,136.75 are the cost of the city. There's a substantial amount in fines, and this is an opportunity for the property to be improved. And because this particular investor is also willing to agree to try to do some of these things within 30 days to get the property cleaned up, the investor isn't asking for a reduction to $5,000. They're asking for a reduction of $40,000, which substantially pays the city back for any costs that were involved. And generally, a code enforcement fine is to encourage people to clean up their property.
And that didn't work, did it, so well for us, right?
Well, I'm here to just try to get a new owner in the property, which will greatly benefit the city. If this isn't approved, then they won't close on it, and you can continue to deal with the problem. I don't have a personal thing in this fight, but I do think it would benefit the city to have it cleaned up, have an investor that will get in there and clean it right up and put a new roof on it and do all the renovations. And they have committed to doing that by closing by October 17th. So it's a pretty quick turnaround.
you know what, I say this under duress about this, that I'm so conflicted at this juncture, because now this is what we're talking about. The reason that we have, you know, whether it be a homeowner or anyone, is to collect the fines, because the work has been done on this. There's a reason that there's interest, and I understand the breakdown in this here, but I'm saying, for me, $50,000, you know, but I am not for $40,000. I'm sorry, but we've, you know what I mean? There's interest there for a reason. That's to discourage people from letting the property get this way. So that's my...
The property is...
I'm getting more frustrated talking about it, so I'm just saying that
it's not in good condition, for sure.
So $50,000 is fine for this commissioner, but not $40,000. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Bradford and then Commissioner Sosa.
Ron, again, let's reiterate, the $40,000 totally covers the costs that the city has incurred with the property, correct?
Hiring contractors to abate the site, all the staff time, and legal, and the special magistrate overhead.
Okay. You know, so here's what we look at. Luckily for the person who owns this, they have an awesome investor who's not only going to pay $20,000 in fines that he literally gets no ROA back on. Okay, $20,000 being put back into a house, on which I'm throwing $20,000. You said he's paying half the fees, so I'm guessing he's given $20,000. So for an investor to put $20,000 on something that he doesn't really get to enhance the beauty of the house is actually huge for an investor to do. And it gets, I'm sure that neighborhood right now is praying that we make a motion to accept this and get this blight removed.
And we also have a roof that's caving in, too.
Right, so there's a lot more to it. You know, it's a hazard to the neighborhood, it's blight. This again goes to thank you to all our investors into the city for coming in and helping us out on this. I hereby move to uphold the staff on August 31st, 2022 Special Magistrate William E. Reichman Jr. recommendations to reduce the fine for 1365 Indian Rock Court to $40,000 from $72,318.51. Predicated on the following. There shall be a real estate closing on or before October 17th, 2022. The city shall be paid the $40,000 as part of the closing as per the contract between Dolores Hanen, and hopefully I said that right, Hanen, and YNU Investments LLC. After closing, city staff will drop the foreclosure case. Permits for rehabilitation, including a roof, will be pulled within 30 days of closing. Can I add to that? 30 days. Number 4, permits for rehabilitation including a roof will be pulled within 30 days of closing and finalized within 45 days. Meaning, I don't want a permit for that roof pulled and that roof sitting there for 6 months. The pool will be drained and otherwise made secure 30 days of closing. The interim city manager has authority to make corrections of Scribner errors and the like. Is 15 days adequate time to put a roof on when it generally takes 2 days?
It should be. It's just the hurricane situation. That's the only thing that would just concern me a little bit about it.
Would you say 60 is adequate?
Oh, yeah. I think so. I mean, they have...
Staff, are you good with 60 days?
Yes, ma'am.
So then let's move that to 60 days to be understanding of the hurricane.
Okay. Motion is on the floor. Is there a second to accept the $40,000? And the only thing in the changing in the motion is adding a 60-day caveat that the roof needs to be put on within 60 days of the permit. Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez. Commissioner Sosa, were you on the board? No? You're good? Okay, is there anyone from the public that wanted to speak on this item?
JS, please.
Now, I don't know when these fines and or liens were put on this house, but I will remind this commission that there was a period of time from 2012 through 2018, when you had an illegitimate special magistrate. And I'll be more than happy to provide the paperwork that I've got from the city to any of the attorneys, because I'd love to see this settled in a court of law instead of by an attorney that goes, it's okay, we can do what we want. You guys expect everybody else to follow the law except you. You had a motion way back when, and it read very specifically, you were going to institute a special magistrate, and you were going to continue that by continuing resolution every single year. The city failed. Your city manager, whoever his responsibility it was to put that on the agenda, or the city commission to go and say, we need this on the agenda, you failed for 5 years. And guess what? When you screw up, you have to live with the consequences of your screw up. Now, most of the people on this commission weren't here then. They weren't part of it, or a lot of them. But there are some who were. If you screwed up, you have to live with the consequences of that. You created a legally binding motion. You voted on it, you passed it. Way back when, the city did. And then you just simply failed to do your job for 5 years. Well, anybody that got fines or liens in that 5 years needs to be coming forth and suing the city. So you might want to consider that before you add any value other than $0.
Thank you, sir.
Close public comments.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Bradford, a second by Vice Mayor Avila Vasquez, and we, do you want to read the motion, Joyce, please?
Motion read to uphold the staff in August, move to uphold the staff in August 31st, 2022 Special Magistrate William E. Reichman Jr.'s recommendation to reduce the fine for 1365 Indian Rock Court to $40,000 from $72,318.51, predicated on the following. 1, there shall be a real estate closing on or before October 17th, 2022. The city shall be paid the $40,000 as part of closing as per the contract between Dolores Haney and YNU Investments, LLC. 3, after closing, city staff will drop the foreclosure case. 4, permits for rehabilitation, including a roof, will be pulled within 30 days of closing and finalized within 60 days. And 5, the pool will be drained and otherwise made secure 30 days of closing. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of scrivener's errors and the like.
Just out of clarification, that 60 days was for the roof to be finalized.
The roof, right.
The roof, not the entire rehab.
The roof.
Okay.
Okay, may we vote, please? And the motion passes 5-2. Now we'll move back up to item D, which is a public hearing, ordinance number 21-2022, extending the temporary moratorium on requests to increase density entitlements for detached single-family development projects 3 extra months from December 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023 at first reading. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services. As the title read by the mayor, this is a request to extend our moratorium from the original sunset date of December 31st to March 31st. All the terms of the existing moratorium will remain in place. And again, it's just an extension to March 31st, 2023.
Commissioners, do you have any questions on this? Seeing none, is there anyone from the public that signed up to speak on this, Liz?
No, Mayor.
Okay, that closes the public comment portion. Commissioner Bradford.
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 21-2022, extending the temporary moratorium on requests to increase density entitlements for detached single-family development projects 3 extra months from December 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023. At first and scheduled A second and final hearing for October 17, 2022. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections to Scrivener errors and the like.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner Bradford, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Can we read the ordinance, please?
Ordinance number 21-2022, an ordinance of the City of Deltona, Florida, pursuant to Ordinance 12-2022, Section 2, Moratorium. A, the City Commission may extend the moratorium one time for a period not to extend 90 days, declaring and implementing a temporary moratorium until April 1, 2023, upon a finding that the problems giving rise to the need of a temporary moratorium still exist. Number 2, reasonable progress is being made in carrying out the specific goals of the city set forth herein. And 3, that the extension is needed to adequately address the land use zoning issues facing the city. Implementation of this process remains the same as to the acceptance, processing, and consideration of applications for any new rezoning, resulting in a request for an increase of density beyond existing zoning entitlements to facilitate a detached dwelling on an individual lot development pattern throughout all of Deltona, requiring the Commission to initiate extensive community scoping, envisioning, reviewing of the city's comprehensive plan and land development regulations, providing for a non-codification, conflicts, severability, and effective date, reading by title only.
Thank you. May we vote, please? Yes, go ahead and reread the motion.
I hereby move to approve ordinance number 21-2022, extending the temporary moratorium on requests to increase density entitlements for detached single-family development projects 3 extra months from December 31st, 2022 to March 31st, 2023 at first reading, and schedule a second and final hearing for October 17th, 2022. The interim city manager has the authority to make corrections of Scrivener's errors and the like.
Okay, may we vote, please? Motion passes 7-0. Next item up is E, public hearing, resolution number 2022-28, acceptance of the final plat SD 22-0009 Island Walk South. Mr. Paradise.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Commission. Ron Paradise, Community Services. This is a decision about a plat acceptance, resolution number 2022-28 for the Island Walk South project that was approved by the City Commission as part of the 3 Island Lake South Residential Plan Unit Development. This is almost a 16-acre tract. The plat depicts lots that number 57 units. This particular plat is consistent with the Island Walk South RPUD and the comprehensive plan. This is a technical determination. This has been approved from a policy standpoint with the approval of the residential plan unit development. It's been approved by DRC for preliminary plat. The DRC and a peer reviewer surveyor has reviewed this, found that it is technically sufficient. Therefore, city staff recommends the City Commission accept the plat and direct the mayor to sign on behalf of the City Commission.
Okay, commissioners, do we have any questions or comments for Mr. Paradise? Commissioner Sosa.
This area here, that's over there off of like Catalina area, correct?
It's off Lake Helen Osteen Road. Yes.
There was significant flooding over there with this last hurricane, correct?
I do not know what the status of the property is.
I'm curious, is the infrastructure already been put in place? Because once we take this over, we're now responsible for that infrastructure.
Yeah,
correct?
they have done work out here at this site.
I personally would think that we should go and review that site and make sure there's no damage to the infrastructure before we take it over.
They have posted a bond or agreed to post a bond of almost $2.6 million.
Yeah. I mean, I would feel comfortable if our staff was out there and actually looked at the property and determined whether or not it was, not under 5 feet of water or whatever. Because once we take over this bond, we're now responsible, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner King?
Ron, I think somebody ought to look at that property. It's already been clear cut. They've already started putting stuff in there, pipe in the ground, so on. Little tiny lake is there, and they've made a dadgum dam so that the water can't run to the north like it's supposed to. And that lake is full up.
Right.
And it's across the road, halfway across the road. It's a one-lane street with traffic coming in both directions now, and it's foolish to think that that's okay the way it is right now. And I will not vote this in. Personally, I will vote it down tonight. I'll vote no. I'm sorry? We can't hear you.
We would like to continue to the next meeting, so to give us a chance to go out and take a look at this site.
All right.
Okay, do we need a
I'll vote for
motion to
that.
continue?
Please.
Someone would like to make a motion to continue to the next meeting with the caveat that we have a full report, sir, of the land, of what's going on out there after this storm event.
Move to continue this until our next meeting.
Time certain, October 17th, 2022.
Exactly.
Second.
Okay, properly moved by Commissioner King, seconded by Commissioner Ramos. Commissioner Ramos, you're good with his continuance? And Ron, just to be clear, and Commissioner King, just stop me if this is not what you want, but in this continuance, we expect a full report of the site, of the water issues, and the impact on the surrounding area. Is that what you want?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioners, we agree with that? Okay. So we have a copy, we have a motion and a second. Mr. Attorney, do we need to go to public comment on this for a continuance or carry this forth?
You don't need to take public comment, but you can. That would be discretion of the chair.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and do public comment on this item. How many members have signed up before we vote on this? Okay, go ahead and call all four, please, and then we'll do the public comment on this item.
Michael Beckman, then Brandy White, then Tara D'Erico, then Chris Collar.
Good evening again.
Hello.
How's everybody? I know it's
Good.
getting late, so I'll get through this. I'd like to submit to the record pictures. I have a property across the street. I have copies for City Council. I don't know if he wants to take them. I've got all my information on it. I've got before storm, after storm, the impact upon my property across from it, the deplorable condition that it's currently in that development, and the impact that it has posed on Lake Tiny Road. I have a let me get some details for you. I'm again, licensed real estate broker. I'm the owner of Family Realty Rentals. I'm a licensed real estate broker. I've owned this property since 11/15/2001. I've been through multiple storms in that property with tenants there, never had an issue. Now, as you can see, I have before and after pictures. It's a 1.2 acre property that I own. It's being impacted by Lake Tiny and the development Island Walk South. I know they're trying to get the final plat approved. I discourage it from ever being approved or major modifications being done to it. My property was built in 1987. Again, I've owned it since 2001, and I've presented pictures in 3 groups. Group 1 has, again, present pictures from May 18th, 2020, June 8th, 2022, September 16th, 2022, and September 27th, 22, all before the storm. The second group of pictures, number 2, are after storm, September 29th, 2022. And then pictures again after storm of their subdivision in its current state. It's, I know the developer was in the process of trying to get it finished. I don't know if they're here tonight, but I think there's some big issues related to the drainage and stormwater retention and other major issues. I have a property, you'll be shocked. I know you can't see it, that's why I submitted for the record. That's what a 30 by 30 storage unit that I have with a motorhome there, as it looks from the day after the storm. It's horrible. It's literally 3 feet of running water going down Lake Tiny. I'm not the only person impacted. I'm sure you'll hear some other people that will speak against this subdivision being approved. You're going to take the responsibility. I know there's a bond there, but I don't want it to get to a litigation issue. I've litigated things like this. I've done developments myself. Something really seriously needs to be looked at this subdivision that's going to be approved and accepted by the city. So I'll leave it at that. That's why I want to submit to the record. Look at the pictures when you get a chance. Go to the site, go down Lake Tiny Road, and you will be shocked. And again, major modifications are needed. Not anti-development, but development with common sense, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Brandy White, please.
Brandy White, Deltona. As somebody who spent 4 days walking the streets, kayaking if I had to check residents, I literally want to throw up that this is even on our agenda. I'm not an emotional person. I can't even imagine what the residents who are affected in that area right now are feeling. And that's not even the most flooded part back there. But guess what? It goes downhill from there. The road goes like this. Where the hell you think the water's going to go when the lake can no longer handle it because it used to overflow into what is now going to be homes? Those homes aren't going to flood because they're building up. Where's the water going? You just heard. I also want to point out, we have really got to stop, when you do these attachments, making them unreadable. I personally couldn't tell where the hell you guys were talking about at first because I'm zooming into the street names and I can't read them. It was just a spirograph map, and I had to figure out which part of the city it belonged in, somewhere off Lake Helen Osteen Road. So if I wasn't familiar with the RPUD that was approved, which, again, I was against, why? I came up here and talked about the flooding. Talked about how you're going to change that area, the topography of it is going to now flood the other existing areas. It's not even built yet, and it's doing it. What were we told? The studies show we've been here 40 plus years. The studies can say whatever they want. We've seen nature and what it does right here. I just can't really get past the fact that y'all put this on the agenda tonight, and for, of all areas, District 1. It's sickening. I'm not even going to go into what I was going to address on this because that's how infuriated I am to even see this tonight.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tara DiErico.
Disgusting.
Hey, good evening. Again, Tara DiErico. I'll make this short. I know it's late. So given the current state of Lake Helen Osteen Road and the entire area, there should be no approval of anything until accurate and validated assessment can be done about the water displacement impact and drainage issues. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Chris Collier, please.
I want to say thank you for hearing me on this, and I want to say thank you to all those who have spoken for people like me with a house currently filling with sewage and storm. Thank you for all who have spoken for people like me with a house currently filling with sewage/stormwater. My name is Chris Collier. I reside on Little Court. I'm a second grade school teacher at Timbercrest Elementary. My wife, Amanda Collier, who also teaches at Timbercrest Elementary, kindergarten, first, second, third, gifted. We've lived in our home for over 10 years, the home that you all are responsible for flooding right now. Prior to the storm, the water was higher than it's ever been since we have resided here. I have video where they're continuing construction at the 48-acre development, or whatever it is, where the retention ponds are almost dry right now while my house is currently flooding, along with many others, and a few feet away, a city truck's parked in that development talking with workers. No city trucks are parked on my street. I have multiple videos of areas water could be being pumped, but it's not. Furthermore, that pumping should have been done prior to the storm, since there was already high water prior to the storm. I spoke with Joseph Walker today at 1:53 p.m. to 2:06 p.m., stormwater manager, which I hope this is recorded and you can go back and look at emails, and he confirmed the following: the Hallen Road development drains into the lake that is now flooding my home. It has been designed to be gravity fed, and he confirmed today that there was no pumping prior to the storm, prior to the hurricane. There was no pumping during. There will be no pumping after, as it is designed to be gravity fed. And I find it awful convenient that now all of a sudden there's pumps on a truck somewhere, checks in the mail. In closing, I want to say, I hope as you're sitting in your comfortable couch at the house doing whatever it is that you're doing, you will remember me, the second grade teacher, and think that I will be up until 2 a.m. again for another day trying to salvage what's left of my house by bilging the water and sewage over the walls I constructed to keep the 1 foot of water out of my entire house from getting too deep. I hope that you rest peacefully and get lots of sleep, because I certainly will not, nor will I for many more days. I want you to think of these words as you go to sleep, that on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week, Mr. Collier will not be at Timbercrest Gate ensuring no one unauthorized gets on campus before the first bell. Mr. Collier will not be making sure that no students forgot their lunchbox on the way to the lunchroom. Mr. Collier won't be there for the kids struggling with what's gone on at home over the weekend, and Mr. Collier won't be there at dismissal with a smile telling the K through 5 students to have a great day and I will see you tomorrow. My question I am left wondering is, why is there so much flooding with this storm that dropped 16 inches when we have had previous hurricanes drop 26 inches with none of the flooding issues we are dealing with now? And why is nothing being done to move this water? I'm going to excuse myself to go back to my house to continue bilging the septic storm water if anyone wants to continue speaking with me on Little Court. Thursday through Friday, I could have saved my home.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, that closes public comments.
Okay, Commissioner McCool? You're on the board, right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too, this is not my district, but I too spent the weekend in your district. Mr. Collier, I want you to know that. I spent the weekend in your district, and I'm sad for what's going on in your district. I will remember your name on everything that I vote on when it comes to development. I will remember your family. I did not know you before now, but I do know you now, and I will assure you that has been my pattern of voting for responsible development. This was a no for me also, sir. It is horrible what has happened to our community with this flooding. It's unprecedented, and we are learning some pretty unlovely things about how our city is laid out. We're learning some pretty unlovely things about how we've approached development. And moving forward, I hope that every single one of us remember Mr. Collier and his family as we make decisions on properties and how they're developed and what our requirements are. And I hope we remember that during this moratorium. So I want us to take a closer look at this also, because, you know, my hind end was in a boat back in this district this weekend too. And I just, it's horrible, and I just hope we remember this moving forward.
Commissioner Bradford?
Hey, Brian, just a question, and I'm not sure if this is even directed at you, but, you know, Commissioner King had brought this up. Tell us about the dam blocking the water flow and what can be done immediately, if anything, to relieve this. I mean,
The dam blocking the water flow.
yeah, I've heard reference to a dam blocking the water on the property that is causing the backup.
I don't know.
Let me clarify what that is.
Yeah, can you- yeah.
The way they have developed the property, the way they've cleared the land and pushed the dirt, the property now is much higher than what it was before. Before, the water, when it rained, we had a lot of water like that. The lake would fill up, but it would flow out like this, and it had property to sit on and then go through the ground. Now it just pools because that north side of the lake is blocked off. It's filled up. It's higher than the rest of the land. So now the water sits there, and now it's got to go around that, and it's got to go somewhere, and it's going downstream.
No,
So it's finding its lowest spot. Before, the lowest spot was where they've built up the property.
So is that something that should be looked at prior to and can be looked at and made mandate for them to rectify?
I think it's
If we've obviously now we have like legitimate proof that, hey, we've got this happening, can we not mandate that they fix and rectify that?
Yes, I think we have the ability to have some sort of resolution. I'm not sure. I'm at a disadvantage because I haven't really seen this, and I'm not sure what all this looks like, and I'm not sure I'm really even qualified to weigh in on some of these drainage issues. You know, from just a standard codes approach, none of the water, the pre-runoff characteristics aren't supposed to be, or excuse me, the runoff characteristics from pre-development are supposed to be maintained after development. That's, you know, that's how the code reads. But we're going to go out and look at it as it appears will be mandated or, you know, requested, and which we will do, is to provide a report on what we see out there.
I guess my concern is getting immediate relief. So if they've created this as a way, I mean, maybe the engineer can assist us with that, you know, to do something to relieve that.
We're going to try tomorrow.
Thank you. That's what I'm trying to hear, is that this is a priority.
Yeah, somebody's going to go out and look at this tomorrow.
Tomorrow. That's what we wanted to hear. We wanted to hear this was a 911 and it was going to be addressed immediately.
And that's what I told that lovely couple
Thank you.
that we're going to be out there tomorrow.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Commissioner McCool?
And can I just say, before you go?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Because of the way that is out there, I'm not sure that it doesn't contribute to the flooding that's further down Lake Helen Osteen Road at Parma and Regent. People on Regent now are saying, hey, wait a minute, the water's still rising. And what wasn't underwater before is now underwater. And we're concerned now that that water is going to be coming in our homes. And it wasn't before. And they're on Three Island Lake. They're on the big lake. And I think that water somehow, it's coming down to them. But by the way, that other development that we're going to be talking about on the back side of Lake Parma, or of Parma Road, that's That's as high as Lake Helen Osteen Road now. What is the backside where they want to build? What's it doing back there? It's full of water. It's full of water. And like I said, it's rising. The water's rising out there. So I think everybody, all of our staff, anybody that's got to make any decisions at all, ought to be out there driving around and going as far up to the edge of the water as you can go, and go through some of those neighborhoods and see the way it really is. Because to sit in here and, listen, I'm not going to talk about y'all because I think y'all are doing a great job, okay? I'll talk about myself. I worked for the power company for 32 years. I got plans for a job written by a planner that drew up those plans that never went out to the field and saw what it looked like in the field when they drew the plans up. And then they come in and give me the plan, and they want me to go out and build what they've drawn. And I got to go back into the yard and say, it can't be built like that. Have you looked at it? Oh, well, no, and we can't do that here. We need to be going out in the field and seeing what's there, and then decide what is the best way to do what we want to do. I'll take you for a boat ride. I've been on one already.
And you look great in it.
So I'm just putting that out there. We need to be out there in the field and look at it, and then decide what we're going to do. But just to sit here and say, yeah, it's all okay. I got a report that says this is good and that's good, and let's build it. That doesn't work. All right, I'm done. Thank you.
I'm going to say, Commissioner King, I'm going to tell the public, and I'm sorry that I have to do this, but I'm doing it. It would be worth the boat ride to see Commissioner King in a blow-up kayak again. That's all I'm going to say on that. Seriously, if I, and I've said this before in a public meeting, the requirement should be that if we're making a decision on a property, you literally should have to walk the property that you're making a decision on. And Ron, where's our engineer in this right here? Please tell me what's going to go on with that.
Like I said, we're going to go out and take a look at this thing tomorrow, Public Works, and
with our engineers.
yeah, we will try and get one of our consulting engineers to go out there on the field visit.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, and I'm going to talk about it here, and another thing also is that we do take engineers out there because it is quite breathtaking standing on that corner and watching, or that curb watching two cars come at one another. That's already a risk, and it's scary out there. So when we're out there figuring out, first of all, how to give them relief right away and what needs to happen for mitigation, like ASAP as well, because it's the topography out there is not what it, you know what I mean? It's just not what it should be out there. So that's all I wanted to add, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner King, seconded by Commissioner Ramos, to continue to October 17th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you want to reread the motion before we vote, please?
Motion was to continue this item until the next meeting to date certain of October 17th, 2022.
Okay, may we vote, please? Is it not working? You don't have a cord? Okay. Okay, we already did item F. We have no old business. New business, we already did item 8A, so we will move to item 8B, request approval of a task authorization with Tetra Tech for the Lake Monroe intake and pump station redesign at a cost of $148,020. And this is Mr. Whitcomb. And the board has already lit up for you, so be prepared. So, this is Lake Monroe.
Lake Monroe.
4B.
4B intake structure. redesign to relocate the intake structure and the pump station into the same structure due to the problems that we had when we went to do the pump station up on the hill, if you will. Ran into some boils or springs up there, and then we moved down to the lakeside portion of it and ran into another boil or spring, whatever you want to call it. And so we had Tetra Tech engage with Arteman and Associates as another hydrogeologist firm to come in and take a look and do some borings to see if it was possible to move it to the new site. It would be to the east of the boat ramp, where the boat ramp's located now, and that's pretty much the proposal. It may have to be a trimming method where we would pump down and dig down to set the structure, but we think if we put the structure in one place, we're not dealing with up top on the hill anymore. That'll all go away, all be replanted once it's all done, and then we'll be in the one structure on the river itself.
Just a question.
Sure.
What happens if you run into issues on that side?
Well, that's what this redesign is looking at, is a way to install the new structure to make it work.
So I know I have Commissioner McCool, Commissioner Sosa, and the Vice Mayor on the board, but I think there are going to be a lot of questions as to the feasibility of this project in general. So can we address that before?
Yes, the possibility, or the reason the project is even in the works or being built was due to our consumptive use permit. Our consumptive use permit regulates the amount of groundwater that we can withdraw. So in order to keep our groundwater withdrawal at a feasible rate or sustainable rate, this project needs to be built so that we can take the river water, take it over to the Alexander Rib site, treat it, and also augment our reclaimed water with that water. Right now, as you know, we're limited when we get into the drought conditions of reclaim, being able to produce reclaim. So this will help augment that, give us more reclaim. Also, we'll be using that water for recharging the Blue Springs watershed area. And that will also help our credits in our cup for future groundwater withdrawal.
Okay. Commissioner McCool, Sosa, and then Vice Mayor.
Glenn,
thank you.
Glenn?
Yes.
Can we move it to the next meeting in October? Is it emergency at this point?
We can move it if you so desire.
If you want to finish this meeting up, we can move it to, what is it, Ron, you keep using the 17th? If you want to move it to the 17th, we're not an emergency, so we can move it, and then you can finish your agenda.
Okay. Because I'm going to tell you this right now, this is going to be a conversation. This is going to be a very long conversation on this, and a very thorough conversation on this as far, if you say it's not of immediate need and you agree with...
Yes, ma'am. It's going to delay the starting of the redesign for 2 weeks, but we can deal with that.
Okay, I'm good with that. I'll make a motion, Madam.
Well, let's let Commissioner Sosa and the Vice Mayor
you did?
speak
Okay, done.
first.
Done. Okay.
You're good?
Who was the original engineer who designed this?
Tetra Tech.
Okay.
That was in my line of questioning. That's why I didn't get into that right now, so that we could continue it onward, because it's going to turn into a thing, which is why we're moving it forward to the next meeting.
So right now, we paid them a lot of money to do this. They screwed it up. And now, instead of us suing them for messing it up, we want to pay another $48,000? I am totally against that, 100%.
That's why I didn't bring it up,
we'll
because
go
that was
ahead
my
and
same
continue this to the
sentiment.
next one, because, yes.
Thank you. Thank you. Second. Third.
Okay, who made the motion?
King.
Ramos seconded. Okay, Vice Mayor, you took your name off the board. Now, once again, for a continuation, do we have any members of the public that wanted to speak on this?
We'll wait. I'll wait.
How many did we have? Who was the third one? You want to speak now, or would you want to speak for the continuation? Because Brandy, you're going to hold off?
I'm holding off.
Tara?
It's going to be here all day.
Albert, you're up, baby. Yes or no? It's all yours if you want it. Public comment. You're not listed. We're not there. We're not to the hand raising yet. Albert, wait. Mr. Bellick, are you waiting for the next one, or are you going to? For real? Can we put that on the record? Thank you, Mr. Bellick. I appreciate that. Okay, so we have a motion. We're going to close public comment. We have a motion and a second to continue to October 17th. May we vote, please? Unless you want to read the motion, Joyce. Probably better. Tonight, it's late. Because that one was a costly one, where we had to bring it back. I don't know who it was, but I just remember it was like a $30,000 difference. Is somebody not voting? King, are you?
Sorry.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Oh, hold on. Okay, so while I reboot here.
What?
Next item on the agenda is public forum.
Okay. Terry Ellis, then Alexander Paul Ramos, then Richard Bellick, Nick Lilly. Terry Ellis, please.
Did Terry leave?
Ready? Good. Alexander Paul Ramos? Mr. Ramos? Richard Bellick?
Look at this, you're first.
Bosh, I didn't mean to yell at you.
I know.
I like you. Okay, here. Do you think you people voting for so many homes all the time? I mean, it's Ramos, it's Heidi, it's Vasquez, and it's Bradford. I always vote for more homes. You think that's got anything to do with the flooding? I do. But anyway, I want to get to something else now. Ms. Vasquez, you mentioned before that these workers have the same expertise as the engineer that was just fired. That's not possible. They don't have the same expertise. I don't know if you know what the word expertise means. I don't want to get into it with you, but they don't have the same expertise as John Peters had. Now, getting to John Peters, let's go to day one. Here comes Jane Shang into town. Let's hire Jane Shang. Bradford, yes. Heidi, yes. Ramos, yes. Okay. Now we come to fire Jane Shang later on. Fire them. Oh, same ones voted to fire her. Now we get to Cooper. Here it comes. What I'm telling is the truth. You voted for Jane Shang, and then you voted to fire her. Now we get to Cooper. Okay, yes, let's hire him. Let's hire him. Okay, later on, let's fire him. Here goes Cooper. Now we come to John Peters. Okay, this is the second coming of our Savior. He's going to save Deltona. He's going to do this, going to do that. Okay. 2 years later, you were so nasty about firing him. You wanted him out the door the same night. That's all right with me. I mean, you know, you do what you want to do, but I mean, it's so stupid. Now, think of this. In less than 4 years, 3 city managers. Think any of you are a problem? Could very well be. It's starting to look like that. Now what are you going to do now for a city manager?
I'm going to tell you.
You're not going to make a search. You're not going to vet nobody. You're going to get some rehashed politician from some other town that got kicked out of there for whatever reason, and he's going to come here again, and you're going to get the paintbrush out, paint him white. Here comes another saver. Here it comes. How do you vote? Yes. How do you vote? Yes, 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 yes. Okay, maybe 6 months. They'll be a little faster this time. You'll fire him faster. Now, getting to this agenda, you just came with all this stuff. Nothing about the people that are suffering in your town, the people that got water in their houses. You're doing nothing about that. Have you no regard for your constituents? I mean, like I said 1,000 times, you all complain about your measly paycheck, but yet you take that paycheck and you don't do nothing for it. Yous are getting paid to ruin a city, each and every one of you. When are you going to stop? You're just going to go on and on and on. You got Ramos there. He's going for a higher job. God forbid he gets it. I mean, really. I mean, this guy's been a yes man his whole tenure here. You want this, Arpad? You want this? You want that? Yes, yes, yes. Follow the leader. When started with massage check, came to you, Heidi. I'm not saying, you don't tell him what to do. But, I mean, God forbid this guy goes any higher. We're really going to be underwater. And Vasquez, remember, look up the word expertise, what it is.
Thank you, sir.
Nick Lally?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all tonight. I come to you, unfortunately, with some very dire circumstances. A City of Deltona stormwater retention pond has surged into my community off Fort Smith Boulevard. I live on Sunday Drive. This is from my rooftop, which unfortunately, since last Thursday, has seemed possibly the safest place to be on Sunday Drive. It took more than 2 days to get a pump out to that pond to start bringing us some relief. It took more than 4 days to bring out a second pump for the city to finally implement my idea, which was to pump that stormwater down to State Road 415 to what I believe is the FDOT system. This stormwater pond did not exist prior to several years ago. There has been talk about this being an unprecedented event. In 2008, Tropical Storm Faye impacted our community with nearly 20 inches of rain. At that time, my neighbors told me that that water all flowed by gravity down to Lake Thompson. When Fort Smith Boulevard was reconstructed, the grade of that road was put so high that those side streets had to have ditch bottom inlets installed. Unfortunately, those same ditch bottom inlets have now reverse flowed into our community. This is a serious situation. As you can imagine, we also sometimes can't even flush our toilets because the septic drain fields are underwater. This is a very serious situation. That water is, of course, flowing out of the ground, mixing with the stormwater in the street, causing sewage and whatnot to be mixed with that water. I have a neighbor who lives in an identical designed home, also only a year old. That home has now been converted to a stinking, rotting mess because that home has such a significant volume of water in it, and unfortunately that water hasn't receded. The sewage is coming up through the drains because we don't have an adequate sewage system in place, so we're on septic even though we're new homes. So it's a very serious situation. I'm going to be digging into the exact design of that stormwater pond, trying to figure out exactly what volume it was designed to handle, and if this was an operational issue or if it was simply an issue of a poor design to begin with. Because essentially what we've done is we've taken all the water that used to just flow naturally by gravity off our sandhill community, and we've put it all to a pond that is staged higher than certain homes, and unfortunately when that pond is overflowed, it's flowed downhill into homes, and many people's lives are changed. So I'd certainly like to partner with the city on that, and certainly this is not a personal attack against any city staff, but I am here to partner with you as we move forward and identify solutions to make sure that this does not occur again, because this seems to be directly related, since this is the first incident where it's happened after that pond was constructed. constructed. So again, I am dedicated to working with the city on this matter, identifying long-term solutions, but inaction is not an option here. I think both short-term and long-term. So again, you guys have my phone number, my email. I always stand ready to help support this community. I'm committed to this community. I've made a significant investment in this community as well as my neighbors. So as we begin to recover from this, let's make sure that this does not happen again, and we do everything in our power to make sure that we protect our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Pastor Bradley, then Julia Glover, then Roy Eisler, then Chris Collier. Pastor Bradley, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Just here today, here this morning to just to share with you and also express a concern I have. The New Hope Development Project, we actually submitted our application on August the 10th. And I called Ron Paradise on August the 26th to find out the status of our application. And he shared with me there were some comments of some concerns that we needed to give some attention to, which was great. I asked Ron, did he give the information in writing? He said, no, I gave it verbally. So what I did after that was August the 26th, I met with our development team to find out why we didn't get it in writing. They said they asked Ron Paradise several times for the comments to be written to us, and we still haven't gotten them yet. I want to read this right here. This is the development review process for the city of Deltona. It says completions of application. The Planning Development Service Director or his or her designee shall review the application to determine the completeness. Within 7 working days after the application's receipt, he or she shall either accept the complete application and forward the application of notice of acceptance or rejection of the application if it's incomplete, and forward to the applicants a notice of incompleteness to specify the data missing from the application. And it said that if neither notice of acceptance of incompleteness is sent, the applicant shall deem accepted for the purpose beginning from the time limit of this article on 8 working days after filing the application. When we're looking at an application, it's been almost 40 days without counting the weekend since we received a written comment from Ron Paradise, and so that's my concern. Our concern is all we wanted to do is get a written comment, because he did share, and even when I talked to him, he shared with me, and I asked the question, he said no, so that's why I went to our development team to find out, and they said they've been asking, we haven't received it yet. It's over 40 days. It's over 40 days that we haven't received anything from Ron Paradise in writing. And here is the city's development review procedure that it states that we need to get this in writing and also put the days on it that we really need, that we're supposed to receive this. So I'm just bringing this to your attention. And, we're here to continue to join with many of you who trying to make this place and to make things better for others and just create a place of hope and encouragement. So that's my concern, and it really concerns me, because even in my process of that, as we have been talking for some time about developing our property, last year I had several meetings with the city, and then last year I had a meeting, and it was last February, and just to share about our project. Ron Paradise was there, Jerry Mays was there, and I had 4 guests. Out of all the meetings I've had with the city of Deltona, as we talk about the process and progress, this particular meeting was probably one of the strangest meetings I had, and this was last year. And at the conclusion of that meeting, and you can understand why I have this concern, at the conclusion of that meeting last year, Ron Paradise told me, before we submitted any application, he said, Pastor Bradley, staff is not going to approve your project. And that happened to me last year. And so my concern now,
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Julia Glover, please.
Leave whatever you need, and we'll be in touch. Leave this with Liz. Whatever you have, please leave with Liz so it can be part of the record. I'm sorry, Liz. who
Julia
was-
Glover,
Julia?
Roy Eisler, Chris Collier.
I think he
Okay,
left.
Roy, here's Roy.
Mhm.
Okay.
Back. So I want to talk, make it part of the record and specifically about some properties that I own in some rising water areas, and particularly on Jolette Court. I know that there was mention of water and roads, and somehow this one didn't get mentioned, but I live on a cul-de-sac in that area, and there is water that is now creeped, and it continues to rise, as we mentioned, someone mentioned. And obviously, water is coming from somewhere else into this area because it should be subsiding by now, and it's continuing to rise. So Jolette Court.
Can you spell that?
Jollettt,
Okay.
and also Allegro Court. Anyway, I want to make it part of the record that I haven't got water intrusion yet, but I expect there to be some action taken and to relieve this area, those two areas of water. It is coming between the houses now, and it continues to rise. It's not going down. And that's right around the corner from where you have the road blocked off at Catalina. It's right there. That took quite some time for us to get that blocked off. I was a little disappointed with that whole fiasco. I was getting pictures. I wasn't in town. I was getting pictures from my wife of kids skimboarding and pushing cars out, and wreckers all hours of the night beeping, backing up because people were driving through it, stalling. Seems like we could have got somebody out there sooner to stop that nonsense. But I'm sure there was a lot of other things going on. So then the other thing I want to discuss is the wetlands. My wife was riding up Lake Helen Osteen, and she witnessed the wetlands where that project is on Lake Helen Osteen that we strongly opposed a while back, that we said it was going to flood. And I remember a commissioner who's no longer here saying, boy, engineers can do amazing things. They can make water go backwards. Well, apparently that didn't happen. So now we have a contaminated wetlands because all that road base and all that water ran in there. And I'm just wondering, has anybody contacted environmental to see what the impact has been in that wetland area? Because somebody should be. And I'm sure there was quite an impact on it. And then it was after the fact that the construction company or the city came in and built a berm to stop all that runoff going into the wetlands from that construction project. Very, very concerning. Why wasn't this done ahead of time? Where were our county, where were our city people saying, hey, listen, you know this isn't going to be adequate. This storm's going to dump a lot of water here. It's going to be unprecedented. But nobody went out there and made sure that they had proper barriers to keep the runoff going in there. So I think there's some failures there. I think also that we're reactive instead of being proactive. We've spent thousands of dollars, my money, towards stormwater management, public works, and instead of getting ahead of these things, we're reactive to them. None of this should have been happening. None of this flooding should happen. This should all been fixed a long time ago. So that's what I got on it. And it would be nice if they put a food court in that project at Halifax.
Thank you, sir. Chris
Thank you, sir.
Collier, then Doreen Beauregard, then JS, then Albert Bryan. Chris Collier, please.
I think he left. That was the teacher.
Okay.
Then who's next?
Doreen Beauregard, please.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. I'm Doreen Beauregard, and I've been in Deltona since 1994.
I was here for the Hurricane Charlie, and I am in the Drysdale, Beachdale retention pond area. When Charlie came, there was no retention pond behind our house. I was here when the city of Deltona bought the house next door to me and put in Katrina victims. They then made a retention pond in the back and reassured everybody in our area that that would take care of any flooding that we may have. Because we also have the retention pond on Fort Smith, which is now a beautiful park, Echo Park. It is gorgeous. I sit in my front room and I can look out and enjoy this. Well, ever since they built that project behind Walmart in Deltona, the neighborhood center, there are houses up there and the water is flowing down into that retention pond. It's flooded on Beachdale. There's a house right there that has a big, big retention pond that's overflowing from the new homes up there that are being built. Now, I'm speaking not only for myself, I'm speaking for my neighbors and about 10 of us. We feel like, and I understand what's going on, we're the minorities because there is so much more in the Lake Helen, Osteen area. And I realize that, I know what's going on. My house is right across from that pond. I have water 2 inches from my in-ground pool. I had to shut the pump off all around the house. I am in the middle. My neighbor on the side of me has the exact same thing, the neighbor on the right of me. I walked up Elkham, the neighbors came to me, I discussed with them. All of Elkham also has the water all up to their house. My air condition unit was about maybe 12 inches from being underwater on the side of the house. It is just unbelievable. This morning I got a knock on my door. Oh, wow, the water's gone down. They told me they were bringing another pump. My vinyl fence is 6 feet tall. It's up to the vinyl fence, all the way to the side of the house, and it gradually goes down. I said, oh, wow, that's great. I go outside, I look at my fence, and it's down about 2 inches. What brought me here tonight, after supper, I went out, looked at my fence. It's all the way back up the top, and it is flowing. We cannot use, myself and my neighbor on the right side of me, we cannot use our toilets because we are on septic. And obviously, the septic tanks are saturated with water. We're in a beautiful area. We love our homes. I've been there since 1994. I don't want to move. I just feel something more has to be done about these flooding, not only for us, but for everybody in the city of Deltona. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you, ma'am.
JS?
There's so much that I want to say in 4 minutes. Language. Language is one thing that separates us from animals. The other thing language does is it separates the average person from politicians and lawyers. Very specifically, those people use certain language to say certain things. And one of the things I heard come out of a commissioner's mouth tonight was failed septic. Not overwhelmed drain field, but failed septic, over and over again. Almost sounds to me like a setup for forced sewer. Oh, let's just get people prepared. The septic can't handle it. Earlier in the week, last week, before the storm hit, I actually posted on a couple of different social media sites about sandbags. Why isn't the city doing anything? Why haven't we heard anything? Oddly enough, just about 30, 40 minutes later, I think the first email went out inside the city. You all know who it came from. And that email chain started flowing, and the next thing you know, now there's posted out there about sandbags. And finally, this is my most important point, the thing that I really want to drive home, and the thing that, now that more people are watching this on Facebook, watching it on YouTube, that I hope people hear, and it really, truly resonates, is we had an engineer, the city manager, who specialized in water. Specialized in water. And for people who don't know what a political stunt looks like, I want to enlighten them. A political stunt works like this. You got 4 people. 2 of them are in an election cycle. One of them's not, and one already knows that his election's over. He's lost. He's not going to win that. So you get those 2 to start battling it out. Oddly enough, the one who was one of the loudest about bringing John Peters on board was also the loudest about him getting pushed out the door. Now, these 2 over here, they start battling it out, so you 2 don't have to say anything. You can stay neutral in the public's eye, but you still voted to push him out the door. Now, personally, I think, and I've talked to a lot of other people that all agree with me, John would have been the right person to be preparing for this. He specialized in water. He knows what water does. He knows where water needs to go. But 4 out of that 7 engaged in a political stunt because your puppet master, he brushed them the wrong way. So y'all got him out the door. And in my eyes, and I hope in the eyes of the voters, they look at you 4 and see you as personally responsible for a lot of the damage that they've suffered. We had nobody up there negotiating for the electric trucks that we needed in Deltona at the county level. We had nobody up there negotiating for us. Why? I think John Peters would have made sure that we had an adequate amount of utility trucks in here and linemen to fix the power. I mean, especially Howland Boulevard, no traffic lights. People take that as a racetrack, the way it is. No traffic lights. Imagine what that looked like. You 4 are responsible.
Albert Bryan, please.
You know, I was going to come up here and rant and rave and raise Cain and everything else about what I saw as deficiency in the cities, but I think that's been beat into the ground tonight. So I'm going to change modes here just a little bit. David Sosa, you've done a marvelous job for the last few days. I saw you at 11 o'clock loading up some sandbags and helping people out. I think that's what government's all about, or what it should be all about. Dana, Mr. King, I saw you actually in a boat on Facebook. It had a little tilt to it, but that's okay. But I know what you were doing. You were out there helping people. That's what government's supposed to be about, is helping people. There's a couple people out here in the audience that have gone out of their way to make sure that residents have what they need, that they're okay. And yet, I've also heard that people have been discouraging things like that. I wonder why. Oh, maybe it's because the government lacks the same moral standards. You know, when our great country was actually made great was when people stood up against some moron over there in the UK that thought he knew better and how to tax us. Well, that's how we became a free country. It takes people that have a lot of standards, moral standards, to go out and do what these people have done. Now, I can't stand up here and talk about people that I don't know, that I haven't seen do anything, because I don't keep track of everybody in the city. I'm just not that big of an eared person. But what I will say is, everybody that I've seen has gone out of their way to help other people. My hat's off to you. Because I also saw that when I was over at the market. We lost 2 full ceilings on the market out there. And what did we do? We went out and helped them. Because you know why? That's our living. That's where our living comes from. So we want to be able to help clean that up. And that's the same thing here in this city. One reason I moved out here in this city was because I didn't want anybody to tell me how to live. That's why I fought against the city when the city wanted to be a city. Because I don't want to be told how to live. But I've come to appreciate the people in this city. And everybody here knows that when I refer to this city, I refer to it as my city. There's a reason why I refer to it as my city. I have that much pride in everybody here. They stand up normally for each other. The proof was here tonight. You know, I was ready to speak on that last item, but you know, out of courtesy, because it's already 12:30 at night, I'm gonna tell you that y'all need to take real stock of what y'all got. Because these people out here, they're willing to help. All you have to do is ask. It's a shame you just don't know how to ask.
Thank you, sir.
Brandy White, Deltona. I have a lot of notes I'm going to go through real quick, so it's going to be a little bit scattered. Most of this are coming from residents that I've spoke to over the last 4 days, and they're pleading for some help from you guys. So first and foremost is White Horse and Ermey. It's become a detour off of Captain because Captain has rapids running through it. And unfortunately, what it does is it spills over White Horse in the back. Now, what I've noticed, I went and checked on them again today, and that area on the road has dried up. So I'm assuming that's why traffic came out and put detour signs to use White Horse to get off of Captain. However, it's taking down Ermey, which is literally a big lake. They've already had to pull cars out of people's yards. Somebody needs to get out there and fix that detour. Second is somebody's mentioning that some of the water that is coming down over Captain, I looked at the maps, and the Waterman Lakes, the Sand Pond Lake, all of that is probably likely where the floodwaters are coming from. But somebody mentioned that there was a dam also in this area that has broke. I'm not familiar, I've been here a long time, with a dam in this area, but if there is, I'd like the city to go out and take a look at it to make sure that it hasn't broke and that is where the waters are coming from. Again, I've tried researching it, I couldn't locate any dam, but longtime residents are telling me there is one somewhere in that area. Third, sandbags. I'm glad somebody brought that up about bringing it kind of a little closer to Elkham and Cortland. Hayland Court is asking for some sandbags. I contacted with Commissioner McCole. She's got some in the parking lot for me, but the residents are asking for sandbags. I have no problem delivering them. Call me, tell me where they are, I'll pick them up. I tried locating sandbags the last few days from the city, and there wasn't a whole lot of information on that. Next one, we have a lot of residents in these high water areas super concerned about mosquitoes. It's getting real bad already. We're afraid that the weather's probably gonna get a little warmer before it gets colder, and there's gonna be some serious mosquito issues. Traffic control for flooded roads, Lake Helen Osteen, Catalina, we're definitely two major ones, Cortland as well, where they're saying people are just moving the barriers and going around them. We've seen it. I personally, I'm gonna skip to the thank yous real quick and get that out of the way. Commissioner King reached out to me right after the hurricane. letting me know to tell the community they need help, chainsaws, hands on the ground, out in Captain. There were some trees through roofs. Some residents were reaching out to him for help. I knew he was busy with that. So I took it upon myself to assess the rest of the city, call the CIC line, and give them all the information I could find for our area. The second day, Commissioner McCool reached out to me, asked how we were doing in this area, and she, I am going to assume, heard in my voice that it wasn't well. So I want to thank you for coming out into our district and speaking to the residents and hearing them firsthand and seeing it with your eyes, because pictures don't do it. Same thing, Sosa, how many residents told me you were out there? Santiago Avila, Terra Dierico, all these people were telling me, oh, so-and-so has stopped by, thank you, we appreciate them. Also, from here, I hope we're gonna talk about future prevention and correction, because there are some steps that can be taken, and I'm out of time, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Richard Bellick?
People, you'll have to excuse me, I made a mistake.
I thought you already spoke.
I made a mistake. Bradford didn't vote to hire Jane Shank. She voted to keep her time after time when Alcantara and Sukup wanted to fire her. Bradford voted continuously, at least 12 times to keep her. That's a little mistake I made, and I know when I leave, she's going to look to take a cheap shot again, because she is a cheap shot artist. We know that. Okay, listen. King, McCool,
Didn't you speak already on
Sosa,
the... Okay, Mr. Bellick, you already had your 4 minutes.
It's all right. I got my point across.
You did. Okay.
Kathy Bryant.
Ciao, baby.
I love you. I knew you were going to take a cheap shot. I knew that.
Good evening, Kathy Bryant.
Good evening.
Deltona. Who am I? Who are they? They're residents, and every time you guys get into your petty corners, I'm so tired of it when obviously you have people that need help. It's overwhelming to me, and I won't disagree with Mr. Bellick that a lot of this stuff should have been tabled earlier. Why in the name of the good Lord, when you were going to discuss the hurricane earlier, you just not have public comment on it and let these people go home? I'm not going to denigrate staff. They did a good job. They're also not the only ones who stay over in situations like this. I worked at a hospital for years. That's where I was for Charlie. That's where I was for Francis. That's where I was for Jean, Irma, Matthew, so on and so forth. And you do it because that's what you're hired to do. The expectation was when you live here, whether you live up here, whether you live up in a snowstorm in the north, the expectation is if you work in a job where you're considered important personnel, that's not the word I want because I never get the word I want, that you will come in and you will stay. My concern is that every single time a new development comes up and you have residents, and we're not stupid. There's a lot of smart people out here that know what to do. Residents will bring up issues with the water. And you think, oh, it's just because they don't want neighbors. Well, you know, okay, sometimes, but you never listen to them. And I'm just really sorry that I didn't see, I just feel like a lot more could have been done so far as preparation. You've got to prepare. Hospital, we make sure our patients are taken care of. We were running around gathering oxygen cylinders in case the outside tank went out, whatever. You've got to prepare. There should have been pumps already on order on their way in, not after the storm, before the storm, because you knew you already had standing water. Sewer issues, it's not just septic tank, it's sewer too. This infrastructure has gotten so bad And I feel like not all of this could be prevented, but a lot of it could. That being said, there used to be a citizens emergency response team. I don't know if that still exists. I remember reading about it years ago, but at the time I had 2 young kids and my job, I couldn't have done it because I was expected to be there. Currently, I'm not. If that's something we could look at again, because obviously there is a citizens emergency response team. And so if you made it where people are educated so that you don't have first responders going out after third, secondary, and tertiary responders, so that people don't get hurt, and people know what to do in these situations. I'm not saying that the people didn't. I really appreciate them. And I think that's what it's all about, is helping your neighbor. I checked on all my neighbors, heard horror stories from them and their friends in the different places that are flooded. The other thing is so far as CE passing out the education, I would have liked to see more leadership from this commission on and more public notice on things like how to separate your garbage, because people are so used to CE just dropping by and giving notices that when you see something on your door tag, you're going to automatically assume it. Why can't they go knock on the door and talk to somebody if somebody's home? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor, that closes public comment.
Okay, next up, we don't have anything on consent, so we have no comments on consent. City Commission special reports and requests. Commissioners, anybody have anything? City Attorney comments, anything, sir?
It's nice to be here.
Thank you, sir. Welcome. Interim City Manager comments? Yes, the microphone.
Yeah, I got it. At your last meeting, you wanted me to contact League of Cities and the Range Riders, which I've done. By the end of this week, I should have between 5 and 7 resumes for you. And I'll be doing the reference checks and also checking through the sheriff. And I'm losing my voice again. But anyway, and so as soon as I can get those all through that process, I'll have them to you. And I would say next week, we could set up interviews with those folks. Okay, so that was one of the things you had on my list. I'm willing to get you to that point, and then I would like to vacate this position, but I'm happy to do it till then. And try and follow up on all the things we have out there, anything where we can help anybody.
Okay. Anything else?
No, ma'am.
City Commission, Commissioner Sosa, you want to start or no? Nothing? Commissioner Bradford?
Just a couple things, want to follow up. Public Works, I'm going to throw this out there. Everybody's talking about our terminated engineer. Our engineer wasn't terminated. Our city manager resigned. He wasn't on staff as an engineer. Public Works and our department did an amazing job with the hands, what they were dealt with this emergency. What they dealt with was not, and this flooding wasn't caused overnight. What they dealt with and the flooding was done over a period of time. They just had to deal with the repercussions of it. And it is horrible and it stings, but we can actually take what we have seen over this last week, and just like we're doing right now, let's do what we can to get it fixed and rectified. But these guys didn't cause this problem. These guys have been here working tirelessly to try to stay above what was kind of put in their lap. And, for that, again, I just want to tell you guys thank you, because I know y'all got to be, just absolutely exhausted. I would like an update on New Hope Development, and I wasn't aware of our development agreements that basically states that comments and concerns need to be back within 7 working days or 8 working days. I know that's another department that is absolutely buried at this point. Obviously you guys have seen all the development, the businesses, the services that are coming to Deltona, and with that puts an increased load on that department as well. But unfortunately, we do need to be able to get responses back to these businesses and individuals that have put responses in. So I don't know what we can do with that. Just if you guys can, like I said, I know you're being inundated, you're learning a lot of problem areas. I just ask that you just keep us updated so that when residents do, send us these concerns and requests, that you're able to, when you get some answers, respond back to us so that we can respond back to them and kind of keep them updated on what's going on. That's one of their biggest concerns, is that we're not keeping them up to date. And it's not that we're purposely not trying to, there's so much going on and so much information, and to respond to everything at the same time is difficult. I understand that. So that's all I really have to say, other than we'll just leave that for another night.
Commissioner Ramos? Commissioner McCool?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hang in there, Deltona, because we're going to get through this. I would like to encourage everyone to be open and honest about mental health during this time, because it's way apparent that there are some affected more deeply than others. We need to provide services and think about that, because this is a very strenuous time. So have a little charity in your heart and forgive those that have they have issues, and look at it and with compassion, because some are sicker than others. And be kind to your neighbors. We have to get through this together, and help one another. I'm here for you if you need me, and I don't give a shit what district you live in, and I'm just putting that out there right now. If you need help, I am there. It's been mentioned to me in an email and through intimation also that I shouldn't be in another district helping somebody. My district has been addressed, and we're very fortunate in my district. So I go where I'm needed. So take that. If you're obsessing over what I'm doing, it probably means that you're not doing what you should be doing, and you should be concentrating not what on I'm doing right, but what on you're doing wrong. So I'm going to leave that at that. We are all here to help, and I hope you get the help that you need. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner King? Mike?
Pushing a button, but it keeps...
There. That's it.
Okay.
Hey.
It's working now. It was terrible getting out of it, though. 2 weeks ago, Marcia came in as our interim city manager, and we left here without talking about any pay. That was probably not a good thing. We should have probably talked about that, but I know it was 2 o'clock in the morning already. I don't know officially if she is getting paid anything over than what she was making as a attorney for us. Maybe that's, I don't want to have a dialogue tonight.
Okay, that's fine.
But I would like to know what we've done and who approved it and how that happened, because I was not, if it happened, I'm not a part of it. And I don't think that's the way it should be. Another thing that happened was we had a quasi-judicial vote, and we voted on the machine, and nobody gave any reasons for why they voted. It was unanimous vote, so we went, oh, okay, so I guess it's all right. I think we need to be careful about that. If it's quasi-judicial, I think we should be voting and giving our reasons for that, and we missed that on the last one.
Commissioner King, can you let staff know which one that was and let me know?
It was only one that was quasi-judicial.
Yeah, will you let us know, Joyce? Just please put that in an email, because I agree with you, Commissioner King, but I'd like to have that.
And I had another one, too. I'll pass for a minute. If I think of it, I'll raise my little finger.
Okay.
Okay, my big finger. Okay, go ahead.
Vice Mayor, anything?
Yes, I have a flyer that I want to share from Fresco's Imas. They're having a coffee with the first responders, and it's open to everyone. This is for Saturday, October 8th, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. So, come on out and join us. They're going to be recognizing all first responders. And this is over at Normandy and Providence from 8 to 12 p.m. It's free breakfast and, and stuff they're going to have out to eat. So everyone is welcome, again, October 8th. I also just want to say thank you again to our staff. I know that I bombarded you with emails and phone calls while I was running around, taking calls in District 3. And I want to thank you for responding quickly or getting back to residents to let them know that the issues were being addressed. And just for the residents out in the city of Deltona, please know that the staff is still out there. They're still working on the issues that we unfortunately are facing right now. And, we haven't given up. We're still praying that everything else resolved in a timely manner and that everybody's safe. Thank you.
Commissioner King?
I remembered. Thank you. One other thing, and probably the most important thing, at our last meeting, before the workshop, or maybe it was during the workshop, our interim city manager said that she had reached out to the firefighter union's attorney. And I said, I hope that you've reached out to our attorney that we have contracted to help us with the negotiation. She said, well, I can reach out to him too. So at this point, I would like to say, I hope you have. I hope you've talked to him. But we also at that meeting were saying, or I would say almost a consensus, that that if we weren't going to continue, that we needed to stop that and not go any further with it until the new commission comes in. However, I would like to know what happened at the meeting that you've had with the union attorney, because it sounded like to me from the birdies, that we're striking up some kind of a contract with them.
No, I'm not doing that.
Okay.
And then in the interim, I was going to proceed forward, but then we had the hurricane. So
Okay.
I'm going to try and get back to that this week. So no, I'm trying to put the pieces together so you all can have a shade meeting.
Okay. But if we're going to negotiate at all, it needs to be our attorney that we've hired.
I agree.
And our deputy city manager doing the work.
Yes, okay, we'll see about that. I don't know.
We'll see about it.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll see. Okay.
Good. I'm glad.
I'm just saying, I have a meeting set up, so all I'm saying is, that's the whole idea, is to try and take those pieces, see if there's some options, and then take it. You all said you wanted a shade meeting, so that's where you would discuss options.
I just don't think that, we gave them a contract last year, 4 years ago. There was a 4-year contract that, in my opinion, we gave the house away. And I think we need to do something different. So
All right.
I don't want to,
Okay.
I don't want the debate now.
All
I just
right.
want to say, let's get the information, and let's not negotiate that unless it's our people that we've asked to do that, to do it. Otherwise, it goes on until the next commission. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And in closing, it's been a long meeting. Thank you, everyone, for staying. Thank you, staff, for staying as well. And thank you to the residents and the commissioners and everybody that reached out to help and put all their hands together to form that bond that we are as a community. Everyone has a different skill set in life. And during a disaster, everyone has a different skill set. And that doesn't mean that people aren't doing anything. And it doesn't mean that people don't care. Everyone does things differently. And whether that's going in their own community, whether that's reaching out across the county, whether that is helping in their little part of the world to try to make something better, we all play a role in that, all of us. And from something like this, we learn that this door hanger that's put on people's properties doesn't necessarily, it's not a threat. And unfortunately, that's what we've come to learn that it is. And maybe we have to learn that maybe it was good to put it out, maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was sensitive, maybe it was trying to be helpful, and maybe people didn't understand that. And maybe we didn't do a good enough job as a commission and as a city helping our residents understand some of the intricacies that we have to do for FEMA reimbursement. For pickup of these things, we have to separate. Maybe we didn't make that clear. And the last thing that I want to see is that residents are upset or get offended by having the city say or do something that they think is insensitive and inappropriate. Because I can say, I'm going to say this that I believe 99% that nobody has ill intent when they do something like that. They're not out there to be malicious. And again, everyone has a different skill set. Some people are more sensitive than others. Some people are able to read the room better than others. But in a time like this, what's the most important is that we come together, and the thing that people need the most is to be listened to. They need to be listened to, and they need to see that people out there, their leadership, their community, and those people that are tasked with helping are there to listen and to take care of them. And maybe the solution isn't what we want to hear. It's not. We've heard stories for the last week of people asking for help, and sometimes there's nothing we can do at that moment. We can do the bare minimum, even though you want to take them, pluck them out, and give them a dry place and fix their problem right away. And sometimes the most reassuring thing you can do is listen and try to help them in a small way and tell them maybe not now, but FEMA's going to help you. Somebody else is going to help you. And I just want to say for this last week, and I'm probably going to get all whiny and emotional about it, but I have been up here at the EOC various times through the storm, and I can tell you that the people that were here and the people that were not necessarily in this building, but that were out there, because that's not who we're talking about today. We didn't talk about those people in Stormwater and Deltona Water in the utility that went out there when the generators that were pre-placed at the lift station, we thought ahead. We put generators by the lift stations. We had things set up at the water plants. We thought ahead. We prepared the best we could for what we had. Those people were out there. Your first responders were out there, your deputies, your EMS, your firefighters. They were boots on the ground. Your code enforcement team was sitting here in the EOC. They were all working. They were going out, they were coming back in. Both teams, I saw 6, 8, 10 people here, and then you saw them too, commissioners, that were up here. And then they were out there doing not code enforcement, but helping, assessing, looking. They did all those things. And I just believe in my heart of hearts that every single employee, every single staff member did the best they could with what they were given in an unprecedented situation, and they did it from their heart, not because they had to. And people like Glenn and Phyllis deserve all of our credit and none of our scorn or wrath, because they have history here and they worked like you would not believe. That woman never lost her cool. She took every one of our emails, our calls, our requests, our text messages, am I wrong? Over and over and over again, and she was cool and calm and collected, and she never lost her ever-loving mind to us, and neither did Glenn. And they worried, and Joseph Walker worried. They took it seriously. This is the backbone of this city, the years of experience. And I want to say thank you from me and from everybody. Before I cry, we are adjourned.